You are listening to Heart's Desire, a sweet Christian romance written by Andrea and narrated by MicMonster AI.
Aiden, you have a couple of customers waiting in your office. One of them said she's here to buy a new car. Lily's adoring grin always made Aiden feel uncomfortable. The red-headed receptionist at Weaver Dodge had been accused of sending the best sales to him. If that was true, it had nothing to do with the fact that he was the owner's son and everything to do with her schoolgirl crush. Unfortunately for her, he had absolutely no interest in pursuing the matter. Aiden leaned across the counter toward Lily and spoke just above a whisper. "Is there someone else who can take them? I need to pick Kensley and Riley up early from daycare today. I'm taking them to the parade." Shiloh's Christmas parade was always the first Wednesday in December. In this small South Carolina town, you were either a spectator or a participant. Most businesses closed early on the day of the parade. Aiden always took the kids, but this was the first year Kensley would really know what was going on. They had been talking about it all week at the daycare. She was so excited, which only made him look forward to taking her even more. "Everyone else is busy. If you want, I can pick the girls up for you. We can be back and ready to head out as soon as you're done." Lily covered Aiden's hand with her own as she gazed up at him with her doe-like brown eyes. This girl was as obvious as a wig on a baby. She'd been trying to get him to ask her out since she started working at the dealership 6 months ago. Even if he was interested, she was at least 10 years younger than him, which was definitely not what he needed. He slid his hand from beneath hers. "That's okay, Lily. Hopefully it won't take too long." He almost felt guilty at the deflated look on her face. He brushed it off, reminding himself that he'd never encouraged her. Aiden hadn't been on a single date since Jenna left him over 2 years ago, and he had no desire to start. When Lily said he had a couple of customers, the two women studying the pictures on his wall were not what had come to mind. One of them was dark and curvy, the other pasty white and reed thin, and both probably old enough to be his mama. An old Paul McCartney song started playing in his head. "Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Aiden Weaver. What can I help you with today?" The dark and curvy one introduced herself as Aunt Ginger, which was strange. She wasn't his aunt. She informed him that her green-eyed companion was Jamie Foster. Instead of telling him what they wanted, Jamie gestured toward the wall covered in pictures. "Do these babies belong to you?" "Yes, ma'am." He took a step closer so he could point them out. "My oldest is Kensley, and this little one right here is Riley." The other salesman at Weaver Dodge liked to poke fun at him because his wall was covered in photos of his girls, while theirs displayed pictures of cars. He was sure the boss would have protested if the photos in question hadn't been of that man's own grandchildren. "I couldn't help but notice, their mother is in none of these pictures." "She didn't pass, did she?" Jamie touched his arm and gazed up at him with a look of concern, along with a sort of misplaced excitement that left him feeling confused. "No, ma'am. She left us a couple of years ago." "So, you're divorced?" "Yes, ma'am." A year after Jenna left, he'd been served with divorce papers. She'd given him complete custody of the girls, so he'd had no problem signing the papers. He didn't need a wife. They were doing just fine without her. Jamie patted his arm. "I'm so sorry to hear that. It must be rough raising 2 little girls on your own." Aiden felt a tingling at the back of his neck. Her somber words didn't match her expression. How could he end this conversation without being rude? "Not at all. Our lives are infinitely better without her. This one here looks just like you." The inquisitive woman tapped one of the pictures of Kensley. The truth was, neither one of the girls looked like him. Kensley had blonde hair and blue eyes like him, but that was where the similarities ended. Riley looked even less like him with her jet black hair and chocolate brown eyes. He understood the curiosity, but the details were no one's business. He'd learned long ago not to respond to the overt remarks. The one calling herself Aunt Ginger placed a hand on her hip and huffed. "Jamie, we didn't come here to waste this young man's time. Son, I'm looking to buy a car. Can you help me?" "Yes, ma'am. I sure can. Let's have a seat while you tell me what you're interested in." Relieved to move away from the subject of his personal life and finally get down to business, Aiden moved around his desk and waited for them to take a seat before sitting down. Now, the last time I was here, I dealt with your granddaddy, God rest his soul, and he sold me a brand new, 1970 Challenger. I want another one just like it. He scratched his head, trying to think of the best place to find what she was looking for. We do have a selection of used cars, but most don't go back that far. I can search around for one and see what we can come up with, but it might take some time. You don't understand. I don't need another 1970 Challenger. I still have the one your granddaddy sold me. I want a new one, but I want it to match the old one. Aiden tried not to look surprised. We might have to special order it. It'll probably cost a little more than one you'd pick off the lot. That's fine. It's what I expected. Now my Beulah is plum crazy purple with black stripes, a spoiler, and a hood scoop. I brought a picture with me, just let me find it. While Aunt Ginger dug around in her purse that was the size of a small suitcase, Jamie leaned in and smiled with the purpose of grabbing his attention. So, are you seeing someone? Was she flirting with him? No ma'am. I haven't dated since my wife left, and to tell the truth, I haven't had much interest in it. The dating part would have been all right. It might be nice to have someone to hang out with in his free time, but he had no desire to feel the pain of rejection like he had when Jenna left. It may have been different years ago, but no one stayed together anymore. Most of his friends were separated or divorced, except for his best friend, Caleb. He said he was waiting for the one God had in mind for him. Aiden wondered if his friend wasn't just plain scared that he might end up with someone like Jenna. Jamie, I know what you're up to, and I don't think this young man would appreciate your matchmaking skills. Aunt Ginger gave her friend a pointed look even as she handed a picture across the desk to him. Yes, but he'd be perfect for Bailey. Don't you think, Ginger? No offense to Mr. Weaver, but we don't know anything about him. Bailey has been hurt by enough men already. I've said it before, you need to leave that girl's future in God's capable hands. Aiden had to admit, he was a little put out by her comment. She made it sound like it was always men doing the hurting. That hadn't been his experience. Jamie's shoulders dropped along with her smile. I know, but I just hate to see two people by themselves who are lonely and broken when I know they could help each other heal. Aiden tried to relax the tightening of his jaw. How did she know if he was lonely and broken, or not? Even if it was true, she didn't have to state it out loud like she did, right there in front of him, as if he wasn't listening. He wanted to leave this whole discussion behind and fast. Aiden cleared his throat and held up the picture when both women looked his way. Miss Ginger, this sure is a pretty car. You said you want all the same features? Do you know what options this one came with, like what motor and transmission does it have? It came with a Hemi. I wouldn't have it any other way. Hold on, I have the original paperwork. She went back to digging in her purse while he pulled up the special order form on his desktop computer so he could start plugging in her order. It was time to move things along. He had a parade to get to. Do you go to church, Mr. Weaver? Jamie was back at it again. You can call me Aiden, and yes ma'am, I attend community fellowship over in Bethel Ridge where I live. This added an extra gleam to her eyes, if that was even possible. She bumped her friend's arm. Did you hear that, Ginger? Yes, I heard him. She sounded just as annoyed as Aiden felt. He reached for the faded pages she handed across his desk and started matching options with those on the computer screen. He tried to ignore the two ladies sitting across from him. Hard to do with him being the obvious topic of conversation. When he was done, Aiden turned the computer screen toward his customer and started reading off specs as fast as he could but slow enough that she'd still be able to understand what he said. He wasn't even thinking about the girls or the parade as he hurried along. He just wanted these women out of his office before Jamie started trying to set up a date between him and this Bailey. Aunt Ginger flipped open the purple, rhinestone-encrusted reading glasses hanging from the beaded chain around her neck and perched them on the end of her nose. Her finger moved back and forth across the screen as she read each item listed. He took a quick glance over at the friend and immediately brought his focus back to his customer, praying she'd hurry. The gleam in Jamie's eyes made him feel like fresh roadkill about to be devoured. Perfect. Let's do this. Go ahead and place the order, son. How long will it take to get here? It usually takes around 6 weeks or so. After I send the order in, I'll get a confirmation email with an estimated date of delivery. I can give you a call as soon as I know something. I'll just need to do a credit check to finish this up. That won't be necessary. I'll be paying with cash. He tried to keep the shocked look off his face. She looked like your average everyday citizen, not someone who had this kind of dough to dish out on a brand new, special order vehicle. Okay, then I'll just need your full name and address, and a down payment. This time there was less digging in her purse when she pulled out an overstuffed billfold. She slipped her license out, handed it to him without looking up, and then flipped to her checkbook and started writing. Bertha Thompson. That was the name on her license. This woman was full of surprises and curiosities. Aiden couldn't help but look at the dark hair of the one sitting before him and compare it to the picture on her ID. It was definitely the same woman. If Aunt Ginger was a nickname, it sure was an odd one. She certainly didn't have the red hair and freckles usually associated with the name Ginger. Another peek at the smirk on Jamie's face, and he was pretty sure she knew what was going through his mind at the moment. He went back to plugging the information into the computer at record speed. After finishing up, he walked the ladies to the door feeling pretty good about his last transaction of the day. He still had plenty of time to pick the girls up and make it to the Christmas parade, and he was already looking forward to his commission from this sale. Plus, he'd managed to avoid any more digs into his personal life. Almost home free. Aiden opened the door for the ladies to walk through, and Jamie stopped and turned to look back at him. Will you be coming to Shiloh's New Year's Eve ball? He looked to Aunt Ginger, hoping she'd intervene like before, but all she did was raise her brows in question. If you want, I can add your name and your dates, if you have one, and you can pay your fee later. They both looked innocent, too innocent. Did they have an ulterior motive? The New Year's Eve ball was Shiloh's biggest event as it also marked the anniversary of its township. Since Jenna took off, he'd avoided that celebration like the plague. It was an event made for couples. If you didn't bring a date, you were matched up with one. A shudder went through him. Right now, neither option sounded appealing. Let me think about it, and I'll get back to you. It was a diplomatic answer, non-committal and one that wouldn't offend his new customer. Ginger shrugged a shoulder. Well, don't wait too long to think it over. We're almost at capacity now. I won't. You ladies have a good evening, and I'll be in touch shortly about the car. As soon as the door shut behind them, Aiden went for his jacket and headed out the back before anything else caused a delay.
Bailey Foster checked the settings on her camera, snapped a picture of her assistant, Macy, and then checked the image on the screen to make sure everything was just the way she wanted it. Bailey, are you ready to go yet? It's too cold to stand in one spot. Macy shifted from one foot to the other, her breath coming out in a white fog. She smiled at the impatient teenager. I'll remind you of that when we get to the end of this and you start complaining about how tired you are and that your feet are hurting. They had a long walk ahead of them as they followed the parade route from beginning to end. The parade would start at 3 o'clock, so the floats had begun lining up on First Street just after lunchtime. Bailey walked down the line taking photos of the setup. The sky was cloudy with an occasional appearance from the sun, making it a perfect day for pictures, but the cold had her fingers feeling stiff and clumsy. Macy had it right, it was too cold for standing still. She wished now that she'd worn something thicker than leggings under her skirt. The Shiloh's Elite Academy float was the last to line up. As she approached, the kids began to wave excitedly. It's Miss Bailey. Hi Miss Bailey. Cheese. She snapped pictures as their greetings rang out, taking extra care to get a shot of every child on this float. These would be going up on the bulletin board in the front office of the daycare center. One would think running a photography studio would be enough to keep anyone busy, but Bailey always felt she had too much time on her hands, so she'd also taken a part-time job at the academy. She was the official art instructor, which was a really pretentious title, considering the homely projects the preschoolers turned out. Despite her lack of experience, the owner, who was desperate for help and willing to work around Bailey's photography business, hired her without question. Plus, she enjoyed spending time with the kids. It was a good thing she didn't work there on Wednesdays, or she would have had to ask for the day off to take photographs. Sure, the parade was lots of fun, but it was also a way to drum up business for the studio. As she focused on taking pictures, Macy followed along handing out business cards with details of how they could acquire photos from the parade. Hopefully, they would remember her the next time they needed a photographer. Bailey checked her watch. She had 10 minutes before the procession would start. Moving along the parade route, she headed down Main Street and started taking photos of the spectators. Eventually, the parade would catch up to her. She anticipated the shots she'd get once the action started. Every once in a while, there would be another shout of Miss Bailey. She tried to throw her hand up each time, even if she couldn't locate the caller among the crowd. Just about the time the parade caught up to her, the first snowflakes began to fall. Everyone cheered and there were smiles all around. The forecast had only called for the possibility of a few flurries but nothing more. As long as it didn't start coming down in earnest, this would make for some awesome shots. She steadily snapped pictures of those in the crowd and of the floats passing by. One little boy caught her attention as he stood with his face up to the sky trying to capture snowflakes on his tongue. He seemed oblivious to the action around him. He reminded her of her ex-husband's son, Tristan. She had so much wanted to be a mother to the boy, but her efforts were doomed from the beginning. Bailey's mama was the one who had introduced her to Jason Holys, and it had been a whirlwind romance from the start. He was a widower with an adorable little boy. After one date that included the three of them, Bailey had been head over heels. Just 3 months after they met, the big white wedding with all the trimmings happened. A task made easier by the fact that marriage was the Foster family's business. Bailey's parents owned the little bit of love wedding chapel. Daddy officiated and Mama did the planning. Every wedded desire could be met all at one place in their hometown. In addition to Bailey's photography business, there was also a florist, a caterer, and a bridal shop owner in the family, not to mention a hairdresser and a dance instructor. All helped to make that big day even more special. Everything had been picture perfect for about 6 months. Then Jason started making trips to Colombia to see his sister, Trinity. These trips always seemed to fall on the weekends she had a photo shoot scheduled. Every time he loaded Tristan's things into the car to head off without her, she felt abandoned. The visits became more frequent, until about 2 weeks before their 1-year anniversary when Jason sat Bailey down and told her that he'd fallen in love with someone else. He was headed to Colombia again and told her not to be there when he got back. She cried and pleaded to no avail. He claimed she was making things worse than they needed to be. Good grief, how much worse could it get? Bailey moved back in with her parents thinking it would only be a temporary arrangement. Eventually, he'd come to his senses. 2 months later, she was served with divorce papers. She had no idea a marriage could be dissolved that fast, but apparently, there was nothing to it if you were willing to admit to adultery. Bailey took back her last name, and Jason married his sister's best friend, Olivia, the day after the divorce was final. "Are you okay?" Bailey lifted her camera and began snapping pictures without looking back at Macy. "I'm fine." A rumble sounded behind her, vibrating in her chest. She turned, anticipating the classic car, and watched as it slowly made its way down Main Street. The purple paint gleamed in the faint sunlight, as if a fresh coat had been applied. She snapped several pictures and then smiled and waved as Aunt Ginger passed by. When she stopped to change her memory card, Bailey heard her name being shouted. She knew before looking up that the high-pitched voice could belong to none other than Jamie Foster. Sure enough, here she came, barreling across the street right in front of Shiloh High School's marching band with her hand up as if she was directing traffic. The majorette's eyes widened at the near collision. "Bailey! Wait up! Oh, for goodness sakes, you can't hear a thing with all this noise." Her mama threw the band members a scornful look as they passed by while Bailey squatted down next to the parade route and resumed taking pictures. The band members' black and silver uniforms against the gray sky above made for some awesome shots. Mama pulled her teal pea coat closer together beneath her chin as Bailey turned and snapped a picture of her. "I just wanted to tell you, I found the perfect man for you. He has a good job, he's a Christian, and he's raising the cutest little girls all by himself. She stood and continued taking pictures as she spoke. I told you after the last guy that I didn't want you setting me up anymore. If I'm meant to date again, please just let the man ask me on his own, without interference. Bailey gave her a pointed look before she started walking again. She had a job to do, and if her mama wanted to talk to her, she'd have to keep up. I'm not trying to set you up. He's a car salesman. All you have to do is go to his job and act like you're interested in buying a car. Bailey pulled her camera down and looked at her mama. So now you think I'm so desperate that I need to lie and stalk a man just to get a date? She shook her head and started walking again. Mama followed. Just listen. It isn't like that. You really do need a car. Would you just stop? Bailey whipped around suddenly. No, you just stop. Just stop it, Mama. I don't mean to be mean, but that's enough. I do not need or want you to set me up with a date. Look at where your meddling has gotten me so far. Her mama just stood there with her mouth open. She didn't follow when Bailey turned to walk away, but guilt trailed along with her every step of the way. Bailey squeezed her eyes shut. She hadn't talked back to her mama since she was a teenager. But she deserved it. Hadn't she tried being polite? It didn't help. Maybe being rude was the only thing that would get through to the woman. Bailey walked on, taking pictures until the very end, but all the joy had been sucked out of the event.
As soon as the parade started to wind down, Aiden began pushing Riley's stroller toward the truck. He'd purposely parked at the beginning of the parade route so they could leave before everyone in Shiloh tried to head home at the same time. He stopped every so often to point out interesting floats rolling by. He missed the days when both girls could ride in the stroller together, but Kensley put up a fuss every time he even suggested it. Every once in a while, someone would call out to him, and he'd either throw his hand up or say a few words in passing, depending on how well he knew them. Right now, his biggest concern was getting the girls to the truck. Then he saw someone who stopped him in his tracks. His ex-wife was headed right for them. Jenna held on to the arm of the man walking next to her with both hands. Aiden wanted to turn away. He wanted to hide the kids from her, as if seeing them would make her want to take them from him. But there he stood, as if his feet were plastered to the ground. Kensley held on to the side of the stroller, and he placed his hand on her shoulder for his own peace of mind. Jenna's hair was darker and longer. She was thinner and wore more makeup than he ever remembered her using before. A tight pair of jeans and a short leather jacket completed the look. Everything about her style was different, but she could still turn heads. He knew the exact moment when Jenna recognized him. Her eyes widened slightly before she turned and placed a kiss on the man's shoulder. The man looked down at her, saying something that only she could hear, causing her to smile up at him. Aiden watched as they passed by until they disappeared into the crowd. "Did you know that woman, Daddy?" He looked down into a pair of innocent blue eyes. Kensley didn't even remember her own mama. "No, honey, I thought I had, but I didn't. Are you ready to get out of the cold and maybe get some hot cocoa? Are we going to see Santa Claus first?" Looking toward the procession going down the street, he could just make out the end of the parade. "He's almost here." He checked on Riley to find that despite the noise, she'd fallen asleep. They started walking toward the truck again. As Santa's sleigh got closer, he stopped and picked Kensley up so she'd have a better view. Trying to hide how shaken and distracted he really felt, he pretended to join in on her excitement. How could he have been so stupid? It should have been obvious from the beginning that he and Jenna were never meant to be together. It was embarrassing and just plain wrong how fast things moved after they met. Aiden had resisted temptation from the time he'd first noticed the differences between girls and boys until he was 24 years old, but it took Jenna less than a week to break down that guard. A month later, she came up pregnant. 2 weeks after that, they were married. And 6 months after the wedding, their first daughter made an early entrance into this world, weighing in at 8 pounds, 14 ounces. He wasn't stupid. He could do the math. But one look into Kensley's face, and it was love at first sight. Besides, God had forgiven him of his sins, who was he to hold his wife's sins against her, especially ones made before they even met? He had no reason to believe she'd stepped out on him once they were together. As far as Aiden was concerned, the baby was his. It wasn't until 6 months later that he began to suspect Jenna's unfaithfulness. She started going out with the girls. She called each one by name as she would recount one of their escapades, but the funny thing was, he'd never once met one of these women. If he asked too many questions, she'd accuse him of not trusting her. Well, she had a point. 18 months after Kensley was born, they had Riley. Aiden was in love all over again. A couple of things were noticeably different about Riley. Her hair was jet black and she had chocolate brown eyes. Now how did two blonde-haired, blue-eyed people end up with a baby with dark hair and eyes? If he hadn't been there when she was born, he would have sworn there had been a mix-up at the hospital. He couldn't help but notice the strange looks coming from family and friends as they would hold the new baby and study her features. Finally, Caleb just came out with it. "Man, you need to get a DNA test on this one." Then his gaze moved on to the firstborn. Kensley may have had Aiden's coloring, but other people could do math too. Being Aiden's closest friend, Caleb Palmer was probably the only person who could say what he thought without causing anger. His friend's suggestion had freed him to examine the facts for himself. When he started questioning Jenna, life became unbearable. They argued all the time. After a month of constant bickering, Aiden decided to let the issue drop. What did it matter anyway? He loved the girls as his own. The arguing quieted down, but things still weren't right between them. They didn't touch. They didn't kiss. It was like they were living in two separate worlds but together. Aiden began to wonder what was in this marriage for him. Jenna stayed home all day, but he did all the cooking and cleaning. She managed to take care of the girls until he got off from work, but then they became his sole responsibility. Taking the kids to a daycare while he worked would have been no different. He may as well not have a wife, and 6 weeks to the day after Riley was born, he didn't anymore. He'd returned home from work and opened the front door to an empty house. She'd taken practically everything they owned. His first thoughts were of the girls. Panic closed off his throat as he raced through the house to the nursery. He breathed a sigh of relief when he opened the door to find Kensley playing on the floor with some scattered toys and Riley asleep in her crib. How long had they been there alone? The thoughts of what could have happened were terrifying. Thankfully, that was all in the past now. Aiden buckled the girls into their car seats and was headed around the back of the truck when someone called his name. He turned and saw Caleb dodging through the crowd. He waited for him next to the tailgate. "You need a ride?" "Nah, man," Caleb ran his fingers through his dark hair. The nervous gesture put Aiden on immediate alert. "What's up?" "You'll never guess who I just saw." He lowered his voice. "Was it Jenna? You saw her too?" He nodded as he laid his arms across the top of the tailgate. Caleb placed his hand on Aiden's shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I haven't seen or heard anything about her in over a year. I was hoping that meant she'd moved out of the area. Maybe she's just here for a visit." "I hope so. You still love her, don't you?" Aiden turned and looked at his friend. They'd been over this before. He would have thought of all people, Caleb would know better by now. "What makes you think that? You look upset." "I figured the only reason you'd have to be upset is if you still loved her." "No, I don't love her. I'm not sure I ever did. I'm just angry. Do you know she walked right by us and never once glanced at the girls? What kind of woman does that? You're not mad because she's with another man?" "I couldn't care less about that. I can't even tell you what the man looked like. I only care about what effect her actions will have on the girls. Why do you keep bringing this up? I've told you 100 times that I don't love her." "Well, you don't date. You know, when it comes to a broken heart, what we say is not always real. I don't date because I don't want to get burned again. That's the only reason." "All right?" Caleb held his hands up between them. "No problem. I get it. You don't want to get hurt again." Aiden moved around toward the cab of the truck. "I've got to get the kids out of this cold. You sure you don't need a ride?" "No, I'm good. I'm parked on the other end. I'll see you later." "Later."
Bailey took one of her shoes off and massaged her foot. Why'd I wear boots today? Because, like any self-respecting, Southern woman, you care more about looking good than you do about being practical. Without looking up, Sadie continued unpacking their supper from the takeout bag. Are you coming to eat? Did you remember to get me 2 spring rolls? Sadie rolled her eyes. How could I forget? You order the same thing every Wednesday. Chicken with broccoli and 2 spring rolls. No fried rice, no duck sauce, no imagination. They had been taking turns ordering Chinese takeout every Wednesday before church since Bailey had moved into this tiny apartment above her parents' garage, right after Jason kicked her out. Sadie's order was always whatever was on special that day. She enjoyed the variety and the surprise of never knowing what she'd get. Bailey had tried other stuff, but the chicken with broccoli was her favorite, so why bother with anything else? After repeating the process with her other foot, she started toward the kitchenette to join Sadie when she heard the tap, tap, tap of doggy paws on the floor coming up behind her. She turned and pointed back toward the living room. Winston, you know the rules. The little brown and white Yorkie pug gave her a soulful look before turning and slowly making his way back over to his bed next to the couch. He stopped and looked over his shoulder several times along the way, hoping she'd relent. After turning in a few circles, he settled down, his gaze going back toward the kitchen table, just in case Bailey changed her mind. Sadie insisted Bailey had paid way too much money for a mixed-breed mutt. She didn't care. She could count on Winston for unwavering love, making him worth every penny as far as she was concerned. Bailey sat down at the 2-seater table. So, what did you get? Sadie picked up a puffy pastry with her chopsticks and waved it in front of her before dipping it in the red sauce on her plate. Crab rangoon. Want a bite? EW. No. Bailey picked up one of her spring rolls and rocked it between her fingers, taking in the crispy goodness while anticipating that first bite. Are you not going to wash your hands? My feet are clean. She took a big bite of the roll and smiled at her friend. So, I heard you and your mama got into it right in the middle of Main Street. Who was she trying to set you up with this time? Bailey gave an exaggerated huff. Some car salesman, and I can't believe you heard about that already. That's what you get for hiring my little sister to work for you. A car salesman, huh? I don't think I've ever met one who wasn't a little creepy. She wanted me to pretend I wanted a new car just to scope the guy out. Well, you do need one. Sadie tucked her chin as she wiped red sauce from the top of her white blouse. There's nothing wrong with my Cavalier. Sadie looked up from the spot she'd been unsuccessful at removing. It's over 15 years old. So. It still runs. Besides, I happen to like my car. Sadie pushed her plate away from her. Are you going to do it? Bailey popped the last bite of spring roll into her mouth and spoke around it. Do what? Check the guy out? No. I asked Mama if she thought I was desperate enough to tell lies and become a stalker just to get a date. Guilt pricked at her. I think I really hurt her feelings. Sadie leaned back in her seat. Well, good for you. No offense to your mama, but she pushes you around way too much. Would you have talked back to your mama like that? Are you kidding me? My mom would knock me into the middle of next week if I did something like that. Besides, she doesn't even want me to date. Bailey could practically hear Karen Harding's opinion about such things. The only reason to have a relationship is to get married, and a woman shouldn't need anyone else to make her feel complete. This world is crowded enough without bringing more into it. Why would anyone want to bring a child into this cruel world? No doubt, the woman was just bitter over the fact that she'd been left to raise 2 kids alone. Bailey knew how it felt to be abandoned by the one you loved, but she didn't think she would have been too upset at gaining a couple of babies. It would have been a better return for her broken heart than what she had now, nothing.
Aiden stared at the email giving the delivery date for one special order, plum crazy purple Dodge Challenger for Bertha Thompson, aka Aunt Ginger. 2 days had passed since she'd made the order, but the day's events were etched in his mind. He picked up the phone and punched in the number from the computer screen in front of him before he lost his nerve. It would have been easier to email her, but he was looking for something more than just letting her know the delivery date. Aiden recognized the deep southern twang of the woman answering the phone. Miss Ginger, this is Aiden Weaver over here at Weaver Dodge. How are you doing this morning? Fine, just fine. Is there a problem with my car? No, ma'am. I just wanted to let you know that your Challenger is scheduled to be delivered January the 28th. That's wonderful news. Will I be able to pick it up that day? As long as there are no problems, which I don't expect there to be. I'll give you a call as soon as it's ready so you can make arrangements to come get it, or if you prefer, someone can pick you up and bring you back here to finalize everything. That sounds good. Sounds very good indeed. Listen, would it be possible for you to email this information to me? I'd like to print it out for my records. Do you have my email address? He felt like a fool. This is what he should have done to begin with instead of calling. Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to send it to you. There was a long pause before she spoke again while he silently begged her to bring up Shiloh's New Year's Eve ball again. She'd asked him about it a couple of days ago. He hadn't been interested at the time, but things had changed. Was there anything else on your mind, son? He cleared his throat. This wasn't going to be easy. When you were here, you told me that if I wanted to go to your town's celebration, you'd put my name on the list, and I could come by later to pay. Is it too late to do that? Why, no. I'd be happy to add your name. Are you bringing a date, or would you like the committee to pick one for you? They can pick for me. That would be fine, but I'd like to pay for me and my date. Call me old-fashioned, but I wouldn't feel right otherwise. There's nothing wrong with that. I do like a gentleman. I'll let the committee know. You can go by the town hall to pay, or you can come by the annex building. I happen to know someone will be there today to take your money and information. There's a lot to do to get ready for the big day. Thank you, Miss Ginger. I'll do that, and I'll send you that email as soon as I get off the phone. Thanks, Aiden. He said his goodbyes and then sat staring at the phone for a moment. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his blue dress shirt. He'd almost lost his nerve, but it was done. Too late to back out now. After seeing Jenna at the parade on the arm of another man, he'd thought of little else. She'd moved on, so why hadn't he? That night he'd decided to get back into the dating game. If for no other reason, it would prove to himself and everyone else that he was no longer attached to his ex-wife. His friends and family had given up trying to set him up on dates long ago. If he told them he was ready to date again, there wasn't a one of them who wouldn't jump at the chance to help find him that perfect mate, but that wasn't what he wanted. Casual was fine for now. That's what was so perfect about the New Year's Eve celebration. He'd be set up with a complete stranger. There would be no pressure for a lasting relationship from a blind date. Just before lunchtime, Caleb showed up unexpectedly. Aiden had planned to use part of his break to head to the annex building and pay for his ball tickets. He'd had no intention of telling anyone just yet, but his friend was sure to find out soon enough. Might as well be today. Hey man, what's up? Caleb smiled as he thumped Aiden's shoulder with the back of his hand. Nothing. Just thought I'd let you treat me to lunch. You out of money again? He knew that wasn't the case. Caleb ran a fairly successful roofing company. This was one of their ongoing jokes. Today's payday. I'm good at least until Monday. But I know how privileged it makes you feel to pay my way. I didn't want to deny you that pleasure. Their jokes didn't always make sense. Aiden grabbed his coat, pulling it on as he walked toward the door. I just need to make a quick trip to the city annex building, and then we can eat. He made a point of not looking at Caleb as they walked toward the truck. Any moment, his friend's curiosity would peak and the questions begin. As he drove toward the annex, they used the short trip to catch up on the past couple of days. There wasn't much to talk about other than work. The parking lot was full. Aiden didn't plan to be there long, so he just pulled up to the front door. Caleb followed him in but still hadn't asked what they were doing there. Maybe Aiden could talk him into signing up too. It might be easier that way. As far as he knew, Caleb had never attended the ball. A silver-haired woman stood at a table just inside the door, gathering stacks of papers into a pile. Ma'am, I came by to pay for my tickets to the ball. Miss Ginger Thompson said this was the place to be. Her blue eyes peeked out between gray eyebrows and a pair of bright red reading glasses perched on the end of her nose. Aunt Ginger signed you up? It would seem that everyone called the woman Aunt Ginger, even those who were obviously older than her. Yes, ma'am. Just this morning. One moment. She flipped through the stack of papers, while grumbling about the fact that it was past time for lunch. You signed up for the ball? Aiden could feel Caleb's stare even as he carefully kept his gaze trained on the woman before them. Yes, I did. Who are you taking? Aiden cleared his throat but still didn't look at his friend. The couples committee is picking someone for me. What if they set you up with the wrong woman? He finally turned to look at Caleb. It's just one night. It isn't even a real date. If it doesn't work out, we just won't see each other again. Is this about Jenna? It sort of was about her, but he couldn't tell him that. I'm just ready to date again, okay? I didn't want a setup from one of my friends. I thought this would be less complicated. That's all. I found it. The lady across the table pulled her glasses further up her nose. It says here that you plan to pay for your date's ticket as well, but you want the couples committee to do the choosing. Yes, ma'am, that's right. Male or female? Ma'am? She looked up through her reading glasses which magnified her blue-gray eyes. This ball is being put on by the city, so we have to ask. Do you want a male or a female date? The temperature in the room suddenly felt 10 degrees hotter. Female. She wrote his choice on the piece of paper in front of her. That'll be $240. He pulled a fold of money from his wallet and counted out the correct amount while she wrote a receipt. What about you, young man? We still have a few spots left, and men are usually in short supply. Caleb glanced at him before looking back at the woman. If the man pays for him and a date and the woman pays for herself, what happens to the extra money? Any money that's not used for this year's celebration goes into a fund for next year. In that case, I just want one ticket, and I definitely want a female date. He looked a little put out as he handed the woman his money and gave his name and information, but it didn't bother Aiden. He was just relieved he wouldn't be going into this alone.
Oh good, you're still here. Bailey turned from unlocking her car door to see Aunt Ginger heading her way across the academy's parking lot, the ends of her green scarf bouncing with every step. She'd never hunted her down like this before. Something must be wrong. Thoughts immediately went to Momma. Bailey hadn't spoken to her in 3 days. What if something happened? She never wanted her last memory of her Momma to be one of her running off at the mouth the way she had. The woman pursed her lips together and shook her head as she looked at Bailey's car. I can't believe you even bother locking that thing. My offer still stands. If you ever want to get a decent car, I'd be happy to co-sign for you. Bailey relaxed a little. If Aunt Ginger was taking the time to trash talk her car, nothing could be too much wrong. I love this car. It's a classic. Honey, my Challenger is a classic. Don't you go throwing them in the same category. This thing, well, she just shook her head again. It was a 1999 Chevy Cavalier. The red paint was faded, and one of the windows no longer worked. There was a hole in the muffler. Bailey definitely wouldn't be sneaking up on anyone in it. This was the first and only car she'd ever owned. Despite all the jokes and comments it invoked, she really did love her car. As long as it still ran, this was what she'd be driving. Did you come all the way over here to talk about my car? Aunt Ginger tilted her head down and looked up at Bailey as if she was looking over a pair of glasses, but they hung on the beaded chain around her neck. Are you trying to get smart with me now too? No ma'am. She was duly chastised. She'd never tried it, but Bailey somehow knew her disrespect wouldn't go over as easy with Aunt Ginger as it had with her Momma. She stood as patiently as she could, waiting for the woman to make her point, all the while trying not to think of the fact that she had a photography session to get to. Here, I came to give you this. There was an envelope in her outstretched hand which Bailey slowly reached for. She studied Aunt Ginger's features, trying to determine if she was angry or not. She pulled a card from the unsealed envelope. What's this? It's a ticket to the ball. She knew that much. What she didn't understand was why it was being given to her. I didn't sign up for the ball. I mean, of course I'll be there taking pictures, but I've never needed a ticket before. Does this mean? Her mouth went dry. She'd attended the ball every year, but after her failed marriage and a broken engagement, it had never been with a date. She hadn't needed to purchase a ticket before. She'd just show up, take pictures, and grab a bite to eat in the kitchen with a few other hopelessly single women who were just there to work and be a part of the festivities without actually participating. Every time anything went on in Shiloh, Bailey was there to capture it with her camera. She was the unofficial town photographer. She'd send the pictures into the local paper, and they would pay her a small amount for her troubles. I didn't purchase this ticket. Well, it has been taken care of, nonetheless. I expect you'll be getting a letter from the couples committee soon with your date's name and contact information. Maybe you can coordinate your outfits and get to know one another before the big day, if you so desire. Did Mama set this up? Aunt Ginger placed both hands on her ample hips. Jamie had nothing to do with this. You don't have to marry the man, but there's nothing wrong with two young people getting together for our town's celebration. You'll be surrounded by a bunch of people the whole time. It probably won't even seem like a date. Do you have a dress yet? And I don't mean that tired, brown one you've been wearing for the past few years either. Bailey had planned to wear the same dress. It was fine for what she usually did at the celebration. She liked fading into the background when she took photos. She got better shots that way. Now she'd definitely have to go shopping. I'll find something. If you need money, just let me know. I got you into this thing. It's the least I can do. Bailey wondered, and not for the first time, where the woman got her money. I'm sure I can manage. Good, good. Well, let me get back over to the annex. There's still lots to do. I'll see you Sunday at church. Bailey got into her car and headed toward the studio. She must have been on autopilot, because she hardly remembered the trip. She hadn't dated much in the last couple of years. In fact, her last date had been about 9 months ago. Now she was about to be set up on a blind date by a committee who probably didn't know a thing about her or the man they would set her up with.
After morning church services were over, Aiden and the girls headed to his parents' home like they did every Sunday afternoon. His father met them at the door, taking Riley from his arms, and began helping her out of her coat. "There's Papa's little munchkin." "What about me, Papa? Am I your munchkin too?" "No, you're my little sweetie pie." This was Kensley's favorite game between her and her grandfather. She giggled when he leaned down and pressed her to his side for a tickle and hug. He took her by the hand and they headed into the dining room, leaving Aiden to trail behind. Once in the dining room, Mom helped Kensley into her booster seat while his dad set Riley in the high chair. Both girls held out their hands, waiting for a squirt of hand sanitizer before Mom passed the bottle to Aiden. Virginia Weaver hated to keep lunch waiting. He half expected her to start fussing again because he'd decided to take his family to a different church from the one he grew up in, one that didn't always let out precisely at 12 o'clock. There was nothing wrong with the Presbyterian church where he'd been raised, but it was filled with people closer to his parents' age. He'd longed for a place that would engage him and his children and had felt God leading him to community fellowship. They all loved it there. Steam and the scent of Mom's meatloaf wafted into the air as she uncovered the dishes of food, placing the lids on the antique sideboard. They all held hands, and his dad said the prayer. Once every plate was full, they began eating. There was nothing quite like a home-cooked meal on Sunday afternoon. Contentment could be found in every bite. "So, Aiden, tell us what's new in your life." Aiden stifled the urge to roll his eyes. Since they worked together, his father knew all about his life. But this too was part of an age-old tradition that must be upheld. At least this time there was one event he could share that they hadn't been privy to. "I signed up to attend the New Year's Eve ball in Shiloh." Me and Kayla both did. His parents shared a look. He'd always been intrigued by their silent messages. "That's nice, dear. Who are you taking?" Mom looked up, then covered her mouth, her eyes going wide. "You're not taking Jenna, are you? I heard she was back in town." She whispered Jenna's name much the same way she did whenever she said a bad word, or at least what passed for one to her. If the whisper had been for the benefit of the kids, she may as well have used a megaphone. Kensley's attention was zeroed in on her grandmother's face. "No. Never, ever. Not in a billion years. Not if she were the last female on the planet. No, no. We haven't even spoken in over 2 years now, and I don't expect to ever hear from her again. Me and Caleb decided to let the couples committee pick a date for us. Oh, well, that's nice. Do you need someone to keep the kids? They can spend the night here. Yay! We get to spend the night with Gigi and Papa. Kensley grabbed Riley's hand and started bouncing in her seat. Riley had no idea what the excitement was about, but if her sister was happy, it must be something good. She smiled, showing a mouthful of mashed potatoes. He hated to be the one to bust their bubbles. Not tonight, Kensley. It'll be weeks from now, after Christmas. Oh. Her lips turned downward, and her little shoulders slumped. Mom patted her on the arm. I'm sure the two of you will be over before then. We'll have to plan another tea party soon. With a grin, she went back to eating her lunch. Dad rested his forearms on the edge of the table. Son, do you think that's such a good idea? There are some trashy people in this world. You don't want to be connected to anyone like that. It's just one night, Dad. I'm not looking to get remarried or anything like it. If it turns out bad, I'll just eat my meal and come home early. Neither of Aiden's parents had ever tried to interfere in his romantic life before. Jenna was most definitely a mistake, but it had been his mistake to make. However, now they were a little more cautious since his divorce. Mom's parents had protested vehemently against her choice of a husband. She'd been a socialite in this town, and Travis Weaver would never be good enough for their daughter. She'd married him anyway. Her parents had refused to come around until Aiden was born. It had been only half-hearted then, but since his own girls had come along without an ounce of their blood running through their veins, his grandparents were no longer speaking to him. At least they were still having something to do with Aiden's sisters. They had insisted on paying for Emma and Hannah's college educations even though Travis Weaver could well afford to send his daughters now that he'd made a name and fortune for himself. Their grandparents were even sending both of them on a European vacation over the upcoming Christmas break. Something about the extravagant trip seemed underhanded to Aiden, like they were purposely keeping them away from their family. If his dad had the same thoughts, he'd never shared them.
Bailey had managed to avoid her family for 5 days since her heated exchange with her momma. She'd even gone as far as visiting a different church on Sunday. But today was family night. On Tuesday nights, you didn't make plans, you didn't work. If you were a foster, you had better be deathly ill or in the ground if you didn't show up for family night, Mama's rule. Bailey turned off all the lights in her apartment except for the lamp on the table beside her. She curled up on the end of her sofa with Winston, an Afghan, and a book, with no intention of doing anything else that night. Let Mama think about what she'd done a little longer. Maybe she'd finally stop meddling. Winston jumped from the couch to sound the alarm that someone was coming up the stairs. No one could accuse him of not doing his job. He looked to her as he continued barking. Don't worry, Mom. I'll protect you. Bailey didn't bother getting up. She knew who it would be. There was a light tap on the door just before her daddy opened and came in. Baby girl, why are you sitting here alone in the dark? I'm not in the dark, Daddy. The whole house doesn't have to be lit up just for me to read a book. He took the few steps necessary to cross the small garage apartment and sat down on the other end of the couch. What I mean is, why are you here when you should be at the house with your family? I don't feel much like going tonight, so I decided to take the night off. He blew out an exasperated breath. Honey, you can't keep avoiding your mama. You need to go apologize. Apologize? Daddy, she needs to stop pushing every man she meets on me like she thinks the world will come to an end if I'm not matched up with the man of her dreams. She's just trying to help, baby girl. Besides, that still doesn't give you the right to embarrass her in front of the whole town of Shiloh. I didn't raise you to be disrespectful to your mama. The whole town. Really? What about her respecting me? I've politely asked her 1,000,000 times to stop her matchmaking, but she never listens. Maybe me being rude was the only way to get through to her. That's enough. Your mama needs help getting supper on the table, and I expect you over there in 5 minutes with an apology. Now, I mean what I say. 5 minutes. He upheld 5 fingers as he got up to leave, as if she needed an illustration to go along with his command. There was no arguing with him, but she was tempted to wait at least 10 minutes before heading that way. She mumbled under her breath as she shoved her feet into her flip-flops. What good was an apology without meaning? The truth was, she felt bad for the way she'd said it, but if she apologized, Mama would just go right back to meddling and feel justified in her efforts. When Bailey stepped through the back door, Mama didn't even look up as she washed dishes. Her bottom lip was pushed out in a pout, and her movements were stiff and jerky. Truth be told, Bailey really did hate having this rift between them. She walked over and hugged her shoulders from behind. Mama, I love you, and I'm sorry for the way I talked to you the other day. I was just trying to help. There was no call for you to be hateful. And I said I was sorry. Mama just nodded her head. She always did have a hard time letting anything go. She didn't say another word, but Bailey knew this wasn't the last time she'd bring it up. She began transferring all the food from the stove to the dining room table, adding more guilt on herself for not being here to help with the preparation. Bailey heard her sister-in-law, Lauren, in the living room. The familiar bitterness twisted her gut. How come she was never expected to help? Mama had treated her like an honored guest when she and Preston first started dating, and marriage hadn't changed anything. She didn't have anything against Lauren. The girl oozed sweetness to anyone she came into contact with. That's not what bothered her. It was just that Lauren seemed to have everything she wanted. She married her childhood sweetheart right out of high school, and unlike Bailey's failed attempt at matrimony, it seemed to be a good match. She was beautiful with her dark hair, smoky brown eyes, and a dancer's body. Bailey's brother, Preston, had always been the family favorite, and that favor now included his wife. In fact, they all looked like they belonged together, with Bailey being the only blonde-headed outcast in the Foster family. Her brother used to say their parents had found her in the woods behind their house and only took her in because they felt sorry for her. It almost felt believable at times. Her brother and sister-in-law looked particularly happy during the family meal that night, which only irritated Bailey further. Bailey, go get the dessert and bring it in. Mama beamed a smile at her daughter-in-law. Lauren made her famous chocolate cake. It's in there on the counter. Bailey gathered dirty paper plates and used napkins to deposit in the trash can once she got to the kitchen. Why couldn't Lauren bring her own cake to the table? There was nothing special about it anyway. Anybody could follow the directions on a box of cake mix. She placed the layered cake in the center of the table. As soon as she sat back down, Lauren pulled an envelope from her lap and handed it to Mama. Mom, Dad, we have something special we wanted to share with you tonight. It isn't my birthday, is it? Mama smiled back at Lauren as she took the envelope. Connor, do you know what this is about? No idea. Daddy leaned in to look over her shoulder. Congratulations on. There was a loud squeal just before tears leaked from her eyes. Mama buried her head in Daddy's shoulder, and he wrapped his arms around her. Bailey got a sick feeling deep in her stomach. She was just about to snatch the card up to see for herself when Mama turned with a beaming, tear-streaked face. I can't believe y'all are going to have a baby. I'm finally going to be a mama. Nausea tried to make its way upward. The burning sensation in her nose and behind her eyes was almost unbearable, but she wouldn't cry. Conversation flowed back and forth between her family, and for once, she was glad to be forgotten. Mama held Lauren's hand now, looking at her like she was God's gift to the Foster family. Do you have a due date yet? Right now, the doctor is thinking it'll be the first week in August. Preston almost glowed from the excitement. She hadn't even known they were trying to have a child. Have you picked out any names? Lauren looked at Preston before answering. I've always liked Peyton for a girl's name. Peyton? What kind of name is that? You ought to name it Jamie. Jamie can go for a boy or a girl. Lauren didn't seem bothered by her mother-in-law's opinion. Maybe she thought her suggestion was a joke, but Bailey knew otherwise. She started slicing and serving the cake. Her hands shook, but no one seemed to notice. What about if it's a boy? Other than my own name, I've always liked the name Mitchell. Preston spoke up around the bite of cake he was chewing on. Oh Mama, that's too old-fashioned. Lauren and I were thinking maybe Trey. It could be Trey Mitchell or Jamie Trey. He frowned and shook his head at his mama while Little Miss Perfect still sat there with a serene smile on her face and an untouched slice of cake in front of her. Bailey started gathering the leftovers from their meal to take to the kitchen. She sat them on the stove and then leaned back against the counter, listening to their conversation. She needed to get it together and go back in there to congratulate them. No one had noticed her lack of response, but later they might think back and recognize the fact that she hadn't participated in any of the excitement. She was just about to head back to the dining room when she heard Mama's next suggestion. You could name it Jackson. Bailey threw her hand over her mouth and swallowed hard, trying to mask the unexpected sobs. She quietly eased out the back door and headed back to her apartment. How could her mama suggest Jackson, knowing it was the name she'd picked for her future son, one that may never be born? Since Wednesday was her day off from the academy, Bailey had back-to-back photo shoots lined up at her studio all day. It was mostly people wanting Christmas pictures made. She remembered the days when Mama used to take her and Preston to the local superstore where they would sit in front of a fake backdrop with a Christmas scene printed on it. Even then, it had struck her as strange to take a picture of a picture, not to mention the fact that the photos produced there were downright cheesy. Her studio had a fully decorated Christmas tree, an arbor lit with white twinkle lights, and a lifelike winter scene in the corner where she could even make realistic-looking snow fall on her subjects. She flipped the switch on her stereo system as soon as she set her purse and water bottle down. Cheerful Christmas music played softly in the background. The music would help get everyone in the perfect mood for taking photographs. Macy never showed up until just a few minutes before work began, and it was still a good 20 minutes before her first scheduled appointment. The music was more to lighten her own mood at the moment. Bailey hadn't been able to get what happened the night before out of her mind. She really was happy for her brother and his wife. But it just wasn't fair. Preston was 4 years younger than her. Lauren was even younger than that. How could it be rational that they should have a good marriage and a baby on the way, while Bailey had nothing but heartache? Her own stupidity was to blame for her failed marriage, but the lack of children, that was all on God. For some reason, he'd chosen polycystic ovarian syndrome as her body's own personal challenge. Her PCOS was a mild case, but the older she got, the less her chances were of getting pregnant. She'd prayed countless times, giving this problem along with her fears over to God, but every once in a while bitterness raised its ugly head, threatening to take her under. She was staring off into space feeling sorry for herself when Preston opened the door to her studio. He stood there in his floral print apron with a basket of daisies interspersed with tiny pink rosebuds in his hand and a look of concern on his face. Special delivery. This wasn't the first time he'd brought her flowers. Preston owned Foster's Florist, residing in the building right next door to her studio. She always loved the fact that the floral fragrance from his business seemed to seep right through the walls. The owner of the sportsman's shop on the other side of him had made it plain that he didn't feel the same way. Those are for me. What's the occasion? She tried putting on a cheerful front. I know our little announcement last night has gotten you down. Bailey reached for the flowers with one hand and drew him into a hug with the other. It was amazing that her brother had always been able to read her, while their parents remained clueless. There was no use pretending that his news hadn't been hard, but she hated the fact that her reaction must have diminished his excitement. I'm sorry it affected me the way it did. I just wasn't expecting it, but I'm happy for both of you. Really, I am. Did Mama finally talk you into giving the baby her name after I left? Yes, she was trying to lighten the mood, but Preston's gesture had in fact made her feel slightly better. Jamie? Really? You think me and Lauren have no more imagination than that? I don't know what name we'll choose, but I doubt it'll be one Mama picks out. One thing you don't have to worry about, sis, we won't be using any of the names you've chosen for your future kids either. I don't know what she was thinking by suggesting Jackson. She probably thought there will never be a Jackson in the family unless you have one. He shook his head. You don't know that. Preston. He grabbed her arm, and she turned to look at him. No, Bailey. You don't know what God has in mind for you. He knows how much you want a family, and I believe He will give one to you someday. I honestly do. She pulled him into another hug as she blinked back tears. If she ever did have a son, Bailey hoped he would be as sweet as her baby brother. Bailey was exhausted by quitting time. She set the Chinese food on her kitchen table just as Sadie walked through the door with the mail in her hand. Her friend held up a cream-colored envelope with calligraphy handwriting on the front of it. Why does this look suspiciously like an invitation to the New Year's Eve ball? probably because it is an invitation to the New Year's Eve ball. Bailey took the envelope and tore it open. I didn't know you needed to buy a ticket if you're only there to take pictures. I won't be just taking pictures this year. Aunt Ginger signed me up, and I said I'd go. The invitation with embossed lettering slid out of the enclosed card. Bailey noticed the unique number printed in the corner. It told which table she was assigned to, and assured that she'd be matched up with the correct date. This had become necessary because one year a fight broke out when two men tried to claim the same date. Sadie tilted her head and placed a hand on her hip. Please, tell me you didn't let the couples committee set you up. Who else would I go with? She grabbed her forehead dramatically. Why didn't you ask me? I would have found someone for you. Who are you going with? She never talked about who she was dating. Bailey believed it was because Sadie didn't want to encourage her to try again. Her friend thought Bailey was destined for a life of being single. Evan Brunson. From church? There's nothing wrong with Evan. Judging from Sadie's comment and expression, Bailey guessed she hadn't been too successful at keeping her thoughts from showing. The girl was right. There was nothing wrong with Evan Brunson. He was smart, in a very nerdy sort of way. Who are you going with? Let me see that. Sadie snatched the card away and flipped it open. Aiden Weaver. Why does that name sound familiar? Bailey took the card back from her. There was an email address and a phone number listed under his name. Aiden Weaver at weaverdodge.com. He must work at Weaver Dodge. Works there, he's a weaver, so he probably owns the place. Or he's the owner's son. For some reason, Sadie just stood staring into the bag of food sitting on the table. There was nothing for her to see except for some styrofoam containers and a bag of spring rolls. I don't remember going to school with any Weavers, so he has to be way younger than you, or he's an old man. This is why I won't let those old ladies on the couples committee set me up with a date. They set Jenny Carpenter up with a man old enough to be her father once. I heard she invited him herself. Let's eat. Our food is probably already cold. Bailey grabbed paper plates and drinks, while Sadie unloaded the food onto the table. Before they even said a prayer, Sadie had her phone out with her fingers tapping rapidly across the screen. What are you doing? Looking up Weaver Dodge's website. I'll bet there's a picture of him on there. You know your mama set this up, don't you? This is probably that car salesman she was going on about before. She isn't on the committee, and besides, I asked Aunt Ginger, and she assured me that mama had nothing to do with it. Bailey took a bite from the lukewarm piece of chicken captured between her chopsticks. She tried to act nonchalant about the whole thing, but she felt clammy on the inside, and her hands shook a little. Why was this making her feel so nervous? It would only be one date. Bingo. We have a winner. Sadie leaned in closer to the screen. He's cute. Bailey's hand shot out, and she wiggled her fingers impatiently. Let me see. Sadie handed over the phone. The girl wasn't lying. A very good-looking man stared back at her. Blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and he wore a suit. What would he think of her? If your mama didn't set this up, then Aunt Ginger was the one to pick him out for you. She wouldn't do that. She's always telling me to let God handle it. If she hadn't set this up, and mama didn't do it, could it be a sign from God? Doubtful. She handed the phone back to Sadie. Are you going to contact him? Bailey bit down on her thumbnail. I don't know. Do you think I should? I'd at least let him know what color your dress is so you don't clash. Did you see that hot pink bow tie Evan had on at church Sunday? I told him he'd better not wear that thing to the dance. I know he has a black suit. I think I'll buy him a nice tie so I can make sure it matches my dress. I can't say that I trust him to get the right color. You've seen how he dresses. She'd never even mentioned Evan before now. They didn't seem a likely match. Sometimes Bailey thought maybe Sadie picked the oddballs on purpose because she really didn't want it to work out.
The closer it got to Christmas, the more car sales bottomed out. The salespeople at Weaver Dodge spent more time standing around the front counter talking than anything else. Lily didn't seem to mind. Her mother kept them supplied in holiday cookies and homemade candy. It was getting close to lunchtime when Caleb came strutting through the front door with a big goofy grin on his face. He held up a fancy envelope. Did you get yours? What is it? My invitation to the ball. You'll never guess who they matched me up with. Miss Shiloh, that's who. Her name is Savannah Stallings, and she was Shiloh's beauty queen 2 years ago. Can you believe it? He'd never seen his friend this excited over a blind date before. You're going to the ball? He could hear the hurt in Lily's voice. Aiden had never led her on, but he hated to be the cause of that disappointed look on her face. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. One of my customers suggested it. He needed to shut his trap. If he kept making excuses, she might think he regretted not asking her. He looked back toward Caleb, hoping for a way out of this conversation, but he was busy with his phone. Just then he whipped the screen around to face Aiden. Take a look at this. A beautiful woman with long, highlighted, brown curls framing a flawless face stared back at him with alluring gray-blue eyes. She wore a silver crown on her head and a blue sash across her low-cut dress, declaring her Miss Shiloh. There was a lot of noise coming from the men taking turns looking at the picture. Then Robert Keller asked the question that everyone else was probably thinking. How can a girl like that not have her own date to the ball? Do you think something has happened to her to change her looks? Maybe she was in an accident or something. Lily had the phone now, but she'd scrolled past the picture. It says here she plans to use this experience to write a blog series about what it's like to go on a date with the average man. Who does she think she is? This is Shiloh, not Hollywood. Did you know about this? She turned the screen back toward Caleb. He took his phone, scrolled back up to her picture, and grinned. Yeah, I saw that. It doesn't matter to me. After this is over, I'll still be the only one of my friends who can claim having gone on a date with a beauty queen. Aiden had no doubt he was telling the truth. None of their friends would be able to make that boast. The thing was, Caleb had high standards when it came to women, but those standards had little to do with outward appearances. Which made it hard to believe he'd decided to go with a complete stranger, especially one who surely planned to highlight his every flaw to the public. He slapped Caleb on the back. Let's go to lunch. Maybe if we leave early, we can beat the lunch crowd. You just read my mind. Let's go. Aiden grabbed his coat, and they headed out the door to get into Caleb's truck. So, do you know who you're taking to the ball yet? Man, I haven't checked my mail in 3 days. Caleb glanced at him before returning his attention to the road ahead of them. 3 days? I thought you'd be biting at the bit to find out who you're going with, seeing as how you haven't been on a date in over 2 years. I don't care who it is. I'm just hoping she's not a blonde. I don't trust blonde-headed women. Most of them are fakes who get theirs from a bottle anyway. It was a joke really, even if he did hope the girl reminded him nothing of his ex-wife. He wasn't ready to have a serious conversation about why he decided to sign up for this in the first place. Hair color is no indication of how a person will be. What about redheads? Remember that one from junior high? What was her name? Caleb drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. Are you talking about Sadie Harding? Yeah, Sadie. Remember how you swore off redheads after one date with her? You said they were all crazy, and you'd never go out with one again. Man, we were in junior high. You can't drag up something I said back then. Besides, they say blondes are dumb, and you're a blonde. Well, I guess that was a bad example. Caleb laughed and Aiden punched him in the arm. Aiden waited until after he put the girls to bed before opening the envelope containing his invitation. As soon as he saw the name on the card, he knew this was none other than Jamie Foster's daughter. This had to be more than a coincidence. At the time that Jamie had accompanied her friend to the dealership, he hadn't connected her to the Fosters of Shiloh's wedded bliss fame. Anything remotely related to weddings in that town carried the Foster name. If Jenna hadn't already been pregnant at the time, he probably would have used their services for his own wedding. Just like him, the girl had used her work email address. He opened his laptop and did a search for Foster Photography's website. Yep, she was a blonde. Aiden clicked on Bailey's picture and then enlarged it. The color looked natural, like his, without all the weird streaks women added to try and fake the natural look. She had large, almond-shaped, hazel eyes. That's different. He sighed with relief. Other than the blonde hair, nothing about the girl reminded him of Jenna. Maybe the date wouldn't be so bad after all. A stalker. That's what he'd become in just a few days' time. Aiden couldn't stop thinking about Bailey. What was she like? Would their date be a good one? He got up the next morning and searched for her Facebook page. There were hundreds of pictures of her ranging from early childhood to the present. He'd only skimmed through about a third of them when he had to close it down because he heard the girls stirring. Kensley was too smart for her own good, and he didn't want to have to explain who the strange woman in all the pictures was to his daughter. Every time he got a free moment throughout the day, he'd catch himself flipping through more of her photos, knowing the whole time that what he was doing wasn't normal. He'd never obsessed over a girl like this before. Sunday, after he put the girls down for their afternoon nap, he ended up back on her photography website. He opened her latest public file. Vibrant photos of the Christmas parade filled the page. When had his life become so boring that he would spend his free time looking at pictures of strangers? He was just about to shut down the computer when he came to one of him and the girls. It was a really good picture. The photo had to have been taken before he ran into Jenna. All three of them looked happy. It was so odd looking at this image for the first time and knowing who had taken the photo. What had Bailey thought when she snapped this picture? He'd love to have a copy of it. All the pictures on the website were watermarked with the Foster Photography emblem and were listed with a code for ordering. If he ordered copies, then she'd probably guess he'd been creeping around on her site. He could get Caleb to order one for him, but then he'd know what his friend had been up to. As soon as he got the first break on Monday morning, Aiden found himself typing in her email address. He sat there staring at the blank screen. What could he say to start a conversation with this complete stranger? Hi. Brilliant. Now what? The cursor sat there blinking as if mocking him. I assume by now you've received your ticket to the New Year's Eve celebration, and I just wanted to touch base with you. So far, so good. I thought I would have heard from you. Backspace, 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 backspace. What color are you wearing to the backspace, 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 backspace? Aiden took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. All he wanted to do was open the line of communication between them. This shouldn't be that hard. Hi. I assume by now you've received your ticket to the New Year's Eve celebration, and I just wanted to touch base with you. If there's anything you'd like from me concerning the ball, please let me know. Thanks. Aiden Weaver. It probably sounded too formal, but it would do. He hit send before he could back out and then sat staring at the screen for a minute or two. It was email, not instant messaging. What was wrong with him? He clicked on the X in the corner, taking him back out to the main page on his computer screen. This was the first time in over 2 years that he'd even entertained the idea of dating again. It would be just one date with a girl he'd never even met. He had no intention of starting a relationship with this woman. This date was only a kickoff, a way to start the game. It wasn't the ending. At least, that's what he told himself.
Bailey hadn't sought out any more information on her date to the ball since the day Sadie looked him up on the internet. Finding out he was one of her mama's choices put a damper on things. Seeing his email waiting in her inbox when she arrived at the studio that evening had given her a jolt. Maybe he'd changed his mind about going. Anxiety clawed at her stomach, which made no sense at all. Taking a swallow from her water bottle as she sat back in her chair, she stared at his name on the screen. What was there to worry about? If he changed his mind, then it wasn't meant to be. Right? She moved her mouse around until the little arrow hovered over his email address and clicked. The email was short and to the point, but what did he mean by that last part? What could she possibly need from him concerning the ball? She thought about her past experiences. The guy usually bought the girl a corsage, but that was about it. Did he really need to be told to do this? In the past, she'd gone to the town's celebration with someone she was already in a relationship with. There had been a lot of talk beforehand about what they would wear and who else they expected to see. Sadie thought she should let him know the color of her dress. Maybe that's what he had been trying to ask. The problem was, she hadn't even bought a dress yet. She hit the reply button and sat with her fingers poised over the keyboard. Hi. I have received my ticket along with your information. That was easy enough. I can't think of anything I need from you at the moment, unless you have a dress for me to wear. LOL. She couldn't send that. He may take it the wrong way, or worse, he might offer to let her borrow one. She highlighted the last part of that sentence and deleted it. As soon as I buy my dress, I'll let you know what color it is, just in case you want to coordinate. It was awkward offering to coordinate clothing with a man she didn't know, but oh well. It was nice hearing from you. Bailey Foster. She read over it once, looking for any misspelled words and then sent it. Bailey had made arrangements to leave the academy a little earlier than normal. She'd have a few hours to shop for a dress before she was expected for the family dinner. Sadie was waiting for her when she stepped outside to head to her car. What are you doing here? I took a half day at work. Between all the formal Christmas parties and the ball, I figure everything is pretty much picked over, and you'll need all the help you can get finding a decent dress. She opened the passenger door to Sadie's gray Jeep Renegade and hopped in. You didn't have to do that. I'll probably have to go again this weekend. Trust me, I don't mind. She was still buckling her seatbelt when Sadie jerked the Jeep into gear and took off out of the parking lot. Bailey didn't like riding with her when she was mad. Are you still hating your job? Sadie worked as a secretary to a local realtor, but she was known to run almost every aspect of the business. It isn't the job I hate, it's my boss. I'm surprised he doesn't ask me to help him wipe when he goes to the bathroom. Maybe he hasn't thought of it yet. The next time he goes, you can always offer. At least that comment got a halfway smile from her, and she seemed to relax a little. Sadie stopped at the end of the road. Where are we going first? There's a new consignment shop between here and Charlotte on Highway 49 that sells high-end clothing. Let's start there. You and your bargain shopping. She shook her head but turned in that direction. Bailey didn't comment. It couldn't have been easy on Sadie's mom raising two girls alone. Now that she had her own income, Sadie hated the thought of shopping at a consignment store. There was no convincing her that it was worth whatever treasure you might find to dig through someone else's used stuff. As soon as they stepped through the doors of Glitzy South Boutique, it became obvious that this wasn't your average consignment shop. Sadie even looked impressed. Upbeat music piped through the speakers, hand-painted pictures adorned the walls of glamour girls from the past, like Marilyn Monroe and Elizabeth Taylor, and the best part, the clothes were divided by size and style. The one thing Bailey hated about shopping at some consignment shops was having to wade through everything in the store, hoping to find the size and style you were looking for. She made a beeline to the front corner where the formal dresses hung. One pastel dress stood out from all the dark, winter colors. She went right to it and pulled it from the rack to show to Sadie. Look at this one. Isn't it gorgeous? She crinkled up her freckled nose. It's pink. Yeah, so? I don't like pink. You won't be the one wearing it. Besides, I think it's more of a rose. Bailey held the dress up to her front and looked down at the sequins shimmering in the light. Actually, it's rose gold. A dark-headed saleslady seemed to pop up from nowhere. That's what this color is called. Would you like to try it on? Yes, ma'am, I sure would. Bailey followed her over to the dressing rooms and waited for her to unlock the door. Let me know if you need any help. She quickly undressed and slid the sparkling garment over her head, tugging it into place. The dress was sleeveless. The front came up to just below her collarbone and the back dipped down into a swag, but it wasn't low enough that she'd need to buy a special bra. The dress looked form-fitting, but the way it was made, it could have expanded a little more in the hips if necessary. Bailey braced herself before stepping outside the dressing room. She loved the dress but expected some negativity coming from Sadie. She hated the color pink, and once she got it in her head not to like something, there was no changing her mind. Sadie viewed the dress front and back, then looked her in the eye. I wish it wasn't pink, but I have to admit, it does look good on you. The saleslady stood there nodding her approval. Step over here in front of the mirrors so you can see yourself from all angles. Bailey could now view her front and back at the same time. The dress enhanced her figure like nothing ever had before. It made her wish she was going with someone special, someone who would appreciate the improvement. Now, I just need to find some shoes to go with it. A gasp drew both girls' attention to the saleslady still standing there. A pair of shoes came in with the dress. The owner said the shoes and dress had only been worn once. Let me go get them for you. What size do you wear? Size 8. She held up one finger. I'll be right back. Sadie stepped a little closer to her once they were alone. This is the first dress you've tried on. Are you sure you don't want to shop around some before you buy this one? I'm never going to find a dress that fits me like this for the same price. It looks like it was made for me. The saleslady headed back toward them waving a pair of shoes in the air. It was doubtful that her smile could grow any bigger. You won't believe this, but the shoes that matched that dress are in your size. She pulled a straight-backed chair over for Bailey to sit down on and handed her a pair of high-heeled sandals in the same color as the dress. She slipped them on, and buckled the strap around her ankles. They brought the hem of the dress up so that it was a couple of inches off the floor. Perfect. The saleslady touched her arm. I should have introduced myself before now, but my name is Della. I'm going to leave this dressing room unlocked just in case you want to try on anything else. Y'all let me know if I can be of any more help. Sadie placed her hands on her hips and blew out a hard breath. You know I hate you just a little bit right now. Who finds the perfect dress and shoes to match on the first try? Bailey smiled at her. I'm sure your dress is perfect too. Although, I'm a little put out that you haven't shown it to me yet. Yeah, but I shopped for months to find the outfit I wanted. And, I didn't want to make a big deal about it before because I didn't know you'd be going with a date this year. Just because I don't have a date, doesn't mean I wouldn't be excited for you. Sadie flipped the tag up on one of the dresses hanging nearby. Are you sure you want to do this? Do what? She let the tag drop but still didn't look at Bailey. Go on this blind date. I mean, what do you hope to gain from it? Gain from it? It's just a date. Other than the fact that Aiden and I have never met, how is it any different from you going with Evan? Sadie finally looked up at her with her brows lowered and her lips pressed together. I'm pretty sure I won't be looking at Evan and wondering if we should get married. Bailey swallowed the hurt as she turned into the dressing room to change.
Aiden used his cell phone for work as well as for personal use, so it was no shock to receive a text from an unknown number. It was a little bit of a surprise to see that this one was from Bailey. I found my dress. It's pink, well, sort of. The sales lady called it rose gold. Hold on, I'll send you a picture. A close-up image of pink fabric covered in pink sequins came through. For some reason, he was a little disappointed that it hadn't been a photo of her wearing the dress. He texted her back. I suppose you want me to wear a pink tie? No self-respecting man would be caught wearing pink. He'd added a smiley hoping she'd take it as a joke. It wasn't easy being yourself with someone you hadn't even met yet. His phone vibrated almost instantly with her reply. One who is secure in his masculinity would. Okay, so maybe gold or champagne? What color is your suit, if that's what you're wearing? He started to reply that it would be a little awkward without a suit, but he didn't want to lead the conversation in the wrong direction. He knew what she'd meant. The dress code for the ball ranged from dress pants and shirt to tuxedo. My suit is black. And isn't champagne just another shade of pink? She quickly texted back. Whatever you decide is fine. I'm not that picky. Given the chance, he didn't know of any woman who wouldn't want to plan out every detail for something like this. Aiden felt as if he'd disappointed her or something. If she wanted pink, he'd wear pink. Had he taken his joking around too far? Why'd he even care? He had been telling himself for the past 2 days to stop obsessing over this girl. The problem was obvious. It had been too long since his last date. He didn't regret signing up for this, but he'd already decided not to ask Bailey out on another date after the ball. It wouldn't be wise to get caught up in a relationship with the first woman he went out with. That night at church, Caleb slid into the seat beside Aiden about 5 minutes before time for church to start. Man, I was beginning to think I wasn't going to make it in time. Problems at work? Yeah. We were almost done with a job when a tree limb broke, hitting the roof and taking out a bunch of freshly laid shingles with it. He turned to look at his friend. Did anyone get hurt? No, thank God, but the owner thinks I should have to fix it for free. Luckily, I had it in writing that the overhanging limbs should be removed. It was the owner's choice not to have it done. Even if you hadn't, common sense should have told them that your company had nothing to do with what happened, right? You'd think. Listen, Have you ordered your tux yet? Aiden's mind suddenly went blank. What did a tux have to do with a fallen tree limb? Tux? Yeah, for the ball. You're planning on wearing a tux? Don't you have a suit? Caleb looked at him like he'd lost his mind. I'm going to the ball with Miss Shiloh. Did you really think I'd just wear any old suit? Savannah has already ordered me one to match her dress. I just need to go for a fitting tomorrow. Do you want to come? You can order one for yourself then. Sure. I'll go with you. This was getting serious. Paying to rent a tux to go out with a stranger when he had a perfectly good suit hanging in his closet, and this was after doling out over $200 for tickets. A corsage still needed to be ordered. Aiden had never thought about it before, but he'd saved a lot of money in the last couple of years by staying single. They met at the men's shop in downtown Shiloh the next day after work. Aiden looked around at all the choices, wondering what would match rose gold, while Caleb talked to the thin man behind the counter with even thinner hair. He had it easy. His choice was already made for him. Aiden turned to look when he heard Caleb's voice go up in octave. That's what she picked out? Your girlfriend has great taste. On the night of the celebration, you'll be wearing this light gray tuxedo with matching vest, a white shirt along with this purple paisley tie and pocket square that'll match your date's dress perfectly. Miss Stallings showed me a picture of her dress for the evening. It's stunning. You're a very lucky man. Caleb didn't look as if he felt lucky. He pointed at the jacket. It's lavender. It does seem as if it has lavender undertones when you add the purple accents, but I can assure you the tuxedo is actually light gray. If you'll step into the back room, Jeffrey is waiting to take your measurements, so we'll be sure to get an accurate fit. He took a quick glance at Aiden before shaking his head and heading toward the back room without further complaint. Did you need a tuxedo as well, sir? Aiden gave a nod and then turned his phone toward the salesman with the pink square Bailey had sent him pulled up on the screen. This is the color my date will be wearing. Ah, rose gold. I know exactly what you need. He doubted it very seriously after seeing what his friend would be wearing. The salesman pulled a coat from one of the mannequins and handed it to him. Try this dark charcoal. I believe it will complement your date's dress as well as bring out the blue of your eyes. He couldn't care less about bringing out the blue of his eyes, but the salesman was probably right since the jacket looked like a really dark shade of blue instead of charcoal. What was with all these weird colors? The jacket was tight, but he got it on. He stood looking at himself in the long-length mirror when the salesman held up a pink tie. I don't think so. I see. What about this? He held up a pale gold-colored tie. Gold had been one of the colors Bailey had mentioned. Let me take a picture of the tie to send to my date, but I think this will work. It had been 2 days since their last text. He hadn't known what to say to her after that last one. I found a tie. What do you think? He didn't mention that it was to be accompanied by a tux. Hopefully she'd be impressed when she saw him in it on the night of the ball. Perfect. It should go great with the hot pink suit you'll be wearing. Just kidding. He laughed out loud and then remembered the salesman, standing there with his simpering smile, waiting for the verdict. She says this will work. Very well. If you join your friend in the next room, Jeffrey will get your measurements as well. Later, when he stepped out of the men's shop, Aiden scanned the downtown area until he found Foster's Photography. The building sat across the street, half a block down from where he stood. He could see the open sign in the front window. Did she close at 6 o'clock like most of the other businesses in the area? He was tempted to walk down there and introduce himself. Maybe he could take her to dinner so they could get to know one another before the dance. But that would defeat the whole one-date plan. What are you looking at? Aiden turned to Caleb, who was looking down the street trying to discern for himself what was so interesting. Bailey's shop is right down the street. He told his friend about her but had tried not to make a big deal about it, not like Caleb had over his own renowned date. Have you met her yet? No, I've never seen her before. Not in person, anyway. You should go down there and introduce yourself. He'd already dismissed that same idea. Nah. I don't want her to get the impression that I'm after something more personal than a date to the ball. Besides, I have to pick the kids up from daycare by 6 o'clock. Caleb just looked at him and shook his head. All right, man, I'll see you later. Aiden wouldn't meet her tonight, but he'd respond to that last text once he had more time.
Tilt your head a little to the left. Yeah, just like that. This was the last photo session Bailey had scheduled for the rest of the year. It always happened this way, so she wasn't worried. She'd use the free time to do some last-minute Christmas shopping and hang out with friends and family. Come January, she'd be swamped with engagement sessions. After they were done with the shoot, Macy helped her do some extra cleaning around the studio. When they were finished, Bailey hugged her assistant and then slipped her a little extra holiday cash. The girl left the shop with a smile and an added gleam to her eye, probably already planning what she'd do with the money. Bailey was just about to leave for the night when she heard her cell phone jingle, letting her know she had a text. I wonder which earrings I should wear to go with my pink suit. And shoes. I haven't even thought about shoes. Gold pumps or sandals? Haha. Good. She had worried he might take her joke about the hot pink suit the wrong way. She couldn't help but smile as she used her thumb to type a reply. I have a pair of gold, heart-shaped earrings you can borrow, but you're on your own when it comes to shoes. No one borrows my shoes. How tall are you? He looked tall in the picture she'd seen of him, but it had only been from the chest up, so it was hard to tell. It really didn't matter about his height, but if he was short, she could possibly wear a pair of flats to help even them out. Admittedly, she'd hate giving up those fabulous shoes that matched her dress so perfectly. She'd only been home long enough to let Winston out and was sprawled out on the couch giving him some much-needed attention when her mama walked through the door. That was Mama, no knock, just open the door and come in. She set 2 containers down on the kitchen table. I brought you some chicken bog that your daddy made and a box of homemade Christmas cookies from your Aunt Ginger. Thanks, Mama. You just saved me from having to cook. Heating something up in the microwave is not cooking. What's this? Her mama tugged at the plastic garment bag hanging from the coat rack next to the door. Bailey barely kept herself from cringing. After her shopping trip with Sadie, she'd been in such a hurry to make it to the family dinner on time. She'd hung her ball gown there and had never moved it to the bedroom. Mama pulled the plastic away from the dress before she even had a chance to reply. I needed a new dress for the ball. I found that one at that new consignment shop on Highway 49. You should check the place out. They have some really nice stuff. You're right. You did need another dress, but this looks awfully fancy for picture taking. Too bad you don't have a date. It felt like she was baiting her. Surely Aunt Ginger had told her about the ticket, or maybe not. She was bound to find out anyway, so there was no use in trying to hide it. Actually, I do. Aunt Ginger bought me a ticket. Did she not tell you? By the hurt look on her mama's face, it was obvious that Aunt Ginger hadn't said a word. No, she didn't. Who are you going with? The couples committee. She didn't get to finish before Mama went on her tirade. It always upset her because they'd never allowed her to be on the committee. The couples committee. You let those biddies pick someone out for you? There's no telling who you'll end up with then. Those old fogies wouldn't know a good match if it was sitting on the end of one of their noses. Have they sent you a name yet? Mama held Winston now. She rubbed his head rather roughly, but he didn't seem to mind. He lay limp across her arm with his eyes closed and a smile on his face, as if he were receiving the best massage ever. Bailey didn't really want to tell her, but it wouldn't do any good to try and hide it. She would see them together at the ball. Aiden Weaver. Really? Her face instantly brightened. I told you y'all would make a great couple. You should have listened to me. Then he could have asked you properly instead of letting those women set you up. Have you met him yet? Bailey wanted to point out that those biddies on the couples committee had picked the same man she had. No, Mama. It's just one night. No one said it would amount to more than that, so don't go getting your hopes up. Her mama bent and placed Winston back on the floor, and he tapped his way back over to her. Have you at least talked to him on the phone? It was all she could do not to roll her eyes or huff out a breath, either of which would have her in hot water again. No, Mama. Well, you need to do something if you want to gain his interest. The dance is still 2 weeks away. Do you know how many dates the two of you could have between now and then? Bailey reached for Winston and placed him in her lap. Mama, please don't do this. I'm willing to let whatever is going to happen to just happen. I don't want you pushing things to force them to go the way you want them to. Please. She really didn't want to get into it with her again. Just then her phone jingled, letting her know she had another text message. It might be him. If that was the case, she didn't want to read it in front of Momma. Aren't you going to answer that? Most of my texts come from Sadie. She can wait. Well, it was true. Most of them were from her. Well then, I guess I'll go home and get off my feet. I have one more wedding to do this weekend, and then I can rest for a couple of weeks before they start up again come January. Bailey walked over with Winston still in her arms and placed a kiss on her mama's cheek. Tell Daddy thanks for the food, and thank you for bringing it. Love you. She waited until she heard her mama make it all the way down the stairs before pulling her phone from her pocket. Sounds like you have a thing for shoes. I'm 6 feet 2 inches. How tall are you? She hoped he never asked how many pairs she owned. They could be found in every spare inch of storage space that was available in her tiny apartment, not to mention the ones that were still in her old bedroom at her parents' house. You might say that. I'm 5 feet 6 inches and you can add the 3-inch heels I'll be wearing.
It was the Saturday before Christmas, and Aiden looked forward to having a week off from work to spend with his girls. This week held one thing for him that he wasn't looking forward to: potty training. It was time. Riley was over 2 years old. Potty training was never fun, but to Aiden, it marked the spot in time where his child went from being a baby to being a toddler. He was at the baby superstore, standing in front of the terrycloth briefs, when he saw Bailey. At least he thought it was her. Her faded jeans were tucked into a pair of brown knee-high boots that matched her short leather jacket. The woman definitely had some nice curves. If it was Bailey, her pictures were cute, but she was much hotter in person. She stared at the fuzzy teddy bear she held in her hands, running her manicured nails through its fur. She wore such a forlorn look on her face, Aiden could almost feel her sadness. She closed her eyes and hugged the bear to her chest. Miss Bailey. She looked just as surprised as he felt at hearing her name coming from Kensley's mouth. His little girl ran over and threw her arms around the woman's waist. Something warm settled into Aiden's chest as Bailey placed her hand on the side of his daughter's face and smiled. The contrast in her features now compared to a moment ago made a vast difference in her appearance. Hey, Kensley. Are you enjoying your Christmas vacation? Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna help Daddy potty train Riley. The way she said it made it sound like this was the biggest event of the holiday season. Bailey looked over at Riley sitting in the shopping cart, and then her gaze came up to meet his. The deer in the headlights look that followed told him the exact moment she recognized him. So, she must have looked me up online too. Hello, Bailey. Aiden? Her voice was like a sweet melody. He placed his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels, trying to rein in that expanding warm feeling coming from his chest, but he couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face. Fancy meeting you here. Did he sound like a dork, or what? She came closer to him with her arms still wrapped around his daughter. I didn't realize you were related to Kensley and Riley. Well, she'd seen his picture, but she obviously hadn't been Facebook stalking like he had. He really was a dork. How do you know my girls? I work part-time teaching art at the academy. To be honest, I spend so little time with each individual child, I didn't even know their last name was Weaver. I only recently found out that they were sisters, since I never have them together. And they looked nothing alike, he thought. It didn't bother him, but he knew others were curious. He watched as she tickled Riley under her chin, while she held Kensley's hand. There was no censure in her expression. She'd either satisfied her curiosity long ago, or she was faking it for his sake. Bailey turned her attention toward him. Those bright, hazel eyes combined with a dazzling smile nearly took his breath away. So, potty training, huh? Sounds like fun. Aiden could tell by her laughter that she thought it was anything but. He just shrugged his shoulders, feeling tongue-tied for the moment. He nodded toward his shopping cart where she placed the teddy bear. Is the bear for you? She picked up the stuffed animal once again, looking at it almost lovingly now. No. I just found out that my brother and his wife are having a baby. The due date is for this summer, but I wanted to give them a little something for Christmas to show my support. That was an odd way of putting it. He didn't know what to say. Luckily, Kensley pulled on her hand, gaining their attention. Miss Bailey, you want to go to the Tiffany scene with us? Bailey looked back at him for a translation. Nativity scene. I plan to take the girls to see a live nativity scene later this afternoon. They have one set up over at the First Baptist in Bethel Ridge. Would you like to go? What time did you plan on going? It starts at 6 o'clock. I'd like to be there then so it doesn't get too late before we're done, you know, because of the girls' bedtime. It's more of a walkthrough with booths for you to visit. Each one represents a different scene leading up to the birth of Christ. He wondered if she even attended church. I'll meet you there at 6 o'clock then. I mean, if you're sure. She looked down at Kensley, and he could almost read her thoughts. His daughter had been the one to give the invitation. It wasn't his idea to ask her, but once the offer was out there, he realized he really wanted her to agree to going. I think it would be great. That way we could get to know each other a little better before then. He looked down at Kensley, who was taking in every word. He didn't want his daughter getting her hopes up, so it was probably better if she didn't know they had future plans. In that case, Miss Kensley, I accept your invitation, and I'll see you later at the church. Yay! Kensley hugged Bailey around the waist, and she bent down to return the hug. You too, Miss Riley. She hugged Riley. When she stood back up, everything in him wanted to hold his arms open and ask for one too, but it was way too soon for that. See you later. Yeah, see you there. He watched as she walked away, holding the bear to her chest. At one point, she turned to catch him looking, and he couldn't be sure, but he thought he heard her giggle. It wasn't until later, as he packed his purchases and the girls into the truck, that he realized he should have offered to pick her up and drive her to the church. Then again, this wasn't a date, not really. How could it be when two kids would be tagging along?
As soon as Bailey got her first glimpse of Aiden, everything clicked into place. The argument between her and Momma, it had all been a blur afterward, but now her words came back to mind as if they'd just been said. He has a good job, he's a Christian, and he's raising the cutest little girls all by himself. She wondered what happened to the children's mother. She'd taken a picture of them at the parade and right after had found out the two little girls were sisters. She hadn't paid much attention to the man in the photo, which now hung on the bulletin board with all the other pictures she'd taken of the academy kids that day. It had to have been him in the photo. And now they had a date. Well, he may not consider it a date since the kids would be with him, and technically, he wasn't the one to ask her. Still, Bailey didn't waste any time browsing as she finished her shopping for the day. She wanted time to relax and get ready to meet him that evening. She took extra care with her hair, makeup, and clothes. The lacy top she wore, along with her dressiest jeans, may have seemed like overkill considering their planned outing, but to Bailey, this date sounded more appealing than any of the others she'd been on in the past couple of years. Hopefully, she'd make a memorable impression. She wanted him to look forward to their date to the ball. It had already turned to dusk when she parked in the lot across from the church. She was about to head across the street toward the line that was already forming, when she saw Aiden unstrapping Riley from her car seat. Kensley stood beside the truck, looking cute in her pink coat with matching hat, scarf, and gloves. She'd told Bailey on several occasions how much she loved that color. What would Sadie say? Bailey didn't even have to guess. The little girl smiled widely up at her as she approached. Your car is loud. That's how I knew it was you. How embarrassing. She needed to get that muffler fixed. If the child recognized the sound from her comings and goings at the academy, it really was a problem. Aiden lifted Riley into his arms and then turned to smile at her. He still wore the same jeans and pullover shirt under his Carhartt coat from this morning. Glad you made it. Me too. Hey, Miss Riley. I like those shoes you're wearing. They were black Mary Janes with the print of a cat's head on each toe. Had Aiden picked these out? She reached for the little girl's foot and gave it a gentle shake. Riley smiled and tucked her head beneath her daddy's chin. You better watch out, Riley. I hear Miss Bailey has a thing for shoes. She'll be asking to borrow them before you know it. His wink had her feeling flustered, but for some reason, she couldn't look away. If I thought they would fit, there's a great possibility that you'd be right. Kensley grabbed her hand, breaking the spell. I'm going to hold Miss Bailey's hand. Okay, Daddy. He laughed a little. Anything for a little more independence, right? One side of Kensley's face scrunched up. Huh. Never mind. Are you girls ready? He was looking right at her. The thought of being one of his girls did funny things to her heart. As they were about to cross the road, Kensley tugged on her hand. You're supposed to hold Daddy's hand when we cross the street. Gracious, if she didn't know any better, Bailey would be convinced this 4-year-old was trying to play matchmaker. First setting them up on a date and now asking them to hold hands, the girl could give Jamie Foster a run for her money. Aiden held his large hand out between them, enveloping hers in a warm embrace. He didn't let go until they made it to the front of the line, where he needed it to reach for his wallet to pay their way. They moved along with the crowd to the first booth. Bailey knew the story of Jesus' birth well. She'd expected to see an angel announcing to Mary that she'd been chosen to carry the Christ child, but that wasn't where this story began. There was a single spotlight in the center of the booth. Men dressed as Old Testament prophets took turns standing in the spotlight and announcing their prophecies foretelling the coming of Christ. Each wore a sash across their chests with their prophet's name printed on them. They were dressed in robes, but they spoke present-day English. One labeled Micah was standing in the spotlight when they arrived. Bethlehem is small, but I'm telling you, the ruler of Israel will come from there. You just wait and see. He was then replaced by Isaiah. They watched until the prophets circled back around to Micah before moving on to the next booth. Bailey knew there were many more prophecies in the Old Testament concerning Jesus' time on earth, but this was centered around Christmas, the time for celebrating his birth. The crowd around them had swelled, so she placed Kensley in front of her with her hands on the child's shoulders. Aiden directed them off the path for a moment. Here, trade with me. He placed Riley in her arms and picked Kensley up. Let me know if she gets too heavy for you to carry. The child laid her head on Bailey's chest and placed her thumb in her mouth. Bailey inhaled the distinctive scent of baby, mixed with a hint of a manly scented soap that must have come from the child's daddy. It was an unexplainable comfort to feel the weight of the baby in her arms. Aiden put his arm around her shoulder to guide her back onto the path. When they got to the booth where the first angel appeared, Bailey was struck anew with the detail of this production. The angel wore a form-fitting thermal shirt beneath his robe that had been dyed brown to match the color of his skin, and someone had painted highlights to give the appearance of muscles on his arms and torso. This wasn't the baby-faced angel that was usually depicted in this story. This one looked like a warrior. All of the actors were real except for the baby Jesus. By the time they reached the last booth with the wise men, Jesus was a mannequin the size of a toddler, which was the age biblical scholars thought him to be by the time they arrived. Bailey was in awe at the production. It brought everything to life in a way she'd never imagined before. Riley had been asleep for a long time before they ever made it back to the truck. Aiden buckled Kensley in and then reached for the toddler. He was close enough for her to feel his breath on her cheek, and it warmed her to the core. After buckling the baby in and closing the door, he took Bailey's hand and turned to face her. I need to get them home. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm glad Kensley invited me. She loved the deep sound of his laughter. I'm glad she did too. Well, I'll see you at the ball, if not before then. Merry Christmas. He leaned down and kissed her lightly on the cheek.
Aiden thought back on his date as he got the girls ready for bed. He could still smell Bailey's sweet, floral scent when he kissed the top of Riley's head just before he laid her in the crib. He couldn't get the woman off his mind. He had a feeling she was a Christian. She'd practically teared up while viewing some of the biblical scenes, and she didn't seem to be faking. He was definitely attracted to the girl. It was still early. Maybe he'd call her tonight. So far, they'd only sent texts and email. Talking on the phone seemed more intimate, but it felt right at this point in their budding relationship. He longed to hear her melodious voice again before he went to sleep, which was crazy. They'd just seen each other in person. He tucked the pink comforter in around Kensley. She insisted on a bedtime story every night. Aiden truthfully dreaded the day when she'd deem herself too old for such things. He listened as she said her prayers and was amused to find she'd added Bailey's name to her ritual. He kissed her forehead and was just about to make his exit when his little girl's next question stopped more than just his steps. "Is Miss Bailey going to be my mommy? How do you explain things like this to a 4-year-old? Miss Bailey and I are just friends." "Like Caleb?" "Yeah, sort of like that. Except he'd never held Caleb's hand or kissed him on the cheek, and Caleb had definitely never caused that sensation of warmth in the pit of his stomach." "Oh." She sounded disappointed. How often had she thought about the fact that she didn't have a mother in her life? Kensley had never mentioned it before. "Good night." "Good night, Daddy." Allowing Bailey to participate in their family outing had been a mistake. He hadn't dated anyone since Jenna left, but he had sense enough to know that it was wrong to introduce a woman he wasn't in a serious relationship with to his girls. And he'd already decided things wouldn't become serious with this one. He thought about them holding hands, his arm around her shoulders as they walked from scene to scene, him kissing her on the cheek before they parted ways. It had all felt so surprisingly natural. What an image they must have made to anyone who may have looked their way. Like a family. What had he been thinking? They still needed to get through the ball. He wanted things to be easy between them during the celebration, but not to the point that she'd expect more after it was over. Maybe calling her on the phone wasn't such a good idea after all.
Bailey stared at her phone, disappointment coursing through her. Aiden hadn't called or asked for a second date. Okay, so Bailey hadn't really expected a second date so soon. But it would have been beyond nice to pick up the phone and hear his deep voice on the other end of the line. She'd considered calling him. It's what she would have done in the past, but she was trying to let God make the connection between them, if one was even meant to be made. At least Aiden was still texting, though the banter they'd shared earlier seemed to be missing now. Bailey spent Christmas Eve with her family as part of their tradition. They sat around in their pajamas early in the evening. They talked, played games, watched movies, and exchanged gifts. She, Preston, and now Lauren usually stayed up until the wee hours of the morning until they passed out on the couch or a pallet on the floor from lack of sleep. It was one of her favorite times of year. She was the first one up the next morning. The crockpot had turned on automatically to start their breakfast casserole for brunch later. The scent smelled heavenly but not as good as the smell of the freshly brewed coffee. She poured a cup, adding a generous amount of hazelnut-flavored creamer, then grabbed a cheese Danish from the box of pastries her aunt had sent over. She padded out to the sunroom and curled up on one of the wicker sofas. She was halfway through her coffee when her mama joined her. "Good morning, Mama, I'm surprised to see you awake so early. You're usually the last one up. Is Daddy even awake yet?" "No, everyone else is still asleep. I don't know what's wrong with me. I didn't sleep well last night. I think all the excitement of the baby coming this year had me keyed up. I can't wait until next Christmas. It's about time we had some grandbabies in this house. Preston and Lauren are not that old." "No, but you're hitting close to 30. I had thought by now, well, it doesn't matter. We'll have one soon enough." She didn't comment. Bailey knew her mama wasn't trying to be spiteful, but it still hurt. She stared at the barren trees in view outside the large windows while sipping her coffee. What would this day hold for Kensley and Riley? Did they open their gifts last night, or did that thrill still lie ahead of them? It wasn't lost on her that her thoughts this morning centered around the kids instead of Aiden. Sadie claimed she was a sucker for a man with a baby. Maybe she had a point. "Lord, if you're not going to give me a family, please take this desire from me." Mama interrupted her prayer. "You're going to be at the dance studio early tomorrow. Lauren's going to need your help with those ballroom lessons. I told her to cancel this year, but apparently she didn't listen to me. Don't you let her spend too much time on her feet. Do you hear me?" Lauren owned the dance studio downtown. She offered mini sessions for one day only right before the ball, teaching basic steps to help people get ready for the big event. Bailey turned to look at her mama, trying to come up with the right words to get her message across without starting trouble. "Lauren asked for my help last night, and I said I would. As for how much time she spends on her feet, only she can decide that. Hey, family looks out for each other, and we don't ask, we tell." She gave what sounded like a forced laugh. Not if they want a favorable answer. Momma glared at her for a moment before speaking again. And out of respect, you'll do as I say. Bailey had been avoiding eye contact, but she finally looked at her. I'm 28 years old. What does that have to do with anything? I'm still your mama. She wanted to ask at what point did the mama start respecting the child, but she kept her mouth shut this time. It was Christmas morning. She decided to let it go. Again. It was times like this that she thought the only way her mama would let her live her own life was if she moved to another continent. Bailey wadded her napkin and stuffed it into her coffee cup. I think I hear Daddy stirring around. I'm going to see if he needs any help.
Aiden smiled, satisfied that the girls' Christmas had been pretty good. As he sat watching them play with their toys while he drank his coffee, he felt lonely. For reasons he didn't understand, the holidays always seemed to amplify this feeling. There should be someone else with him. He missed even the simplest of things, like just being able to share a smile with the one you loved over something silly the kids did. Just before lunch, he got the girls dressed and headed to his parents' house. His dad met him at the truck to help with the kids. What took you so long getting here? This is what time I always get here on Christmas Day. Yeah, well, I guess I just thought you'd get here earlier this year. Dad was like, well, like a kid at Christmas this time of year. Mom allowed him to pick out one extravagant gift for the girls every year, and the rest would be more practical stuff that she'd pick, like clothes, along with the understated but expected toys. The walls of their house wouldn't hold it all if she allowed him full reign. The girls already had too many toys as it was. Aiden had no idea what this year's gift would be, but his dad had been working on it for months and was biting at the bit for the big reveal. He followed Dad and Kensley into the house with Riley in his arms. He could smell ham and his mom's famous sweet potato casserole. His mouth watered in anticipation. There was nothing like Mom's home cooking. Virginia, the kids are here. Are you ready? His mom came out of the kitchen looking a little frazzled. You're doing it now? Shouldn't we eat first? That sounded like an excellent plan to Aiden, but he knew what his dad's answer would be. He started removing Riley's coat. The quicker they gathered around the tree and opened the presents, the sooner they could eat. The food can wait. Aiden, what are you doing? Riley is going to need to keep her coat on. Their gift is outside. He didn't think he'd ever seen his dad this excited. And surprisingly, Mom was going along with his plan without a fuss about the food getting cold. She'd already removed her apron and was slipping into her jacket. What did you get us, Papa? Is it a pony? Please, Lord, don't let it be a pony. Surely his parents hadn't gotten the girls a horse without consulting with him first. It's better than a pony. Dad made both of the girls put their hands over their eyes before he opened the back door. If Aiden hadn't been holding Riley, he probably would have been asked to close his eyes as well. You can look now. Twuck. Riley pointed at the child-sized truck in front of them. You got us a truck just like Daddy's. Kensley was jumping up and down while clapping her hands. Well, it wasn't exactly like his, but it was pretty awesome. The motorized Dodge Ram truck for kids was silver just like Aiden's, but this one had pink ghost flames and a custom pink interior. Dad sat Kensley in the driver's seat and placed Riley beside her. Kensley, mash that pedal down there. No, use your foot. Okay, turn it. Use the steering wheel to turn it. That's right. Dad was practically running beside the little truck as he gave out instructions, while Aiden watched alongside Mom. She had covered her mouth with both hands, but her smile could still be seen. I'm surprised you let him get that. Her blue eyes turned toward him. I don't think I could have stopped him if I tried. Are you mad? No, I love it. It was black. Travis wanted it to look exactly like yours, but I reminded him that we have granddaughters. The pink was my idea. It looks great, Mom. Thanks. He leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Dad and the girls made a full circle. Riley started crying when her papa pulled her from the truck, but she soon quieted down. Kensley looked right at her daddy. Can I take Bailey for a ride sometime? Who's Bailey? Both of his parents were suddenly studying him. She teaches art at the daycare, and I don't believe she'd fit, Kensley. They are going to play ball together, but they are just friends like Caleb and Daddy. The child had a look on her face that said she'd orchestrated this whole conversation just so she could subtly let her grandparents know he'd gone out on a date. But that wasn't possible at her age. Was it? Aiden grabbed the back of his neck. He could feel the heat radiating from his face. He didn't remember discussing the ball in front of her, but he must have. He needed to be more careful now that she was getting old enough to repeat everything. She's talking about Shiloh's ball. The couples committee set me up with Bailey Foster, and she happens to work at the daycare. I ran into her while we were shopping Saturday, and Kensley invited her to the nativity scene with us. Why did he feel the need to explain it all out to them, as if he was a teenager caught coming home past curfew? Mom placed her hand on his arm. Are you going to see her again? Only at the ball. That's it. We won't be going out after that. I see. What? What did she see? He wanted to ask her what she meant by that, but then he got a glimpse of Kensley taking it all in. One date to the ball. That was it. If he dated anyone else after this, he'd take it slow, and the kids would never see her unless it got serious.
The big day finally arrived. Bailey had purposely stayed up late the night before so she would awaken at a later time in the day. This was her yearly ritual to prepare her body for staying up past midnight on the night of the ball. In years past, it hadn't been unusual for her to hang out with her date and friends until the wee hours of the morning, laughing, talking, and grabbing breakfast at an all-night diner. In the last couple of years, she'd left right before the countdown to avoid having to witness all the happy, kissing couples. It was just too hard to face alone. She was grateful to have a date this year and glad it would be Aiden. She needed to remember to thank Aunt Ginger. Just as she was about to pour herself a bowl of cereal, she remembered it was her birthday. She'd be having birthday brunch with her family at 11. She didn't bother getting dressed or combing her hair. Instead, Bailey pulled her coat on over her pajamas and slipped on a pair of flip-flops. "Aren't you going to wish me a happy birthday?" Winston's ears perked up as soon as she spoke. He did a happy dance around her feet as she headed toward the door. He licked her chin when she picked him up to tuck him into her coat. "That's better. Let's go see what Pawpaw has fixed for breakfast." She never thought she'd be one who held conversations with her dog, but she found it helped her not to feel so lonely. The smell of coffee and something sweet hit Bailey's nose as soon as she opened her parents' front door. She set Winston down on the other side of the short gate that separated the den from the rest of the house, where he was greeted by Mama's two cocker spaniels, Molly and Freckles. She hung her coat up and headed to the kitchen. "There's our birthday girl." Mama gave her a tight hug and then tried to comb her fingers through Bailey's hair. She ducked out of reach. "Couldn't you have at least brushed your hair? What if I want to take pictures?" Without answering, she walked over to where her daddy stood flipping pancakes. He gave her a side hug and kissed her cheek. "Happy birthday, baby girl." "Thanks, Daddy." She just poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down next to her mama when the back door opened and Lauren walked in. Mama jumped up to greet her. "Hey, sweet girl. How are you doing, and how's that grandbaby of mine?" Lauren hugged her and then slipped out of her coat. "We're both doing fine now that the morning sickness has passed." "Where's Preston?" Mama looked toward the door as if she expected him to suddenly appear. "He should be here in a few minutes. I just talked to him. He had to wait until his help got there. You know how busy he'll be this morning getting last-minute corsages done for the ball." They made their way to the table, and Lauren bent to give Bailey a hug and wished her a happy birthday. She placed a gift on the counter before sitting down. Mama was still hovering around Lauren. "Can I fix you a cup of coffee or anything? Water would be good." Bailey tried to tap down the irritation she felt at the way Mama always made over Lauren. The girl was pregnant, not disabled. Besides, it was her birthday, and Mama hadn't offered to fix her anything. Preston came in soon after, bringing a colorful basket of flowers, like he did every year for her birthday. He kissed her and then their mama on the cheek before fixing himself a cup of coffee and sitting down next to his wife. Daddy placed a large stack of confetti pancakes, complete with a dollop of whipped cream and sprinkles, in the middle of the table. He'd made a Western quiche and a large bowl of fruit salad to go with it. He put an egg white omelette without cheese in front of Lauren. She beamed up at him. "Thanks, Dad." Little Miss Perfect would never let anything fattening cross her lips. Bailey would bet her next paycheck that the fruit salad would be the only other thing added to that plate. Daddy said a prayer, thanking God for his baby girl, and then they sang happy birthday to her. They all loved her and were good to her in their own way. How her parents treated their daughter-in-law had nothing to do with how they felt about her. She knew this, she just needed to remind herself of that fact sometimes. After brunch, it was gift time. Mama and Daddy had gotten her a pair of Michael Kors wedge sandals with a purse to match. No one could ever go wrong with buying her shoes. 2 smaller boxes were nestled inside the gift box from Preston and Lauren. She knew what one of them would be, a pair of aquamarine earrings, and she wasn't disappointed. Preston had come up with the idea a few years ago to get her a pair of birthstone earrings of every month for her birthday. This was March's year. The other little box was labeled, "From Baby Foster." There was a silver charm inside embossed with the word aunt. She'd been collecting charms for every event in her life for years. This one would be a bittersweet addition to her bracelet, but she really was glad to have it. Bailey made one final inspection of her appearance. The dress still looked as good on her as it had in the store. She'd paired it with her own gold jewelry. She'd been able to find a rose gold wrap on eBay to match and had paid extra for a speedy delivery. It wouldn't exactly keep her warm on this cold night, but it would at least keep the chill from her bare arms to and from the car. She'd arranged her hair in an elegant ponytail. It had been so late when she thought about hairstyles for the ball, she was sure all the hairdressers in town had already been booked for the day. Her cousin owned a beauty shop and would have fit her in if she'd asked, but she probably would have ended up with this same simple style anyway. Winston sat on the couch, watching her every move. He probably wondered if he would be going bye-bye with her. She rubbed his fuzzy head and told him to be a good boy while she was gone. He knew those words were code for "you have to stay here all by yourself, again." He laid down and placed his chin between his paws, giving his best sad puppy look, but it didn't work this time. Bailey picked up her camera bag and purse and walked out the door. Bailey started snapping pictures as soon as she arrived. She'd decided to keep photo taking to a minimum once Aiden got there. She was on a date after all. He'd texted her saying he planned to arrive at 8, the official start of the celebration. Even though she'd been there capturing photos for the paper during different stages of the celebration's preparation, she was always astonished by the end results. The room was swathed in gold and lights. Clocks were displayed on every surface. A huge one covered the whole back wall, counting down time until the new year. Various sized clocks were displayed on every table along with a collection of golden hats and masks. Even the dessert plates at each setting had a clock face printed on them. Strings of iridescent gold balloons depicting the bubbles of the midnight champagne toast hung behind the buffet table that was already set up with appetizers for early arrivers. The mirrored disco ball above the dance floor reflected sparkling rays of light around the room. Mayor Woodsley stood with a plate of appetizers in hand, surrounded by the other who's who of Shiloh. She captured a great shot of him with a big smile on his face. He'd thank her for it later, especially since election year started the very next day. Of course, she would have taken a picture of the town's mayor no matter how she felt about him, but she happened to like this one. About 20 minutes before 8, Sadie showed up with her date. Bailey snapped her picture and then whistled. "Well, don't you look fabulous? Do you like it?" She beamed up at Bailey and then did a complete turn to show off her short, plum-colored dress, trimmed in silver. "Yes, I do. That color is perfect for you, and I love those shoes. Be glad they're not in my size, or they just might disappear from your closet." Sadie pushed one foot out in front of her for a better view of the glittery silver pumps. Evan, Sadie's date, interrupted the compliment session. "Are you ready to eat? Just give me a minute." "Okay." With that, he headed toward the buffet table without her. Sadie rolled her eyes and blew out a hard breath. He can be so clueless sometimes. Can you believe he wanted to wear an orange plaid bow tie? I tried to talk him into a nice tie. I even offered to pay for it, but he insisted on a bow tie. Said it was his signature piece, whatever that means. Who our age wears a bow tie anyway? Well, at least it's silver. Bailey had to bite down on her lips to keep from smiling too big. Are you ready for an appetizer? No, you go ahead. I want to get more pictures before Aiden gets here. As the minutes literally ticked by before her eyes, and the room filled with laughing people, Bailey felt that same loneliness she felt every year. The clock theme of this celebration added another layer to her gloom. She was a year away from 30 now. She'd always dreamed of having a family, and there wasn't even a glimpse of one in her future. But, hey, at least she had a date to the ball this time. That had to count for something. Things will get better after Aiden arrives. At 5 until 8, the servers began clearing the appetizers away and everyone started making their way to their assigned tables. Bailey had found hers when she first arrived and had stashed her purse and wrap on one of the seats. Thankfully, Sadie had been assigned to the same table. At 8 o'clock, the mayor made his way up to the stage where the live band would be playing after the meal. She glanced nervously toward the door. Aiden hadn't arrived yet. She snapped a few pictures of the mayor as he began his speech. It was almost the same every year. He spoke about what led to the establishment of the town of Shiloh over 200 years before and then highlighted some of their accomplishments since then. She eased her way around the tables, taking pictures of the ones who were smiling, or, at the very least, seemed to be paying attention to the mayor's speech, but after 15 minutes of hearing his voice drone on, everyone looked bored. She happened to catch sight of the mayor's wife, twirling her finger around in a motion for him to wrap it up. As tempting as it was to capture that image with her digital camera, she held herself in check. Bailey worked her way toward the door. Aiden still wasn't there, and she was starting to worry that she was about to be stood up. She closed her eyes as the mayor finally got to the prayer, but she couldn't concentrate on his words. She would check her phone for a message as soon as she could make it back to her purse.
Stunning, gorgeous, beautiful, Aiden wasn't sure which word fit, but whatever it was, Bailey was it. She stood just inside the door with her head bowed during the prayer that had started the minute he walked in. He quietly made his way over to stand before her. As soon as the amen was said, those big, hazel eyes looked up into his in surprise a second before a huge smile lit her face. The smile caused the sensation of his heart flipping over in his chest. You made it. He had to swallow hard before he could speak. Sorry, I'm late. The girls, some things happened. I'm here now. What in the world was wrong with him? She probably wondered if he'd hit his head on the way over. It would explain why he had somehow lost the ability to form complete sentences. Yes, you're here now. You look great. I didn't know you were going to wear a tux. She ran her hand down the lapel of his jacket as she admired the tuxedo. You look good too. I got you a corsage. The light that had seemed to shine from her eyes dimmed noticeably. You look good too. Out of all the adjectives that had run through his mind when he first saw her, good was the one that came out of his mouth. Yes, he was definitely a dork. Thanks. She held out her wrist so he could slide it onto her arm. He backtracked toward the garbage can next to the door to throw out the plastic container her flower had come in. He used the moment to give himself a pep talk. By the time he returned and offered his arm, he felt slightly more collected. There was a long line leading up to the buffet table. After consulting with his date, they decided to find their table and wait until the line thinned out. This would give them a chance to talk before the meal. Hopefully he'd have something better to say than what he'd started out with. He could kick himself for his earlier blunder. 2 couples were already seated at the table set for 8. Bailey sat down beside a redhead that looked vaguely familiar, and started placing her camera into a bag. Aiden sat down on the other side of her. Are you not going to take any more pictures? Not tonight. I'm on a date, remember? He was glad to hear some of the same humor that usually showed up in her texts. He leaned in closer, hoping the other occupants at the table wouldn't hear. That's right. I heard your date was a real idiot who was so stunned by your beauty that he forgot how to form words into sentences. I said you look good, but what I meant to say was you're breathtakingly beautiful. Thanks. How was it possible that she could give him a look that was shy and bold at the same time? Whatever she was doing, it was very attractive. Her face was so close to his, if he leaned in just a little more, he could find out what it would be like to kiss her. He swallowed hard and sat back in his seat. One date. It had just started, and he was already having to remind himself. The young couple across from them seemed to be in their own little world. The girl was practically sitting in her date's lap. The guy with the bow tie sitting next to them had a look of disgust on his face but couldn't seem to peel his gaze away from the kissing couple. And the redhead next to him was studying Aiden like he was a bug under a microscope. Bailey touched his arm and gestured to the redhead. "Aiden, this is my closest friend, Sadie Harding." Sadie stuck out her hand, and he shook it. She seemed to squeeze a little tighter than he expected. Had she been a guy, he'd think she was trying to send a message. "It's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too. And this is Sadie's date for the night, Evan Brunson. He goes to our church." Evan didn't turn until he heard his name called. He seemed a little confused by the interruption but stood to offer his hand, causing his chair to fall backward. There was even more of a commotion as he righted his seat. The couple beside him finally broke apart only to glare at their former spectator. Bailey took the opportunity to introduce everyone at the table to them. They introduced themselves as Natalie Hartley and Sebastian Long and then went back to their smooch fest. Evan had resumed his study of the makeout session, but his date didn't seem to mind. Sadie focused her attention on Aiden. "So, I understand you work for your daddy. Had it always been your lifelong dream to be a car salesman?" He'd started working at Weaver Dodge when he was in high school with the knowledge that he would one day take over. It had never bothered him. His grandfather started the business, and then his dad had made it successful. People came from all over to buy their cars from Weaver Dodge because of his family's reputation for treating the customer right. Sadie's question felt more like a jab. He'd taken his share of ribbing when he first went to work there, from kids in high school who knew him. This girl was neither. "Actually, it has. I'm proud of our family business. I know some car salesmen have a reputation of shady dealings, but my dad has a more honest approach, and so do I." Bailey sat against the back of her chair while looking down at her hands folded in her lap. He needed to focus on his date, but her friend obviously wasn't finished with him. "I'm glad to hear that. So, do you?" Sadie's brows drew together as her brown eyes glared up toward whomever had just walked up behind him. He turned to find Caleb standing there with his mouth hanging open, staring back at Sadie. He stuck his finger in his collar and pulled down as his gaze moved to Aiden. "Hey, dude, looks like we're sharing a table." His friend scanned the table before his gaze landed back on Sadie. "Everyone, this is Savannah Stallings." Aiden half expected him to add Miss Shiloh. "Honey, they all know who I am. Let's sit down." She handed her purse to Caleb and then sat next to Sebastian. Sadie mumbled under her breath as she scowled at the beauty queen's chest. "Oh great, we get to look at Savannah's fake boobs for the rest of the night." Even though her voice had been low, it was obvious from Savannah's pursed lips and narrowed stare that she'd heard the comment. It was true, her dress left little for the imagination. As for that other part, Aiden was pretty sure Sadie had been correct in her assessment. Sadie. He recognized that one word coming from Bailey as the scolding it was meant to be. He had used that tactic with Kensley when she was doing something she knew wasn't right. Sadie, who sat there with her arms folded across her chest, seemed to ignore her friend. Her vicious gaze swung from the beauty queen to Caleb and stayed there for a moment before she spoke again. "Are you going to introduce yourself, or would you like me to do it for you?" Sadie and Caleb knew each other? Oh. Things finally clicked into place. This was the Sadie from back in junior high. The crazy redhead they had joked about. She still seemed that way to Aiden. "You used to go to school in Bethel Ridge." She turned her glare toward him. She seemed the type that would eventually send that look around to everyone at the table. "That's right. I moved to Shiloh in the 8th grade, but I'm surprised you remember me. You're probably the only one." Bailey rubbed the girl's arm as if to give comfort, which seemed to diffuse her hostile attitude a little. Caleb still hadn't introduced himself, so Aiden took the job upon himself. "Everyone, this is my closest friend, Caleb Palmer. Caleb, this is my date, Bailey Foster. You already know Sadie. This is her date." Evan, and Sebastian and Natalie had left the table. "They're in line for food." Evan answered and then turned to Sadie. Are you ready? Good idea. Let's go. The couple stood and headed to the end of the line that was much shorter than it had been. Man, what's her problem? Caleb tugged at his tie as if he'd like nothing more than to rip it off. The better question is, why do you care? Now Savannah's arms were crossed as she stared at her date. Poor Caleb. Bailey leaned forward. Don't mind her. 8th grade was a really hard year for her. I guess she still hasn't gotten over it. Aiden, are you ready to stand in line yet? How could anything that happened back then have any bearing on today? He was definitely ready for this part of the evening to be over. Hopefully, the tension at the table would ease up once everyone had food in front of them.
This date wasn't going the way Bailey had hoped it would. Everyone at their table seemed to be there for the sole purpose of sabotaging her night. The couple across from them, what were their names again? She didn't even care anymore. Why didn't they get a room already? All their kissing and groping would be easier to ignore if Evan would stop staring at them. Did he think there would be a test later? If he did, Sadie was in for a big surprise. Sadie. Lord, please help that girl. She really needs it. What was her problem? Bailey had no idea what was going on between her and Caleb. Something must have happened in junior high, but that was over 16 years ago. It was time to let it go, whatever it was. And then there was Savannah Stallings. The girl who had single-handedly made those 4 years of high school almost miserable for Bailey. How in the world had they ended up sitting at the same table? Good grief, did someone have it in for her, or what? She could only hope the girl had learned how to act like a grown-up by now. After getting their food, they headed back to the table. The kissing couple hadn't returned. Good. Evan tore into his meal like it would be his last. Sadie sat quietly, still sulking. Savannah's plate sat untouched while she tapped away on her phone instead. And Caleb, well, he didn't look as if he was happy to be there. Bailey didn't know him at all, but she had the feeling his mood was connected to Sadie. It was a puzzle for sure. Deciding that none of this was her concern, she started to relax and focus on her date. They talked about simple things, like work and church. It felt like they'd known each other for years instead of days. He smiled a lot and leaned in when he spoke to her. He seemed to be into her like she was with him. It had been a long time since she'd felt this type of connection with a guy. A server came around with a cart to collect their empty dishes and was followed by another offering dessert. The server looked around the table with her brows raised in question. Champagne cupcakes, who wants one? Each cupcake had a mountain of pale gold-colored icing with a dollop of whipped cream and a dusting of glittery sprinkles on top. Everyone but Savannah passed the server their dessert plate. Bailey smiled when hers was returned with a burning candle sticking up from the center of her cupcake. This used to be a yearly tradition, one she suspected was orchestrated by her daddy. It had been a few years since she'd attended with a date, so she wasn't really expecting it this time. Sadie hugged her from the side and set a small package wrapped with teal foil and a silver bow in front of her. Happy birthday. Thanks. Bailey blew out the candle and set the cupcake on the table before reaching for the gift. Today is your birthday? Bailey could only nod at Aiden, a little embarrassed by the attention. I wish I'd known. Happy birthday. He wrapped his arm around her back, pulling her closer and kissed the side of her face. Her day had just gotten infinitely better. She could feel the warmth of his arms still wrapped around her as it radiated through to her chest. They studied each other as the rest of the room faded away. She could get lost in those deep blue eyes. This was the second time he'd kissed her face. Would his kisses find their way to her lips before the night was through? She sure hoped so. Are you going to sit there staring at him all night, or are you going to open my gift? Sadie had effectively broken the spell. Bailey glanced up to see Evan studying her and Aiden the way he had the kissing couple earlier. How embarrassing. She pulled away and started tearing the wrapping paper away from the plain, white box beneath. She carefully opened the top flap and removed some of the packing. Oh, Sadie, I love it. This will complete my collection. Bailey admired the small teal teacup and saucer. Both had a 1-inch cream band on the edge with a ring of tiny, multicolored flowers. A single, hand-painted daisy decorated the inside of the cup next to the rim. I found it at an antique shop in Georgia while I was there visiting Dad for Christmas. She gave her friend a hug. Thanks, Sadie. It's perfect. Oh, how quaint. Bailey, I thought you were done with the domesticated life after a failed marriage, and all those other attempts gone wrong. I'd have thought you would have given up on men a long time ago. Aren't you living back with your parents now? Bailey inhaled sharply as Savannah's barbs sank in. Plenty of unchristian-like comments played through her head as she stared at her former nemesis. Savannah was a year older than her, and as far as Bailey knew, she'd never come close to marriage. The girl had never left her parents' home. She probably still slept in the pink canopy bed Bailey had been so jealous of at one time. Bailey became keenly aware of those around her waiting for something to happen, including Aiden, who had no clue of what Savannah had been referring to. I have an apartment over my parents' garage. It was a lame thing to say, but it seemed to defuse the situation. Just as she finished repacking the cup and saucer, her parents stepped up to the 2 vacant seats at the table. Surely they are not about to join us. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Foster. It's so good to see you again. I think the couple who was sitting here has left. Why don't you join us? Sugar wouldn't melt in Savannah's mouth with the sweet words and expression she aimed at Bailey's parents. Daddy patted the girl's arm. Thanks for the offer, but we're not staying. We just came by to speak with Bailey before us 2 old birds returned to the nest. You're not staying? That's too bad. I would have loved the chance to take a spin around the dance floor with you again. I remember how light on your feet you are, Mr. Foster. Surely, you're not going to deny me the pleasure. Please stay for at least one dance. He patted Savannah's arm again. Maybe next time. Bailey had to hold back her gag reflex. She gained some satisfaction by the sour look on her mama's face as she stared down at the girl. There had been plenty of times Bailey had run home after school to cry on her mama's shoulder over some spiteful thing Savannah Stallings had said or done. Mama obviously hadn't forgotten. One thing was for sure, if you messed with one of Jamie Foster's kids, you were on her list for the rest of your life. Mama finally looked her way and smiled. Bailey, aren't you going to introduce us to your date? This is Aiden Weaver. Aiden, my parents, Connor and Jamie Foster. Aiden stood and shook their hands. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Foster. Mrs. Foster, good to see you again. Mama looked like she'd just won the grand prize at the county fair. She was probably already planning a wedding with him and Bailey as the token bride and groom. Please, call us Jamie and Connor. We'll have to have you over for supper sometime soon. That would be nice. Bailey silently begged her mama to not take things overboard. She and Aiden had only just met. Well, I'm tired, honey, are you ready? Good. They would be leaving soon. Can y'all take my camera home with you? I can get it later. Sure, sweetie. Do you want me to take a picture of you and your sweetheart before we go? You two look like you were made for each other. Good grief. Bailey took out her camera and handed it to her mama. Put your arm around her, Aiden. Smile, Bailey. You're supposed to be having a good time. Just snap the picture already. She could just imagine how that one would turn out. Her skin probably glowed red with embarrassment, and the smile was sure to look fake. She hated fake smiles. Her parents wished her a happy birthday and left, taking her camera and Sadie's gift with them. She sat, staring straight ahead, not wanting to make eye contact with her date after that meeting and Savannah's comments before that. What must he be thinking right now? He leaned in and spoke near her ear. Your parents are nice. His warm breath on her neck sent tingles down her arm. She tried not to show a reaction. I think the word you meant to say was awkward. They weren't that bad. I think your mom likes me, at least. She turned to look at him as her brows lifted. Really? What gave it away? He laughed at her sarcasm and then moved in even closer. The important thing is, how do you feel about me? She leaned in toward his ear. Her thoughts seemed too intimate to share with everyone at the table. Since you're asking, I think you're pretty awesome. He laughed and kissed the spot right next to her ear. My lips are right here. Mercy, she was ready for that first real kiss. Hurry up, midnight.
Aiden was happy when the band finally started up. He was ready to get away from the table for a while, away from Sadie with her anger along with her weird companion, away from Caleb sulking in his high-end mighty date. He felt like he was back in high school. He'd noticed after getting married and having children that it had placed a sizable gap between him and his single friends. It was as if he'd aged at double the rate after becoming a family man. He'd be willing to bet that everyone sharing a table with him tonight had never been married. Well, maybe with the exception of Bailey. He hadn't missed Savannah's cryptic remark, but he chose to ignore it. He had no desire to rehash the mistakes of their pasts. Their relationship would never be that serious, and Bailey's failed marriage was none of his business. He couldn't deny his attraction to the woman, though. If it had been just the two of them, everything would have probably gone more smoothly. Maybe more than just smooth. He had a feeling he could really like this girl. Is everything okay? You seem stiff. He smiled down at his dance partner as he tried to relax his shoulders. I'm just worried about my dancing skills after finding out that you helped teach a class. The truth was, he couldn't help but notice how good it felt to hold her in his arms. How just looking into her eyes caused him to feel a connection that shouldn't exist. How he wondered what would happen if their first kiss came before the appointed midnight hour. How would she react? Would she melt into him, or would she pull away and look around to see if anyone had noticed? I didn't actually teach the class. My sister-in-law is the teacher. I only danced with her customers. You're doing a great job, if you ask me. Just relax. That's exactly what he should do. Just because he planned for this to be their only date, didn't mean they shouldn't have a good time. He spun her around and dipped her, causing a squeal. By the time they were standing upright, they were both laughing. Better? Yeah, but you could warn a girl next time. He winked at her. What would be the fun in that? She leaned into him, and he could feel her laughter rumble through his own chest. The joy he saw in her was wholesome and contagious. The same type of happiness he saw reflected in her eyes bubbled up inside of him. He hadn't felt this carefree in years. You have a beautiful smile. Her cheeks colored, and her gaze went to his lips. If he didn't miss his guess, she was just as attracted to him as he was to her. He pulled her closer, and felt her quick intake of breath. What else can I say to make you blush like that again? She placed a hand on her cheek. Am I blushing? Her warm breath on his face sent heat all the way to his core. I think it's the cutest thing I've ever seen. She looked down at his shoulder. Her cheeks bunched up as she tried not to smile at his compliment, revealing a dimple on the right side that he hadn't noticed before. He heard her sigh when he bent his head and kissed her cheek on that very spot. The slow song ended and a line dance started up next. They stayed out on the dance floor for the next couple of songs, but neither of them placed her in his arms like that first one had. They stopped for a glass of punch on their way back to the table. A cash bar occupied one corner of the room, but alcohol had never appealed to Aiden like it did to some others. When they arrived back at their table, Caleb and Sadie were the only ones sitting there. Caleb stared across at his tablemate with the same sulky look he'd worn all night, and Sadie looked like she was ready for murder. Where's your date? Caleb motioned with his thumb over his shoulder, but his gaze never left Sadie's face. She's dancing with someone else. Bailey placed her hand on her friend's tightly crossed arms. What happened? Sadie's face turned a shade of red that was in competition with her hair. He tried to kiss me. Bailey immediately turned to look at Caleb, who was still staring at Sadie. Not him. Evan. He got me out on the dance floor and, it was awful. His tongue, she gave an exaggerated shiver. Bailey grabbed her mouth as her body shook with laughter. It was a moment before she was composed enough to speak again, and then her words sounded strained. What did you do? I slapped him. Caleb snickered and was rewarded with another glare. It was all Aiden could do to hold it together and keep from laughing out loud. He looked over his shoulder toward the dance floor for a moment to try and compose himself before he could look her way again. Bailey rubbed her friend's shoulder with concern, but trying to hold back her smile had her cheeks bunched again. No. No dimple on this side. Only on the right. Where is he now? It's a good thing I drove here because he called his momma to come and get him. 30 years old and still no driver's license. What was I thinking when I asked him? If Aiden had been in the same situation as Sadie, he would have left too. As miserable as the girl had been all afternoon, what was the point of staying? She was putting a damper on what could have been a great night. Caleb stood and pushed his chair in. Well, I'm going to find my date and see if I can salvage what's left of this night. So, Aiden, what do you do when you're not selling cars? Oh great, now Sadie was turning her attention back to him, the only man left at the table. The way she'd said it, let him know it was another barb aimed at his career choice. Too bad she didn't know him, or she could come up with a lot worse than just the fact that he was a car salesman. Most of my time is pretty much taken up with raising my 2 girls all by myself. Why had he added all by myself? It made him sound pitiful. Oh, look at Aiden. He's having to do it all by himself. Whine. She threw her hands up in the air and looked toward the ceiling. Oh dear Jesus, please help her. What was the redhead going on about now? Bailey leaned over toward her friend. Sadie, you know I don't like it when people take the Lord's name in vain. What are you talking about? That was a bona fide prayer. You know you're going to need his help after hearing that. You two will be tying the knot before the year is up. Bailey frowned at the girl, but Sadie seemed unfazed. Why were they even friends? They seemed nothing alike, which was a good thing as far as he was concerned. If Bailey was anything like this girl, their date would have ended hours ago. Caleb sat back down and slumped in his seat. What did I miss? Aiden had sat there through the whole exchange between the 2 women at the table, and he wouldn't have been able to explain it if his life depended on it. Could you not find her? Oh yeah, I found her all right, but I don't believe she really wanted to be found, not by me anyway. Just then, Savannah walked up to the table holding the hand of another guy. Well, folks, it's been interesting, but I'm out of here. Caleb didn't even look up at her as she opened her purse and pulled out a card. Aiden was surprised when she handed it to him. Aiden, you seem like someone I'd like to get to know better. Call me. She leaned down and kissed him on the cheek, making sure he got a deeper view down her dress. If he'd known what she'd been about to do, he wouldn't have reached for the card that now lay on the table in front of him. Caleb's expression never changed. Bailey, on the other hand, looked more downcast than before. Surely she knew he'd never call the girl. They all sat there in silence until the next slow song started up. Caleb leaned in as he looked across the table at Sadie. Would you like to dance? I promise I won't try to kiss you. Has he lost his mind? Aiden expected Sadie to lunge across the table at any minute and go for Caleb's throat. She unfolded her arms, and her face relaxed. She didn't speak but did manage to nod. Caleb walked around the table and held out his hand. She took it and they headed toward the dance floor. A small giggle escaped from Bailey. Well, I didn't see that coming. Do you think your friend will make it back in one piece? He tugged on a curl next to her cheek, causing her to look his way. He's a big boy. He can take care of himself. Do you want to dance? Sure. They swayed around the dance floor in silence for a few moments. He tried to regain the mood of their previous slow dance, but one thing was keeping him from it. That was a weird reaction Sadie had to finding out I'm a single parent. What was that about? Don't pay any mind to Sadie. She thinks she's looking out for my best interest, but sometimes, she shook her head as she looked down at his tie. Something tightened in his chest. How does me having kids affect you? She continued to stare at his tie for so long he was beginning to think she wasn't going to answer. She knows how much I want children, and she thinks I'm only attracted to men with a ready-made family. The vulnerable look she gave him then was full of breathtaking honesty. It made Aiden realize how phony all of the women were he'd dated in the past. They swayed around some more, staring into each other's eyes before he even remembered what the conversation had been about. Are you? Am I what? Only attracted to men with children? I don't think so. She'd looked back down at his chest before answering and the spell was broken. He didn't want someone dating him only because of the girls. On the other hand, he couldn't be with someone who wouldn't accept them with open arms either. He began to realize just how precarious his situation really was.
It was Monday. Time to get back to work. Weariness sagged Bailey's shoulders as she made her way to the academy. It had been 4 days since her date with Aiden, and she hadn't heard from him. Well, except for that one text. She'd sent him one the morning after the ball telling him how much she'd enjoyed spending time with him, even giving details about the parts she'd appreciated the most. All she got back from him was one line, "Yeah, me too." That was it? Her translation, "I hope to never see you again." She should have known after that kiss at midnight. Everyone had been offered champagne. They made their toast. Counted down the seconds, and then. She stared into his deep blue eyes, lost in the moment. He took her into his arms and slowly lowered his lips toward hers. She inhaled, catching the hint of his cologne mingled with a scent that was purely him. As he drew closer, she closed her eyes to savor the contact she'd been waiting for all night, and he gave her a peck right at the corner of her lips. So frustrating. Bailey flipped the light switch in the art room, illuminating the cluttered space. She should have come in earlier to get rid of the Christmas decorations. She'd just have to work on it between classes. For now, she only had 15 minutes to come up with a lesson plan. A fat envelope sat on her desk. She tilted its contents into her hand. Smiling faces from the Christmas parade beamed up at her. Someone had taken down the office bulletin board and returned the pictures she'd taken. Flipping through them, she stopped when she came to the one of Aiden and his girls. He was crouched down beside Kensley with Riley between his knees. He had an arm wrapped around each of them, and they all looked genuinely happy. She imagined how the picture would look with her in it, kneeling beside Aiden. Like she belonged to them. Like they were a family. She swiped the single tear from her face. This was ridiculous. Yes, she wanted a family of her own, but that didn't mean it would be this family. She didn't know what God held in her future, but honestly, she was ready to get on with it. Her life the way it was now just didn't feel right. Dear Lord, if you don't have a family in mind, please help me to be content with whatever you do have for me. Opening one of her cabinet doors, she pulled out a Ziploc bag full of scraps of construction paper. They were leftovers from another project. She'd learned to throw almost nothing away. The colorful strips of paper were straight on one side and curvy on the other, perfect for making little frames to go with the pictures.
When Aiden entered the lobby, a few of the employees were standing behind the sales counter looking over Lily's shoulder at her computer screen. Robert Keller leaned back against the wall behind him with his hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. Looks like Loverboy finally made it into work today. Loverboy? If this was a new nickname, he didn't like it. Robert had this thing about making up nicknames for everyone, hoping they would stick. Aiden had learned it was best not to react. The more you protested one of Robert's monikers, the more likely he was to use it in the future. So, Aiden, how was the ball? Lily's smirk matched everyone else's. He had the distinct feeling that they knew something he didn't. It went just fine. Why do you ask? No reason. Just curious, that's all. Robert came around the counter to stand next to him. He slapped Aiden on the back and grinned up at him. So, you and Miss Shiloh, huh? I knew you were a wheeler and dealer when it came to selling cars, but I didn't know you had it in you to sweet-talk a girl away from a friend right under his nose. I bet your pal, Caleb, really loved that. Robert was usually an okay guy, but at times like this, Aiden didn't like him much. I have no idea what you're talking about. Old age must be getting to you because you're talking out of your head now. His words managed to wipe the smirk off Robert's face. He was the oldest salesman there and was a bit touchy about it. A woman out on the lot, with her hands shielding her eyes as she peered into the interior of a new Dodge Dart, caught Aiden's attention. Robert turned to see what he was looking at and then started straightening his tie and making sure his shirt was tucked in. I got this one. Let me show you how it's done. The tension in Aiden's body left as Robert walked out the door. He didn't make eye contact with anyone else as he made his way to his office. He had a sick feeling about what had caused all the attention he was getting this morning. It took mere minutes for his computer to boot up and less time than that to use Google to find Savannah Stallings' blog. The one labeled A Date with the Average Man was 4 posts down from the top. Apparently, the girl was dedicated to sharing every private moment with anyone who cared to read it. He skimmed past the part about what she'd worn to the ball along with the pictures. He stopped when he found Caleb's name. So far, so good. She'd been pleased with the couple committee's choice. Caleb had impressed her with his charm and willingness to let her pick out his tux. A caption beneath a picture of the two of them together read, "Style and the right date can make any man look good." The girl really thought highly of herself. They'd been late to the ball on purpose. She said she meant to skip the boring, patriotic speech given by the mayor every year. After all, what does the town of Shiloh have to brag about? A surprising statement considering she claimed to be one of the town's representatives. She also commented on the fact that the mayor's speech was always followed by prayer, which she found to be inappropriate. Save all that God talk for church on Sunday morning. Had Caleb been aware of her views before the date? His friend had a strict policy about only dating Christians. After all, according to him, there was no point in dating a girl you wouldn't consider marrying. Aiden wasn't sure if he was right or not. I knew the date was going downhill once I got a look at the losers sharing our table. He now wished he'd eaten something besides a honey bun with his coffee for breakfast. Savannah shared what she thought about the smooching couple who had sat next to her. He agreed with her assessment, though he wouldn't have worded it quite the way she had. It was a relief to see she at least hadn't given their names. She hadn't given Evan's name either, but she called him a nerd and then went on to say that all nerds needed to stay in the lab and had no business on a dance floor. That was harsh. Even nerds deserve to have fun. Aiden chuckled, wondering what she would have thought about Evan putting the moves on Sadie like he had on the dance floor later that evening. She'd missed that little bit of action. In comparison to what came next, Savannah had been generous until this point in her report. There'd been no hesitation in revealing Sadie and Bailey by name. Even though he'd have to agree that Sadie had been a hard pill to swallow, he at least had enough sense to keep his thoughts about the girl to himself. Judging by the words in her blog post, this beauty queen wasn't so beautiful on the inside. Of course, he'd already figured that out after the little bit of time he'd spent in her presence at the ball. He wondered how many people were reading this while eating up every word with glee. If you know Bailey Foster, then you know she's really into marriage. Looks like she's on the prowl again, but I think she's out of her league this time. What was that supposed to mean? It was no secret that marriage was the focus of the Foster family's business. Bailey was a photographer and no doubt did her share of weddings. How did that make her really into marriage? It seemed Savannah had made her way around their table, so it was no surprise that the next paragraph was about him. There was a certain hottie sitting at my table that I could definitely get into. I believe if those old bats on the couples committee had any clue at all, they would have matched me with this one. I think it's time for a new car. I may just have to head over to Weaver Dodge. I'm sure I could be very satisfied by one particular blue-eyed salesman there. Aiden, if you're reading this, call me. He could feel his face burning red. He looked up at the open door to see if anyone could witness his embarrassment. It didn't matter. Everyone at Weaver Dodge surely knew about it by now. The whole town of Shiloh would know about it soon enough, Bethel Ridge too, for that matter. Caleb had known the girl planned to blog about their date. Surely, he'd already read this. So, why hadn't he called? He hoped his friend knew he had nothing to do with the vicious words she'd written or when she'd handed him her card before leaving the ball. If he'd shown the woman anything she'd taken a special attention on his part, it was purely by accident. And what about Bailey? Should he call her? He'd decided not to have further contact with her, but now he wasn't so sure. He had to admit he really liked her. Under different circumstances, he would have asked her out again despite his earlier assertion that there would only be that one date. But, he couldn't get Sadie's remark out of his head. He didn't want to end up with someone who was only drawn to him because he had kids.
It had been almost a week since she'd heard from Sadie. Bailey had picked up their standard Wednesday night order of Chinese food, but she wondered if the girl was even going to show. She might be eating leftover Chinese for the rest of the week. She and Winston were halfway through an old episode of Full House, when Sadie walked in with a sheepish look on her face. "Sorry I'm late. I had a phone call to make after work that went longer than I expected." "No problem. We'll just have to nuke it. The food wouldn't taste as good, though." She tried hard to check her attitude. To be honest, she'd been glad for her time apart from Sadie after the immature way the girl had acted at the ball. Bailey stuffed both styrofoam containers, bag and all, into her small microwave and hit a button to start it up. Then she pulled out a couple of glasses and filled them with ice and diet soda. Sadie dropped her bag, pulled off her coat, and hunted down their chopsticks. When everything was ready, they sat at the little table to eat in silence while they avoided looking at each other. Finally, Bailey could no longer take the awkwardness. "Where were you Sunday?" Sadie took a bite of broccoli and waited until she had finished chewing to answer. "I decided to take a personal day. After what happened at the ball, I just felt like I needed some time to myself." "What did happen at the ball? What was that thing going on between you and Caleb?" "I didn't even know you knew him, but y'all acted like you hated each other. I thought at one point you were going to crawl across the table and choke him with his own tie, and then you ended up dancing with him before the night was over. What was up with that?" Sadie rolled her eyes and looked to the side as she chewed another bite of food before answering. "The first real date I ever had was with Caleb Palmer back in 8th grade. There was a dance about a month before school let out. We had been together for a few months, but it was nothing serious." She twirled her chopsticks in a circle over her plate. "You know how it is at that age. You only see each other at school, and you talk on the phone, but that's it. Then we went to that dance and it was perfect. He kissed me, my first real kiss, and I thought I was in love." Sadie laid her chopsticks down and pushed her plate away. She propped her elbows on the table, interlocking her fingers in front of her. "When I got home, Mom already had our stuff packed. Without warning, we moved to Shiloh that night. Macy and I had no clue that there was anything wrong in our parents' marriage until it was over. I begged Mom to wait until the school year ended, but she wouldn't. She said she couldn't take another day living with, well, you can imagine some of the things she called Dad after he'd dallied with that girl. She was 19 years old. Oh, don't get me started. Anyway, I guess you remember how it was when I first moved here." Bailey remembered how angry Sadie had been. She'd managed to scare off anyone who had tried to come near her, but for some reason Bailey had been determined to be her friend. "Yeah, but I don't remember you ever saying anything about Caleb." "That's because I never mentioned him. I had been in a panic to get in touch with him at first. I called and called, but there was either no answer or his mom would say he wasn't home. One day his dad answered and told me not to call back. I was hurt, and it was embarrassing, so I never talked about what happened to anyone. I know it's stupid to have a reaction after all these years, but seeing him at the ball just brought it all back to the surface." Bailey reached across the table for Sadie's hand. "That's because you never dealt with it. Maybe it's a good thing to get it all out in the open. I know you've had a hard time forgiving your dad. That 19-year-old was just one in a string of girls her dad had been with after her parents split up. He'd even hit on Bailey once right after high school, but she'd never shared that with Sadie. So, what about Caleb?" The deer-in-the-headlight look on Sadie's face made it seem like she'd missed out on the whole conversation up until this point. "What about Caleb? Are you going to forgive him for what happened? I mean, it was over." Sadie cut her off. "Don't say it. I don't even want to think about how many years have passed. I'm over it now. I just wish I'd been over it before the ball." They ate a few more bites in silence. Sadie looked up at her through her lashes. "So, have you talked to Aiden?" "No. Not since the ball. I thought you two had hit it off." "Yeah, I thought so too, but apparently that wasn't the case." Bailey got up to throw her leftovers away, turning her back on her friend while resisting the urge to lay blame. If Sadie hadn't shown out, things may have been different. Well, it wasn't fair to blame it all on one person. Everyone at that table had seemed determined to ruin her date with Aiden. Maybe they weren't even the ones to blame. Maybe it was her. After all, she didn't have a good track record when it came to love. Not for the first time, she wondered if there was something wrong with her. There appeared to be a block between her and everyone else. Even her family seemed to keep her at arm's length. Her relationship with Sadie even was prickly at times. Sadie threw away her plate and started washing the chopsticks. "Did you happen to see Savannah's blog post?" Bailey turned to look at her friend's back. Normally, this would have been a weird question. Savannah Stallings hadn't even been on their radar since they all graduated from high school. Yes, thanks to Mama. Sadie turned to look at her. Your mama reads that trash? Not normally, I don't think, but everyone in town seems to have read that post. Mama went on and on about how I'd ruined my chances with a good man, how our family has a reputation to uphold, and how she never liked the girl anyway. Do you think Aiden read it? Probably, but I don't think it had anything to do with him not calling me. I think he decided not to have anything else to do with me before our date was even finished. Sadie didn't say anything. If she felt any kind of remorse for her part in what happened that night, she'd never admit it. Bailey stepped into the living room and grabbed her coat. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. I have to walk Winston, and then it'll be time for church. When he heard his name, Winston jumped from the end of the couch where he'd been snoozing. He made the quick trip over to Bailey, and she strapped him into the little doggy coat attached to his leash. He licked her on the chin as if to reassure her that somebody loved her, even if he did have 4 paws and fur rather than the blonde hair and deep blue eyes that she hadn't been able to stop thinking about since she first saw the man with his girls buying potty training supplies.
Mom had asked for the kids to spend the weekend with her and Dad. Aiden was glad for the time off, but being without his girls always left him feeling a little lost. He spent the morning catching up on some things around the house. He ate a ham and cheese sandwich and some chips for lunch. Alone. Alone was dangerous. It gave him too much time to reflect on his life. It went deeper than just the temporary absence of his daughters. He still dreamed of a life with someone else. Oddly enough, it was the highs that usually caused him to miss having a wife to share it with. Someone to laugh over something one of the kids had said or done, someone to come home and tell the details of a particularly good day at work to, a woman to share his nights with, to share his bed with, not just for that passionate release shared between husband and wife, but for the comfort of pulling that person closer in the middle of the night and hearing her sigh as they both let sleep reclaim them. He needed to get out of this house. His call to Caleb went straight to voicemail. It was too cold for an outdoor activity. If the girls were home, he'd probably take them to see a movie, so why couldn't he go by himself? At least it would occupy his mind for a couple of hours and maybe get him out of this somber mood. There was a $2 cinema nearby where he liked to go, not because of the cheap rates, as much as for the fact that it wasn't as crowded as other theaters. It played movies after they had fizzled out at the top-rated cinemas, just before they were released to DVD. His choices were Alvin and the Chipmunks or a movie about a cartoon dinosaur that he'd already watched with the girls. He should have waited until later in the day when there would be more choices suited for adults. He got his customary order of popcorn, candy, and a large drink, forgetting that he usually had 2 girls there to help him eat all this junk. He sat there in the semi-darkened room by himself, reading trivia questions from the screen while he waited for the previews to start. What was the original color of Dorothy's slippers in The Wizard of Oz? Hadn't they always been ruby red? He was right in the middle of reading about how the color had been changed from silver to ruby in order to take advantage of the Technicolor film process that had become popular at that time, when his attention was snagged by another moviegoer entering the room. It looked like Bailey? She took a step toward the back and then to the side before stopping, as if she suddenly didn't know which way to go. He could understand her hesitancy to be in the same room with him after the way he'd left things, but he was honestly glad to see her. The loneliness that had plagued him all day seemed to evaporate in her presence. Come, sit with me. Are you sure? Of course, I am. Come on. He moved his coat and drink to the opposite side and stood as she approached. He had the urge to hug her before they sat down, but the way she clutched her coat to her chest reminded him that she may not be as receptive as she had been at the ball. I'm surprised to see you here alone. Of course, she'd think of the kids not being here. That was her focus, after all. He took a deep breath and tried to swallow his disappointment. The girls are spending the weekend with my parents. That's not what I meant. She looked up at the screen when the preview started. I meant I'm surprised that you're watching a kids' movie by yourself. He couldn't help but laugh. You're here by yourself. Yeah, well, me and Sadie had a thing for the Chipmunks growing up. We thought we'd see it for old time's sake since it was only $2 to get in, but she backed out at the last minute. I never go out unless I'm with her. I don't know, I guess this time I decided I shouldn't let her absence stop me. I need to get used to being alone. Wow, that sounded pitiful. Sorry about that. Why Sadie? Why not go with a date or another friend? He could ask himself the same thing. His circle mostly consisted of his family and Caleb, but Caleb was no Sadie. He really couldn't see the connection between Crazy Girl and the sweet woman now sitting next to him. Sadie's the only real friend I've got. She may not be perfect, but she's loyal. And you should know as well as anyone that me and dating just don't go together. Ouch. The movie finally began. He couldn't stop himself from looking her way every few minutes. Her body was stiff as she stared up at the screen. Alvin was already up to his usual antics, but neither one of them was laughing. He hated that Bailey thought she was the reason he'd kept silent this past week, like there was something wrong with her. He looked around the theater. They were the only two people in the room. How was this place staying in business? Looking down at the expensive popcorn and candy that was going untouched, he found his possible answer. He offered her some of his popcorn, but she just shook her head. I'm sorry, I haven't called since the ball. I really did have a good time. She hugged the coat that was still hanging across her arm up to her chest like a shield, but at least she was looking at him now. Look, you don't have to lie to me. If it had just been the two of us, then maybe it would have been a good time. But what went on with the rest of the people at our table was just senseless. I can understand why a night like that would make you think twice about hanging out with me again. He pushed his fingers through his hair. Being candid wasn't his usual thing. That's not why I didn't call. I know nothing that went on that night was your fault. To be honest, could he really say it? He cleared his throat. It was the part about the kids that scared me. She twisted her body around to face him, bringing her knee up into the seat with her. What do you mean? What part about the kids? I can't have someone dating me just because I have kids. He could see the look of sad understanding as the lights from the film flashed across her face. I won't lie. Because of health issues, I may not be able to have children of my own. If God saw fit to send a ready-made family my way, I'd be thrilled, but I can promise you that I have never gone out with any man just because he had children. I had no idea I'd be set up with a single dad for the ball. I felt an attraction to you as soon as we met. You seem genuinely nice. We share the same beliefs. And, yes, I was impressed with the relationship you have with your children, but what woman wouldn't factor that in? He placed his hand on the side of her face. He felt her take a deep breath in. So, you find me attractive, huh? She laughed, but then looked toward the screen. He'd wanted to lighten the mood, but he also wanted her attention. The darkened room was a plus, but why'd it have to be so loud? Bailey. She turned back toward him. Would it be possible for us to start over, or at least back up to just before I ruined everything with that lousy midnight kiss? I really could use a do-over right now. She nodded her head. Yes, that would be nice. Her eyes grew large when he pulled her closer. He knew she'd meant a yes to the restart of their relationship and not the kiss, but he hadn't been able to get that screw-up out of his mind. He'd been imagining all week how that kiss could have been if he hadn't been such an idiot. The minute his lips touched her soft, full ones, he was a goner. Without breaking contact with her lips, he lifted the arm of the seat that had them separated and drew her closer as he deepened the kiss. She melted into his arms just like he'd imagined she would when he'd fantasized about how their kiss could have gone the night of the ball. This was better than anything he'd dreamed up. All too soon the lights in the theater came on. Aiden looked up to see the credits rolling up the screen. Bailey twisted around to face the front while trying to smooth her long, blonde hair back into place. A pimple-faced teenager was standing at the end of the aisle with a broom in his hand, wearing a knowing smirk. Did you folks enjoy the movie? Bailey avoided all eye contact as she donned her coat and pulled the strap of her purse up on her shoulder. The blush on her cheeks along with her rosy swollen lips had Aiden wondering if she'd like to catch another movie with him. If it was anywhere near as good as Alvin and the Chipmunks, it'd just be a shame to miss it. On second thought, another makeout session in a dark theater may not be the best idea. Aiden didn't want things to get out of hand like they had with Jenna. They made their way outside. The sun was shining in bright contrast to where they had just spent an hour and a half of glorious time together.
Bailey stopped just outside the door and turned toward Aiden. She glanced up at him and then back down at the sidewalk. She could feel the heat creeping up the side of her face once again. Everything had happened so fast inside that deserted theater, but what had all that kissing meant in terms of a relationship? So. He grabbed her attention when he took her hand in his as he faced her. I'm not ready to let you go. There's a coffee house up the street. Do you want to grab a cup with me and maybe share a piece of pie, or something? I'm not ready to let you go. That one statement made her go weak in the knees. She had to keep telling herself to hold back on expressing her true feelings. I'd like that. He leaned down and kissed her softly on the lips, melting her insides like a bar of chocolate left out in the sun. This kiss was less passionate than the ones they'd shared before, but it somehow felt more intimate. She relaxed in his arms. A girl could get used to this in a hurry. He slowly pulled away, and she looked up into his deep blue eyes that were the same color as the sky above him. Easy, girl. Her thoughts were swirling around in the wrong direction already. The last thing she needed was a repeat of her previous failed relationships. As if sensing her thoughts, he took a step back and offered her his arm. They left her car in the parking lot and headed the short distance to Soul Perks Coffee in his truck. Once there, he ordered coffee with cream and sugar along with a slice of apple pie a la mode for them to share. One slice at Soul Perks was 1/4 of a pie. She ordered her usual mocha frappe. Aiden cringed at her choice. In what world does a frozen chocolate drink go with apple pie? What? I hardly ever eat or drink anything with sugar in it, so when I do, I get what I really want. Mocha frappe is my favorite. Besides, chocolate goes with everything. If you say so. As the two of them enjoyed their treat, they talked about their families. She was amazed at the ease of communication between them in the absence of the drama their friends had caused at the ball. He told her about his father's antics at Christmas time, about what it was like working for him, and stories about some of the pranks he'd played on his younger sisters. She talked about her parents' relationship with her brother and his wife, and how her mama had always meddled in her life. There were only a couple of bites of pie left swimming in a puddle of melted ice cream when his phone rang. He looked at the screen. She could see the instant panic in his eyes, and it caused her feelings to mirror his without even knowing what was wrong. It's my mom. Hello. He exhaled and his shoulders relaxed. Do you want me to come get them? Sure, Mom, I'll be over there sometime within the next hour. Love you too. Judging from his side of the conversation, this date would soon be over. Bailey started gathering up trash from the table. I take it you need to get out of here. I forgot to pack Riley's stuffed bunny, and she has trouble going to sleep without it. Would you like to ride with me? I'd love for you to meet my parents, and I know the girls wouldn't mind seeing you again. Her heart jumped a little at his request. Wasn't it too soon to meet the parents? Well, in all fairness, he'd already met hers. Are you sure? He reached across the table and took her by the hand. Yes, I am. In that case, I'd love to ride with you.
His place was just a few blocks from Bethel Ridge's main street. Aiden studied the small, ranch-style house as they pulled up to the side. The gray shutters looked faded against the white brick. He'd left the shade down that he used to shield the porch from the afternoon sun, and there were a few toys scattered on the lawn. Normally these things didn't bother him, but if he'd known Bailey would be seeing it for the first time, he would have made more of an effort. This was supposed to have been a starter home. He'd eventually planned to move out to the country, but Jenna's leaving had put a hold on that idea. He realized now that her leaving had, in fact, put his whole life on hold. That needed to change. He decided to throw caution to the wind and start a serious relationship with Bailey. He really liked her, and maybe dating her would finally move life forward again. They had to step over a couple of toy cars on the walkway leading around to the front door. You'll have to excuse the mess. I'm afraid the inside won't look much better. Aiden glanced over at Bailey. The smile on her face changed to that of curiosity as she looked up toward the front porch. He turned and scanned the area, trying to figure out what she was seeing that had put that look on her face. It took a moment for his brain to catch up to the fact that Jenna was sitting on his porch swing. What are you doing here? She came and stood at the top of the stairs, wrapping her arm around the banister. What's the matter, babe? Aren't you happy to see me? Aiden had been holding back on his anger for over 2 years now, and he was afraid it might come spilling out for the world to see if he dared to say anything. He didn't look her way, but he was aware of Bailey standing there. He didn't want to have it out with his ex-wife in front of her. "Oh, calm down, and get that look off your face. I just came by to see the girls. I caught your little public display out in front of the theater. The way the two of you were locked together at the lips, I knew you'd be bringing her back here before too much longer. I know you pretty well." He could feel his heart pumping in his neck. He'd never been diagnosed with high blood pressure, but it had to be through the roof right now. "You don't know me at all. In fact, you never have. If you saw me at the theater, then you knew the kids were not with me, not that I'd let you see them anyway. So, why are you here?" She made her way down the steps and headed his way, swaying her hips clad in painted-on jeans with a smoldering look in her eyes. He'd seen the look before behind closed doors, but out here and in front of Bailey, she just looked cheap. She reached a hand toward his face, and he grabbed her wrist. "What do you think you're doing?" His jaw was clenched so tight, he could barely get the words out. She raised up on her toes, bringing her face closer to his. "Maybe I just wanted to rekindle an old flame. Have you lost your cotton-picking mind?" His dad's old phrases seemed to make their way from his mouth every time he got angry. He released her wrist from his grip with a shove, causing her to take a step back. "The last account I had, you were with someone else, and as you can see, I've moved on as well. Oh, relax, she's gone. It's just the two of us, so you can cut the act. I know you still want me. I could see it in your eyes when you saw me at the parade." He whipped around and scanned the yard, but Bailey was nowhere to be seen. He took a couple of steps out and looked toward his truck, but she wasn't there either. He turned back to Jenna. This was the first time in his life that he'd ever felt the desire to hit a woman. He pointed his finger just inches from her face. "I'm leaving. The next time I come home, you had better not be here." She pushed her lips together in a pucker that he used to find attractive. "You can't stop me from seeing my kids. You wanna bet?" She lifted her chin in a show of confidence. "I can sue you for custody." Aiden couldn't believe she had the nerve to threaten him with that. "You go ahead and try if you want to wind up in jail." "Jail?" Her mouth dropped open. How could she be so clueless? It was as if her memory had been cleared of any of her past transgressions. "You abandoned them. You walked out of this house and left those two helpless babies by themselves. I should have had you arrested right then. Why are you doing this?" She folded her arms across her chest and looked down at the ground in front of her. "I saw you with her and remembered what I had. I miss you, Aiden. I want you back." This would almost be funny if it weren't happening to him. "Me and the girls are a package deal. You didn't want either of us when you left, and you don't want us now, not really. You just don't want to see me happy with someone else. The truth is, I wouldn't have you if you were the last woman on earth, so go back to that guy you were hanging on to at the parade, or go find someone else. I couldn't care less what you do." It wasn't hard to ignore the hurt look on her face as he turned and went back to his truck, not when he knew how much she deserved it. He needed to find Bailey. He could only imagine what she must be feeling right now. He drove the few blocks to the theater. Her car was already gone when he got there. She must have run the whole way to make it there before him. He wished like everything this hadn't happened in front of her. Surely, she had to be upset, or she wouldn't have left. He couldn't imagine what she must be thinking. She probably imagined Jenna showing up in his life on a regular basis. He needed to find her so he could explain and smooth over any damage his ex had caused.
Not again. Please, God, not again. Bailey gripped the steering wheel as she headed back to Shiloh toward the comfort of her own home. A memory from her past and the scene that had just played out with Aiden and his wife were mingled together in her thoughts, forming such a tangled mess it was hard to separate the two. Not long after her divorce, she'd become engaged to a man named David Comer. Luckily, their relationship ended before she said "I do," but the sting of his betrayal was nonetheless painful. Of course, her mama had been the one to introduce them. Sadie would point out that this man had 3 children from a previous marriage. Bailey still wasn't convinced that's why she'd latched onto him. This time was different. David said all the things a woman wanted to hear. He was constantly telling her how much he loved her, how beautiful she was, and how he'd never do to her what Jason had done. Her family warned her to take it slow, saying he seemed too good to be true. They'd labeled it as a rebound romance. Sadie suggested she stop looking for the right man and just adopt a child instead. The only one who wasn't upset was Momma. She was a hopeless romantic who wanted to see her daughter happy, and for her, that meant marriage. She'd taken it slower this time. They'd waited 5 whole months before becoming engaged. David had wanted her so badly, and she wanted him too. Everything was so much hotter and more passionate than it had been before her first marriage. Her relationship with Jason had seemed more practical, and look at how that turned out. This had to be a good sign, right? 3 weeks after they announced their engagement, his wife showed up at her place looking for a fight. His wife. It turned out they'd never gotten a divorce. This time Bailey was the other woman, and David had chosen his wife over her. She was even more devastated than she'd been when Jason left her. How could he have done this to her knowing what she'd already been through? There had been a lot of soul-searching after that. She'd dated a lot of jerks. Add a failed marriage and a broken engagement, and it became obvious that she must be the problem. She'd never once asked God if any of these relationships had been pleasing to him. She hadn't prayed for him to send the right one. If only she could have come to this realization sooner. It might have saved a world of heartache. Bailey never wanted to go through anything like that again. She'd hightailed it out of there as soon as she realized that the skinny blonde on the front porch was Aiden's wife? Ex-wife? Even now she couldn't remember if he'd ever said whether or not he was divorced. Truth be told, Bailey couldn't swear to the fact that he'd ever been married to begin with. He'd never mentioned the children's mother before, and she'd never asked about the woman. Stupid. She could kick herself for allowing him to kiss her the way he had, to hold her in his arms, to take a little piece of her heart. And especially for allowing herself to think he might be the one. Hadn't she learned anything? One would think between Jason, David, and the other idiots she'd dated, she'd know better by now. As she pulled into the parking space next to her parents' garage, her phone vibrated in the front pocket of her jeans. She hadn't adjusted the volume since coming out of the theater. By the time she got the phone out of her pocket, the screen displayed missed call from Aiden Weaver. She scrolled through her notices and found 3 text messages from him too. Where are you? I'm sorry for what happened. I never expected for her to show up. I haven't seen my ex-wife in over 2 years. Please call me. I'm worried about you. Could you call me, or at least text to let me know you're okay? At least it was his ex-wife, or so he said. David had claimed an ex-wife as well, and that turned out to be a big lie. She could feel the bitterness welling up again. She had to remind herself that David had nothing to do with what happened today. She'd forgiven him and Jason for their betrayals and the heartbreak they'd caused. Hadn't she? Jason had died in a car accident 2 years after they were divorced. It wasn't until after his death that she realized she needed to let go of the past. She kept having bitter thoughts about what he'd done and then would feel guilty for her feelings toward a man who was dead. She'd sought counseling from her preacher. He told her that you forgave others for your own sake, not necessarily for the ones who'd done you wrong. She was only hurting herself with her bitterness toward Jason. That led her into realizing she needed to do the same thing for David. His betrayal had hurt the worst because he'd known about her past heartache and had chosen to betray her anyway. Plus, she still didn't know why he'd done it. The last she'd heard, he and his wife and kids had moved to Montana. Still, she'd worked through it all over a year ago. She realized that she still held her phone in her hand and had been staring at Aiden's last message while her past had taken control of the present once again. She used her thumb to tap out a quick message. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Maybe we can talk later. She could hear Winston scratching at the door as she made her way up the stairs to her apartment. She spoke to him as she unlocked the door, causing him to dig faster. Are your eyes floating, boy? As soon as she opened the door, he took off down the steps toward his favorite marking spot in the yard. I guess so. She watched as he dug into the ground, throwing up grass and dirt behind him before moving down to a different section of grass to repeat the process. Dear Jesus, please take these feelings from me. Take away the power of these memories so they can no longer hurt me. Help Aiden too, Lord. He sounded angry. She took a deep breath. If there's any chance for reconciliation for him and his wife. She felt the tension building up inside of her. She wanted to really mean the words before she said them. She had eventually come to the realization that David was meant to be with his wife. But what about Jason? She would have given almost anything for things to work out between them. If Aiden's ex-wife felt half as much, shouldn't she be given that chance? You know what is best for everyone. Lord, I pray for nothing less than your will for all concerned. Amen.
Jenna had left by the time Aiden got back to his house to retrieve Riley's bunny. It was a good thing too. With him ready to explode with anger, there's no telling how bad things would have gotten if she'd still been there. He knew it was wrong, but right then, he almost hated the woman. If he was honest with himself, there was no almost to it. As he drove to his folks' house, he thought about all the reasons why she deserved his loathing. He told himself that he was over it by the time he got there, but his dad took one look at him and started asking questions. He spilled everything except for the part where he made out with Bailey at the movie theater. He'd always had an open relationship with both of his parents, but some things were always meant to be private. Dad patted his shoulder. Well, son, this could end up being a good thing. How? How could this ever be considered a good thing? He'd barely been able to spit the words out. Aiden took a few steps away, reminding himself that this was his father he was talking to. You never got the chance to confront Jenna for leaving you and the girls. You said some hateful things to her, but maybe now you can move on and forgive her. Forgive her? That came out louder than he intended. He purposely modulated his voice as he went on. She ran around on me while we were married. She left our babies in a house alone to fend for themselves, and she ended our marriage without even trying to work things out. And what about what she did today? You keep telling me to wait on the Lord to send me a woman. What if Bailey is the one and Jenna ran her off with her lies and insinuations? She doesn't deserve my forgiveness. Aiden paced back and forth in the driveway, no longer able to look at his dad. How had God allowed all of this to happen? First of all, if Bailey is the one, there's nothing Jenna can say that would stop the two of you from working things out and moving forward. And secondly, none of us deserves forgiveness, but God grants it anyway, and he expects us to do the same thing for each other. Aiden rubbed his hand back and forth across his chin, but it did nothing to ease his irritation. Maybe if she'd ask for forgiveness from God first, then I might be inclined to forgive her myself. You know that isn't how it works. 70 times 7. Look, son, I know this is hard. She hurt you and the kids. But, I promise, you'll feel a lot better once you do this. Besides, you don't want to carry this bitterness into your next relationship, do you? He looked down at the ground and shook his head. In theory, he knew his dad was right, but the actual act of forgiving Jenna was a hard pill to swallow. He thought he'd put all his feelings toward his ex-wife behind him, or at least push them into a forgotten corner. Apparently, they'd grown while he wasn't paying attention. All it had taken was him seeing her again to bring out the ugliness. He reached into the cab of his truck, pulled the stuffed bunny out, and handed it to his dad. Can you make sure Riley gets this? You're not coming in? No, if I do, I'll be here for hours, and I have stuff I need to do. He'd find something to do to turn this statement into the truth. Right then he just needed to be by himself to think this through before he said something else in front of his dad that would show his true feelings. And he definitely didn't want to face the questions that would surely come from his mom. The minute she saw him, she'd know something was amiss.
Aunt Ginger wasn't a member of any one church as far as Bailey knew. She made her rounds to several different congregations in the area, so Bailey hadn't seen her since before the ball. She watched Aunt Ginger and Momma with their skirts swaying as they made their way back up the aisle when the service was over. Their heads were bent toward each other in hushed conversation. Those two had always been thick as thieves. No telling what plans they were up to now. Bailey just hoped they didn't involve her this time. She still wasn't completely convinced that one of them hadn't been responsible for the couples committee placing her with Aiden. Aunt Ginger stopped in front of her, but Momma kept going. She was still miffed with her for messing things up with Aiden. She wondered what her mama would have thought about the events of the day before. She hadn't told anyone about it, not even Sadie, who had missed church yet again. You're just the person I needed to see. I wanted to invite you to eat lunch at my house today, unless you have other plans. Oh. Bailey looked at her beloved aunt whose eyes were stretched with a look of innocence, however false that guiltlessness may be. You didn't tell Aunt Ginger no unless you had a very good reason. She wouldn't bother with anyone who didn't want to be bothered with her, her words, not Bailey's. I need to go home to let Winston out, and then I'll be right over. Your mama has already agreed to take care of your dog. I'll see you there directly. I put a roast in the crock-pot this morning. It should be ready when we get there. It'll only take a few minutes to set everything out. Yes, ma'am. So, they had been conspiring against her. Did they forget she was an adult? Whatever the two women were up to, she could handle it. Hopefully. Aunt Ginger's house was like a rose among thorns. The beautiful little gray and white bungalow had a wraparound porch, a spacious front yard that had been professionally landscaped, and a raised vegetable garden in the back next to the detached, two-stall garage. But, it sat in the worst neighborhood in Shiloh. It was nothing unusual to hear sirens or the random gun shot while visiting. Bailey helped set the table, placing the familiar pink willow china on the lace tablecloth. Aunt Ginger lived a simple but elegant life. She once told her that life was too short and precious to save the good stuff for special occasions. It was amazing how many of this woman's little sayings had influenced her over the years. I sure will be glad when the weather warms up enough to start my garden. This store-bought lettuce just isn't the same. Aunt Ginger handed her a bowl as she sat down. Here, have some salad. Bailey filled her salad plate with the green, leafy mix that was topped with strawberries and almonds. She used her fingers to pop a stray leaf of lettuce coated with a poppy seed dressing into her mouth. Lunch was too good to miss when prepared by Aunt Ginger. She scooped pot roast and gravy over her rice along with some carrots and potatoes. Let's pray. Aunt Ginger's deep voice filled the kitchen as she thanked God for more than just the food on the table. She went on, petitioning her Lord on behalf of others who had various needs. And, Lord, bless this child beside me. Grant her heart's desire as long as it lines up with your desire for her life. We know it rains on the just and the unjust alike, but you always let in a little sunshine too. Let her bask in your light. Thank you, Lord, thank you. In Jesus' holy name, amen. Bailey moved her food around on her plate as she blinked rapidly, trying to dispel the tears before they could fall. If Aunt Ginger noticed, she didn't say anything. So, how was the ball? The abrupt question had effectively ended her emotional state. Now they were getting to the real purpose of this visit. Bailey took her first bite of roast and finished chewing before answering. I'm sure Mama told you all about how I somehow ruined my chances with her pick for my next husband. Aunt Ginger dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a cloth napkin and then looked directly at Bailey. You might notice that Jamie Foster isn't here. I already know her version, but unless I'm wrong, she didn't sit with you at the celebration. If you want a more accurate accounting, you go right to the source, which is why I'm asking you. Sorry. Mama just makes me crazy sometimes with her meddling. The truth is, I had a good time with Aiden, and I wasn't the one who messed things up. Sadie mentioned to him that I was only attracted to men with children, and that scared him off. That's why I didn't hear from him afterward. If you haven't heard from him, how do you know that's what scared him off? Bailey studied the dark eyes of her mama's best friend before she relaxed. Aunt Ginger was one of the most discreet people she knew. Mama doesn't know this, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it between us, but I ran into him yesterday. We talked about it. Everything was going great until his ex-wife showed up. I have no idea what kind of relationship they share now, but it was just too much for me to take, so I left. Aunt Ginger reached for her hand and squeezed. Oh, sugar, I know what kind of demons from your past that must have dredged up. Have you talked to him since? No, ma'am. He has called and texted me, but I haven't answered. He doesn't know anything about my past, and I just don't know what to say to him. I like him, probably more than I should at this point, but I don't want to fall into the same trap as before. I'm trying to be smarter about it this time. Aunt Ginger ate a few bites as she seemed to mull over Bailey's declaration. It has always been my experience that honesty works best. Even if your relationship with him goes no further, at least tell him why. Don't leave him in the dark. Remember, you're both grown. Bailey had never known the woman to go out on a date or even show interest in the opposite sex, and she'd never been married, so where was this sad experience coming from? Have you ever been in love? Aunt Ginger stared off across the table with a secret smile for a moment before focusing on Bailey once again. Of course, I have, but only once. What happened? She expected to be told at any time that it was none of her business. Gerald is the one who gave me my nickname. He was older than me, a successful businessman. I inherited this land from my mama, but it only had a small trailer on it at the time. He built me this house, and we lived here together for a little over 5 glorious years. He had plenty of money, plus I had my own income. We could have lived anywhere, but this was home to me. Aunt Ginger shook her head. Anyway, everything was great between us until I came to know Christ as my Savior. I eventually had to give up everything, my job, my friends, and my lover. Oh, I tried to get him to see things God's way, but he wanted no part of it. He said he liked our lifestyle just the way it was, so he moved out. It broke my heart, but I have no regrets. Bailey wondered how that could be true. Did you ever see him again? He sent for me right before he died just a few years later. It was cancer that finally sent him to his knees before God. I'd have married him right then if he had asked. He didn't have any family, so he left everything to me. Between that and my royalties, I'm pretty well off. I splurge every once in a while, but I try to use most of it in a way that honors my Savior. This was the greatest, most heartbreaking story Bailey had ever heard. She was touched, but there was still a mystery hidden in the tale. You said you receive royalties. What is that about? Aunt Ginger studied her face as if trying to decide if she was worthy of the answer. Before coming to Christ, I was a writer. The type of books I wrote wasn't pleasing to the Lord, so I had to stop. Surprisingly, they are popular still today. A couple of them were made into movies. I still receive payment, but the rights to these stories belong to the publishing company. I keep hoping they will go out of style, but in the meantime, all that money goes to worthy causes. She laid her hand on Bailey's that rested on the table between them. Jamie knows about this, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't repeat this information to anyone else. It was an honor to be bestowed such trust. You have my word, Aunt Ginger. She patted Bailey's hand. Good, now I think it's time for dessert. Let's clear this away first, and I'll put some coffee on to go with it. They each picked up dishes of food that was left and headed toward the counter. Just then, someone knocked on the back door. A reed-thin woman stood huddled on the top step. She wasn't wearing a coat. Half of her hair was braided and the other half was sticking out in odd angles. The woman said something low that Bailey couldn't hear. Aunt Ginger opened the door wider, and Bailey could see 2 small girls. One was holding the handle of a wagon. Well, come on in. The woman stepped closer and whispered something else. Oh, okay. Bailey, help me load this food up in these boxes, would you? She shoved some styrofoam containers into her hand, and Bailey started spooning in the leftovers from their meal. Aunt Ginger stepped into a room near the back door, pulled out several large plastic bags filled with canned goods and boxes of food and handed them to the woman on the back steps, who placed them in the wagon. Another container was set down on the counter and a huge chunk of strawberry cake was placed in it and added to the others before being bagged up and handed through the door to the woman who was now thanking her profusely. Nothing was said as Aunt Ginger closed the door and started serving plates of dessert for the 2 of them to eat, but Bailey knew this was one of those worthy causes that had just been mentioned during lunch.
Miss Ginger, this is Aiden Weaver over at Weaver Dodge. I just wanted to let you know that your car is ready. Is everything just how I ordered it? Have you or one of your people there checked everything out? Yes, ma'am. The car actually got here over the weekend, but we wanted to make sure it had everything you wanted before calling. As far as I can tell, it's exactly what you asked for, but you can check it all out for yourself before you make the final payment and sign off on it. Good. Good. When can I get it? You can get someone to bring you by the dealership to pick it up at any time, or I'd be more than happy to pick you up in it and bring you back here to settle up with us. Aiden was hoping she'd pick that second option. It would give him a chance to drive the car, which was exciting no matter how many times he got behind the wheel of one. He also hoped to have time with the woman for that slim chance that she might bring up Bailey's name, which was pathetic, but he couldn't seem to help himself. Other than that one text letting him know she was all right, Bailey hadn't answered any of his texts or phone calls since then. Of course, it was more than likely Miss Ginger knew nothing about what had happened, unless Bailey had revealed it to Jamie, who would have possibly repeated it to her friend. Women. Why'd he even bother? If you could pick me up here, that would be great. Are you coming right now? Yes, ma'am, I can, or you can choose a time that suits you best. Right now is fine. I'll see you when you get here. It took him less than 5 minutes to pull up in front of the woman's house in the brand new, plum crazy purple Challenger. He looked at the address again to make sure he was at the right place. Miss Ginger was nowhere to be seen, but a rough-looking crowd was already gathering around the car. He felt a measure of relief when she stepped off her porch in her fur-trimmed, purple coat with her pocketbook hanging from her shoulder. The crowd moved back just barely enough for him to exit the car when he unlatched the door. There was a chorus of voices singing praises for the new car. Wow, Aunt Ginger, this looks just like your old one. Man, look at that paint job. You can see yourself in it. That's a hot car you've got there, Aunt Ginger. How much did this set you back? That last question gained one young man a pointed look and a raised eyebrow from the car's new owner. Y'all step back and let me get a good look at her. Everyone in the crowd obeyed, leaving about a 4-foot border around the car. Miss Ginger walked all the way around the Challenger, running her fingertips along its surface with the gleam of a true car lover on her face. You did good, real good. As far as I can tell, she looks just like my Beulah. Let's take her for a spin and see how she handles. She slid in behind the wheel and started adjusting the seat while Aiden went around to the passenger side. The motor quietly rumbled to life, and the people in front of the car parted like the Red Sea to make just enough room for it to glide through. Miss Ginger glanced over at him once they made it safely past the wall of humans. She doesn't hum like the old one, but she still sounds good, doesn't she? Yes, ma'am. I know what you mean. Though I have never driven one as old as your Beulah before. Not that he hadn't wanted to. Aiden loved the older cars, but his dad didn't care as much about the classics. To his way of thinking, if people were spending so much money to fix up an old car, it was that much less of a reason to buy a new one. You haven't? Well, we need to remedy that. You come over sometime when you aren't working, and I'll let you drive Beulah around the block. I don't make that offer to just anyone, mind you. Oh, no ma'am. I wouldn't expect so, but I thank you for the offer. Did she really expect him to take her up on it? Some people said things they didn't mean, expecting that the other person knew better. He couldn't imagine showing up at her door, hoping to take a drive in her classic car. A couple of turns later had them on a long stretch of country road, and the woman gunned it. Aiden grabbed onto his seat in the armrest, praying that nothing happened to the car before the final payment was made and ownership, as well as insurance, was signed over to the woman behind the wheel who was now cackling with laughter. You're not scared, are you, son? He wanted to lie, but his conscience wouldn't let him. I'm trying not to be. She cackled even louder, and then slowed down to a more reasonable speed. So, did you enjoy the town's celebration? I hear you attended with a very dear friend of mine. He'd been anticipating a conversation about Bailey, but the way this woman slung it out there so abruptly, it made him feel a little off-kilter. Yes, ma'am. The ball was great. I just hope Bailey enjoyed it too. The glance she gave made him feel uncomfortable. Why wouldn't she? No reason. I saw her Saturday, and she implied that she had a good time. There'd been many distractions that had taken away part of the enjoyment, but he'd enjoyed her company, and he believed she'd enjoyed being with him, although, they both probably still regretted that lame kiss at the end. So, you asked her out on another date. That's good. He pulled at his collar. Not exactly. We happened to run into each other. We saw a movie together and shared some pie and coffee. I don't mean to pry, but are you going to ask her out on a real date? He was sure that prying was exactly what she was doing. How much did she already know? I'd like that, but I'm not so sure Bailey would be open for the idea. I see. That's it? That was all she had to say? He didn't know what he expected from the woman, but he'd hoped for some insight on how to gain Bailey's attention. The silence stretched on, and he felt this unexplainable urge to tell this woman everything. And so, he did. He started with the bad decisions he'd made while dating Jenna and ended with what happened Saturday. He felt oddly relieved to get it all off his chest to this complete stranger. You have baggage, so does Bailey, and it sounds like this girl Jenna does too. The only thing you can do for either one of those girls is pray for them. God will help you deal with your own, but you have to ask Him. And, son, I'm not just saying this because of my love for Bailey, but it would be a good thing if you could work out your feelings toward your ex-wife before you try to move on to the next girl. I appreciate what you've said, but I can promise you that I have no feelings whatsoever for my ex. Honey, bitterness can be a stronger feeling than love. And once bitterness takes root, it can take a whole lot of work to get rid of it. Her words matched up a little too closely to his dad's for Aiden's comfort. If both of them saw it, one a close relative who had known him all of his life, and the other a complete stranger, maybe there was something to it. And what do you suggest I do to get rid of this bitterness? Pray. Pray asking God to help you, and pray for your ex-wife. You'll be surprised at how much God can use your prayers for her to change your own heart. It sounded so simple. He'd seen the power of prayer at work many times, so why'd he have doubts about it working this time? Thanks, Aunt Ginger. She patted his hand. You're welcome, son. I'll be praying for all three of you.
Bailey sat staring at the computer screen in her office. She'd been waiting for her first photography session of the day and decided to check into Aunt Ginger's illustrious past. She hadn't been able to get it off her mind and had been tempted to look before now, but something held her back, and she knew exactly what it was. If this was part of her past, she wouldn't want her friend looking it up. Ping! She jumped like a kid with her hand caught in the cookie jar at the sound alerting her that she had an email waiting. Guilt washed over her. That settled it. If she felt this guilty for just thinking about opening the window to her beloved friend's past, it wasn't meant to happen. An email from Aiden stared back at her. She'd taken Aunt Ginger's advice about honesty to heart, but it hadn't felt right for her to start up a conversation with him after ignoring him for so long. It was a relief that the lines of communication were being reopened. You haven't answered my texts or calls. I don't want to bother you, but I feel the need to clear the air for my own sake. You don't have to write back, but I hope you will. I haven't had any contact with my ex since the day I came home over 2 years ago to a cleaned-out house with the exception of our 2 children she'd left behind, alone, without anyone to watch over them. She filed for divorce a year later, and I signed the papers without protest. I was just as surprised to see her sitting on my porch as you. I want you to know I'd never spend time with another woman while still in a relationship with someone else. I don't know at what point you left, so I'm going to address everything that was said that day anyway, as I have nothing to hide. First off, I apologize for my show of anger. It has been recently brought to my attention that I need to forgive my ex-wife. I didn't even realize my own feelings of anger toward her were still lingering until that day. I'm working on it. My only intention of bringing you to my house was to prolong our time together. I'd planned to pick up Riley's toy, take it to her, and then maybe talk you into having dinner with me. Despite Jenna's insinuations, the only woman I have ever taken back to my place was her. I'm not that kind of guy. I really like you, and I'm hoping you'll give me another chance. Please believe I never meant for any of that to happen. Aiden. Bailey waited until she got home that night to reply. His message hadn't been too far from her mind all afternoon. She reread the email several times as she sat on her couch with her laptop, while absent-mindedly running her fingers through Winston's fur. It had been a shock to learn how his ex-wife had abandoned the girls. She'd tried and failed to reason it out. She couldn't imagine any excuse valid enough to cover a mother walking away from her children like that. Aiden sounded so sincere, and she really wanted to believe that last part of his email. She did believe him, but there was one thing holding her back from wanting to start a relationship with him. He'd admitted to still feeling bitterness toward his ex. She knew from experience that he wouldn't be able to move forward until he dealt with his past, and she told him as much in her reply. He'd been open with her, so she decided to do the same. She told him about David, about how what happened on his porch that day mirrored what had happened with David's wife, which is why she'd fled the scene. She let him know about her struggle to forgive him, which led to telling about Jason. She ended the email by stating that they should remain friends, at least until he worked out his feelings toward Jenna. What do you think, Winston, should I send this? Winston rolled over to his back, putting all 4 paws up in the air. You couldn't care less as long as I scratch your belly, huh? You spoiled dog. He groaned with pleasure as she obliged. Bailey read over the email one more time before hitting send. After all, what did she have to lose? She'd agreed to just be friends even though that wasn't what she'd initially wanted. She really liked Aiden. Kind-hearted, honest, and without a doubt, she'd enjoyed kissing him. Too bad he had this lingering bitterness hanging around.
Aiden sat across from Caleb at the Blue Dragon Grill. He bit into his favorite sandwich, the Blue Fire Burger, 2 hamburger patties cooked on a grill, topped with pepper jack cheese, fresh jalapenos, and onions, layered between 2 pieces of grilled Texas toast that had been slathered with butter. Add crispy, fried tater tots in a large glass of cherry lemon sundrop, and you had what locals called the dateless wonder. So named because if you ate them on a regular basis, if the weight you were sure to gain didn't turn away the opposite sex, your breath would, not to mention what the grease, onions, and peppers did to your digestive system. Man, I don't see how you can eat that stuff. Those hot peppers would eat a hole right through my gut. Caleb had played it safe by ordering grilled chicken with a side of roasted zucchini and a Diet Coke. At least he'd ventured away from his usual grilled chicken salad. You don't even know what you're missing. You should try it sometime. Aiden took a huge bite of his sandwich as if to prove a point. I'll pass. We haven't really talked in over a week. What's up with you and crazy girl? Are y'all still dating? Man, you need to stop calling her that. Her name is Sadie. The scowl that went with the statement made Aiden wonder just how serious things were between them. Hey, you're the one who made up that name. Yeah, back when I was a stupid kid. We're not in high school anymore. Caleb stabbed at a bite of chicken with enough feeling that it made Aiden wonder if his friend imagined him on the other end of those forked tines. Okay. You guys have only been seeing each other for a couple of weeks. How was I to know how you felt about it? Caleb wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked up at him. Do you believe in love at first sight? No, not after what happened with Jenna. This isn't like that. Sadie and I share the same beliefs, and not to judge, but the connection between us is not a physical one. Ouch. Caleb knew how his relationship with Jenna had started out. He also knew how much Aiden regretted it. He claimed it wasn't a judgment, but that's exactly how it felt. He decided to let it pass this time. So, you're telling me that you're in love with this girl? I'm telling you that I have been in love with Sadie Harding since we went out in the 8th grade. Aiden choked on the last bite of his burger. He took a sip of soda to try and clear his throat. I find that difficult to believe considering all the jokes and name-calling you did back then. Caleb stabbed at another bite of his chicken. Like I said, we were kids. Do you know how scary it is to look in the eyes of a girl at the age of 14 and think this is the one? I've never been able to get her off my mind. She's the reason why I've never been in a serious relationship with another woman. I knew in my heart that they were not her. She said she's felt the same way about me. And to think, she's been right there in the next town all this time. So, what? Are y'all getting married now? He didn't want to anger his friend, but it was hard to keep the sarcasm from his voice. Probably. Aiden spewed his sundrop. He grabbed for a handful of napkins and began dabbing at his shirt. Calm down. I haven't asked her yet, and it'll probably be a while before I do, but I know what I want. If crazy was what Caleb wanted, then he'd picked the right woman. Aiden had already done crazy, and it wasn't for him. He took a deep breath and changed the subject by telling how Jenna had shown up on his doorstep, ruining his chances with Bailey. But after reading Bailey's last email, Jenna may have done him a favor. One failed marriage and a broken engagement, she carried more baggage than him. He and the girls didn't need any more drama. He was almost glad they decided to just be friends. After lunch, they headed back to their jobs, but Aiden couldn't get his friend's declaration out of his head. What would it feel like to look at someone and absolutely know they were the one? He hadn't felt it with Jenna. If he'd given it more thought, he would have realized when they met that she was not the one God had in mind for him, but at the time he turned away from God and his plans. He'd been sowing his wild oats. Look where that had gotten him. What if Jenna had never happened? If Bailey had shown up first in his life, before either of them had been hurt, would they be together now?
How do you forgive someone like my ex-wife? I don't mean to sound whiny, but when I think about everything she's done to hurt me and especially the girls, it just seems impossible to say I forgive her. And really mean it. Bailey read the text from Aiden. For the past 2 weeks, they had been texting and emailing each other. Things were getting more personal, with no indication that he wanted to take things further than friendship. It was probably for the best. She could always use more friends, especially now when she was seeing less and less of Sadie. She'd gathered that there was a new mystery man in her friend's life. The part she didn't understand was, why the mystery? Bailey remembered asking Aunt Ginger the same question Aiden had just posed when she'd been the one going through this, so it was easy for her to pass that advice on to him. First off, ask God to help you. Second, pray for her. You won't mean it at first, but the more you pray, the more tender your heart will become toward her. Eventually, you'll find it easier to forgive her. And get on with your life. This advice came from Aunt Ginger. And I can testify that it worked for me. For his sake, she really hoped he could get this straightened out soon. She remembered the anger and tears, the way her ex's transgressions played out in her head over and over, and the loneliness. The type of loneliness that makes no sense. You have no idea where it's coming from until you look back one day and realize it was caused by a separation from God. As Aunt Ginger once said, you can't get close to God with bitterness wedged in between you and Him. Come here, Winston, let me put your sweater on so we can go out before church. The dog came prancing toward her with his head held high. He seemed to love it when she dressed him. She slipped the gray, argyle sweater over his head, and then he held up each paw as she slid his front legs through the sleeves. He looked so cute with his fluffy head and backside sticking out from the snug sweater. As soon as she was done, he made a beeline to the door. Bailey opened it and paused in wonder. A dusting of snow covered the steps and the ground below. Tiny, white flakes were still falling. Winston stopped, refusing to go any further. He barked as he went around in circles. He'd never seen this white stuff falling from the sky before. Oh, come here, you little wimp. It's just snow. She picked him up and carried him down the steep steps. Snow had been forecasted for earlier in the day, but she'd assumed it would pass over them as usual. At least it was pure this time. Snow in the south usually came mixed with ice, so it would likely change before it was over with. Once she made it to the edge of the woods, she set him down. He lifted one paw after the other with a shake, as if he didn't want to get them wet. She smiled at his antics. He finally took care of business right before her mama pulled into the driveway. Mama must have gotten caught out in it, otherwise she wouldn't be behind the wheel with this much snow falling. Her mama pulled into the garage and opened the back of the burgundy Suburban to reveal enough groceries to feed an army. Help me with these groceries. Luckily, I was at the store already when it started falling. I got you some bread and milk. The shelves were cleaned out in minutes after this stuff started. For Southerners, it's a requirement to run out and get a loaf of bread and a jug of milk with even a hint of snow or ice in the forecast. Bailey had no idea what you could possibly make that would require milk and bread, but Mama wasn't one to buck tradition. Could milk be frozen? With only one person in the house, it always went bad before she could use it. After stomping some of the snow from her boots at the door, Bailey set the groceries on the kitchen counter and then took Winston to the den. He could visit with Molly and Freckles while she helped bring in the rest of the groceries. Her mama kept up a running dialogue the whole time. I just talked to your daddy. He's on his way home now. I want you to stay here until he can salt your stairs, and don't you dare get behind the wheel of that junker of yours until this is all melted, you hear? There's no telling how long this will last. She didn't even pause for a reply as they put the groceries away. Leave those vegetables out. I'm going to make a big old pot of vegetable soup and a cake of cornbread for supper, seeing as how we won't be going to church tonight. You can eat here with us. Too bad Preston and Lauren aren't here to enjoy it with us. I called and told them not to leave the house under any circumstance. I don't want them to take any chances with my grandbaby. Where is Sadie? Did she head home when it started snowing? Bailey looked up from washing the vegetables per Mama's instruction, surprised to finally be expected a response. No, ma'am. As of last week, she's joined a different church over in Bethel Ridge. She won't be coming here on Wednesday nights anymore. Momma tucked her lips in and shook her head in obvious disapproval. I hate to hear of anyone leaving the church. I can't help but wonder what is wrong with them, spiritually speaking. Maybe it's a good thing you two won't be hanging out as much. I'd hate for Sadie to take you down with her. It was all she could do to keep from rolling her eyes. I didn't say she'd backslidden on God. She's still in church, just not our church. She placed her hand on her hip and looked at Bailey. And what is wrong with our church? Nothing, Mama. She didn't say, but I think it has to do with her new boyfriend. I haven't met him yet, but she visited his church and then decided to join. Not only had Bailey not met him, but Sadie never even mentioned his name. She tried to squelch the feeling that she was once again being left behind for someone else. Sounds serious. Maybe she can find you a man there too. Not that I'd want you to switch churches. Have you been on any more dates since the ball? No, Mama. Bailey turned her back as she pulled out her mama's soup pot, hoping there was no blush on her cheeks. The image of her and Aiden alone in a darkened theater popped into her head like it was apt to do on a regular basis. She wasn't out to tell a lie, but that hadn't counted as a date since they'd met by accident. And she definitely didn't want to go into what happened afterward, especially not with her mama. You know, Valentine's is less than a month away. You had better do something if you don't want to be dateless when that day comes. You know how depressing that is. Bailey would like to be one of those women who claimed they didn't need a man to make them happy, but it was hard to adopt that attitude when the most important woman in her life was constantly telling her otherwise.
He had a date. It seemed that after 2 years of purposeful singleness, word had gotten out that Aiden's hiatus was over. Daphne Young had been coming to his church for a few months, and she'd invited him out to dinner and a movie. This was the first time he'd accepted a date from any woman. There had been plenty of girls who hinted that they were interested and a few had plain out asked for a date right after Jenna left, but he'd turned them all down. It may seem old-fashioned, but he still wasn't sure he felt right about the woman doing the asking. Daphne requested to be picked up at the coffee shop in Shiloh instead of her house, which he thought was strange. He didn't know exactly where her house was located, but she'd told him before that she lived in Bethel Ridge. Her family could own the coffee shop for all he knew. He lowered his head to get a better look at Bailey's studio as he drove by. The lights were off and the sign on the front door said closed. He wondered what she was up to tonight. They'd been messaging each other regularly. She hadn't mentioned any plans for the weekend. If she was dating anyone, she hadn't said. Of course, he hadn't told her about his date either. They'd agreed to just be friends, but something about telling her just didn't feel right. When he pulled up in front of the coffee house a half a block down from the studio, Daphne stepped out onto the sidewalk. He put the truck in park and walked around to open her door. She stood about a foot away from him striking a pose, waiting for him to comment. This was his first clue of how uncomfortable this night was going to be. Aiden made a point of taking in her exceptionally short black dress that looked like it belonged in a nightclub. It wasn't what he'd imagined when she'd said, dinner and a movie. Was he underdressed in his jeans and button-up shirt? He couldn't deny that she had a nice pair of legs to show off, which was probably the whole point of the dress. As long as he was looking down at her legs, it was a distraction from the fact that she'd dyed her hair purple since he'd seen her last. You look nice. He could tell by the expression on her face that nice was not what she had been hoping for, but Daphne quickly covered her emotion with a smile. She ran her hand up and down his arm in a too sensual way, considering it was the beginning of their first date. He swallowed a weary sigh. The last thing I need is another Jenna. She winked at him. You look nice too. He looked at her after they were both buckled in. So, where are we going? I made reservations at Gliamanti. Have you ever eaten there? To be honest, I've never even heard of it before. It sounded fancy. Again, not what he'd expected. It's a little Italian restaurant near downtown Charlotte. Did you know Gliamanti is Italian for the lovers? She reached across the truck and ran her hand up and down his arm again. Why did he find something that was obviously meant to be sexy so creepy instead? An hour later he stared at the menu without really seeing it. His date had made one conspicuous comment after another on the drive over. She hadn't hesitated to indicate an intimacy between them that didn't exist. The latest had been her telling the seating hostess that they had reservations for the Weavers, while hanging on his arm and looking up at him with adoration that was surely false. The woman was certifiably nuts, and it was freaking him out a little. By the time the waiter came to take their orders, Aiden still hadn't read one word of the menu. "Do y'all have lasagna?" There was a moment of hesitation before the man started listing off the attributes of their particular recipe. Of course they had lasagna. What Italian restaurant worth their salt didn't have lasagna? The waiter probably thought he either didn't know how to read or had lived under a rock for the last 30 years. A basket of crusty bread along with a dish of olive oil mixed with a variety of herbs was placed on the table between them. Good. Now that they had food in front of them, maybe she wouldn't talk so much. He pinched off a piece of bread and slid it through the savory dip before popping it into his mouth. Who would have thought something so simple could taste so good? I just adore your two little girls. I think adoption is a wonderful thing, but I just have to ask, what persuaded you to do it? Aiden looked blankly up at his date. Do what? Adopt, silly. Daphne leaned over and placed her hand on top of his. Are you unable to have children of your own? It's okay, you can tell me. I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, he did, but he'd never discuss it with this woman. She leaned back and crossed her arms over her stomach. Oh, come on, Aiden. It's obvious to everyone that those two girls are not yours, especially the youngest one. He wiped his mouth with his napkin and placed it in his lap while staring at the woman across from him. I can assure you that both of those girls are 100% mine. I'm sorry if I hit a nerve. I'm just trying to get to know you better. I want to get close to them too. She smiled overly bright again and touched his hand. I know what we could do. We can plan a family date night and include the girls. That way they can get to know me while I become acquainted with them. Isn't that a great idea? Family date night? Was she kidding? He was tempted to look around for hidden cameras. This entire date had to be a joke. Should he tell her what he really thought, or should he just limp along until the date ended? Either way, he'd never look twice at this woman again. Ending it now would be its own relief, but then there would be the awkward hour-long ride home. Do you even know their names? Well, no, but the whole point behind the idea of taking them on an outing is to get to know them better, right? How can you get to know someone better when you'd never even been introduced in the first place? The waiter came back, asking if they wanted cheese on their salads. Hopefully, it would put an end to the discussion. Daphne seemed to cool noticeably as they began eating. Thank goodness, there were no more comments coming from her indicating the desire for a deeper relationship. With any luck, she'd decide on her own that he was not the man for her, and they would be able to greet each other at church from now on as acquaintances. Aiden took a bite of his salad and bit back a groan as realization hit. They still had the movie portion of their date to look forward to. The closer they got to that part of the evening, the more he thought about being alone in a theater with Bailey in his arms. Even though they decided their relationship should be one of friendship only, he wanted to keep that memory intact for a while longer. Spending time with Daphne in the same atmosphere might overshadow his former experience. Her excited ramblings about the romantic movie she'd picked as they waited for the server to bring his bank card back to the table only filled him with dread. Aiden looked toward the front door of the restaurant, wishing he could just walk out to his truck and leave this whole evening behind him. Just then, Savannah Stallings entered on the arm of a much older gentleman. Judging by the way she clung to him, it was safe to say that the man was probably not her father. She smiled and waved at Aiden, and he automatically waved back. Do you know her? Aiden looked back at the pursed features of his date. Oh. She was my best friend's date to Shiloh's New Year's Eve celebration. I'm sure you've met Caleb Palmer at church. Oh. She let out a breath, and her shoulders dropped. Daphne probably wouldn't feel so much at ease if she knew how Savannah had asked him out right in front of Caleb. He signed the receipt and stood to leave just as Savannah and her date came toward them. Aiden, it's so nice to see you again. She hugged him. Caught off guard, he automatically wrapped his arm around her waist in return. He quickly pulled back and glanced at the man with Savannah. If he minded another man embracing his date, it didn't show. Savannah grabbed the man by the arm. Darling, you go on ahead to our table, and I'll find you in a moment. I want to speak with my friend. The silver-haired gentleman nodded and followed the seating hostess. She grabbed Aiden's hand and leaned into him. The desire in her eyes was plain to see. So, Aiden, why haven't you called me for that date? You know I'd show you a good time. He swallowed hard and made a point of not looking over at Daphne. If he told the truth, he'd have to tell Savannah that she'd be waiting for a very long time for him to ask her out. Daphne walked around the table and grabbed his other arm. Aren't you going to introduce me to your little friend, Aiden? He felt like he was caught between the devil's two sisters. Savannah didn't spare Daphne a glance as she placed her hand on his chest. I'm sure you still have my card. If not, you can look me up. She leaned over, kissed him on the cheek, and walked away without waiting for a reply. Which was just as well since he had no idea how he would have responded anyway. He needed to apologize to his date. He may not care to ever see her again, but she deserved an explanation of some sort, though he didn't have a clue what he could ever say to explain Savannah Stallings. He turned in time to see Daphne grabbing her coat and purse with enough flair to draw the attention of several of those around them. This date is over. Don't worry about me. I'm calling a cab to take me home. Listen, I had no control over what just happened. That last word died away as she dramatically stomped off toward the exit. He grabbed his jacket and followed after her. A taxi was letting a couple off at the curb in front of the restaurant when he exited a little after she did. She stood impatiently waiting for the cab to empty so she could make her escape. I'd be glad to drive you home, Daphne. There's no need to have to pay for a ride. She never even looked at him. She dove into the open cab door, and the car took off. He headed to his truck, berating himself the whole way. Why hadn't he jerked away from Savannah, or at least introduced the two of them like Daphne had requested? No, an introduction probably wouldn't have helped either. From what little he knew of Savannah, she most likely would have still ignored his date and the outcome would have been the same. He was halfway home when he realized what agony he'd been spared by Savannah's arrival. Now he didn't have to sit through what was bound to be a chick flick with a woman he didn't even like. He wouldn't have to endure that awkward moment at the end of the date where he would have been expected to give a goodnight kiss that he had no intention of giving. It would be uncomfortable seeing her at church from now on, but it was bound to be anyway once it became obvious to the woman that he had no plans for a second date. He should probably thank Savannah Stallings if he ever saw her again.
You'll never guess who I ran into last night. Your best friend, Savannah Stallings. Haha. Bailey stared at the instant message, wondering how to reply. His haha at the end let her know he was trying to be lighthearted, but the thought of him and Savannah together soured her stomach. Please, please, please tell me you're not dating Savannah Stallings. Truthfully, she didn't want to hear about him dating anyone, but especially not her. A part of her hoped that he would ask her out even though she'd made it clear that she would turn him down if he did. He still wasn't over what his ex-wife had done to him, and that would only mean trouble for the next woman he had a relationship with. Jealous? Yes, but she would never admit it to him. Hardly. Come on, admit it. You're jealous. Should I be? I mean, if you take away all the makeup, revealing clothing, and fake eyelashes, what have you got? Then again, if I were more like Savannah, it might get my mama off my back. Bailey watched the computer screen for his response. Their afternoon chats were becoming a habit lately. Savannah had always made her feel insecure, but if she had to be more like her to attract a man, she'd just have to stay single for the rest of her life. Sorry, I'm going to have to get off of here. One of the girls somehow dumped a whole box of Cheerios in the middle of the floor in their playroom. And to answer your question, you have no reason to be jealous where Savannah is concerned. If you were anything at all like her, we wouldn't even be friends. That last part warmed her heart. As long as she had no contact with the girl, she carried no ill will towards Savannah, but she wouldn't think as well of Aiden if he ever dated her. She was just about to type goodnight when another message from him popped up. Since we are friends, do you want to hang out Saturday? The kids will be with mom and dad. And call me pathetic, because I am. But I don't want to spend it by myself. Bailey stared at that last message for a minute, trying to deny the excitement that raced through her. He said, hang out, as in not a date. She'd just gotten to the point where the time they had spent together at the theater didn't play through her head every day. She didn't want the pressure of trying to resist a deeper relationship with him. And there would be pressure. She liked him a lot more than she wanted to admit. What did you have in mind? He had better not say anything about a movie. Bowling? Bowling would be safe. There was nothing romantic about bowling. She could do bowling. Sure. Sounds like fun. What time and where? I'll figure out the details and get back to you. They said their goodnights, and she closed the laptop, placing it on the table beside her. Winston, I don't know about this. The fuzzball on the other end of the couch rolled from his back to his stomach and two sleepy brown eyes looked up at her. What if he does think of it as a date? As much as I really, really wish otherwise, a relationship with him would be a disaster right now. He started to belly crawl across the couch toward her. To be honest, I don't know if I can resist him if this ends up being a date. She whispered that last part. Just the thought of it conjured up the secure feeling of him holding her in his arms while his firm lips explored hers. Other images followed. Ones of him holding Kensley while they walked hand in hand through the nativity scene the day they first met. The way his blue-eyed gaze searched her face as they danced. Sharing small talk and a piece of pie at the coffee shop. If she just allowed herself, she'd be head over heels in love with the man. She took a deep breath and pulled Winston up into a hug, burying her fingers into his brown fur. He whimpered and nuzzled her neck with his cool nose. That would be beyond foolish, wouldn't it? Trying to start a relationship with a man who isn't finished with the last one yet. Just keep telling yourself that, girl. You and Aiden are just friends. This is not a date.
Aiden had never questioned why Caleb was his only real friend. He tried to be friendly with everyone, and there were others in his life that he called friends, but if truth be told, they were more like acquaintances. He didn't hang out with them anymore, not since Jenna had left him with the sole care of 2 babies. Now that Caleb was caught up in this new romance with Sadie, he'd pretty much been MIA. Thankfully, he had Bailey's friendship. Admittedly, the kisses they'd shared still haunted his dreams, but the back and forth through email, text, and instant messaging was substantially more important to him. They'd decided to meet at the bowling alley. He stood outside as she pulled up in her old pieced-together car. Considering how loud the muffler was, he wondered how she'd avoided a ticket. He opened her door with the intention of teasing her about it, but every thought fell away when she smiled up at him. Friends. We're just friends. She stood up from the small car, bringing a whiff of her flowery perfume with her. How did a guy greet a friend who happened to be a female? Should he hug her, kiss her on the cheek, or slap her on the shoulder like a buddy? Are you ready to get your tail beaten by a girl? She placed her hands on her hips and gave him a toothy grin. Better. This kind of banter said we're just friends, and it was a language he understood. I'll have you know, I scored a 119 the last time me and the girls played. Just try and beat that. He puffed out his chest as if he was proud of that lousy score. I'll see what I can do. Her lips were pursed together and her cheeks bunched as if she was trying not to smile, showing off that one cute dimple on the right side of her face. The back car door squeaked as she opened it to retrieve a heavy-looking bag from the back seat. What's that? My bowling ball and shoes. A full-blown grin lit her face with this announcement. Why do I get the feeling that I've been hustled? Hey, there was no betting involved, and you never asked if I could play or not. He offered to carry her bag in, and she let him. After paying for their game, he donned his rental shoes while she pulled a teal and white pair of bowling shoes from her bag and began tying them on. I take it you're a serious player. I used to be, but you're in luck, it's been a while since I last played. She placed her glittery teal ball on the conveyor and pulled off her jacket. Aiden half expected to find a bowling shirt beneath. The button-up blouse matched her shoes and bowling ball, but nothing indicated it was made for this particular sport. So, how long ago are we talking? I'm wondering if I have any chance at all. She sat down beside him. Jason was in a league when we met and got me into it, then he turned his interest elsewhere. I haven't played since he left about 5 years ago, so chances are pretty good that I've forgotten just about everything I know about bowling. But, hey, it's just a game, right? She bumped her shoulder against his. He looked down the alley in front of them and then back at her. I never would have picked this if I'd known. Being here has to bring up bad memories. She waved her hand across in front of her. I promise you, it doesn't. Whatever happened is water under the bridge now. Are you ready to play? He still didn't understand how she could forgive her exes and go on almost as if nothing had happened. He looked in her face for some sign of the bitterness that must be hidden, but all he saw was her smile. Are you going to teach me how? Because the only experience I have is the couple of times I've been here with the kids. Kensley insisted that I throw the ball by swinging it out from between my knees, and I'm pretty sure that's not proper form. She threw her head back and laughed. It wasn't the exaggerated laughter of someone flirting, which made it all the more appealing. Together, they removed the balls that had been left by the previous players, and she helped him find one for himself. Getting instructions from a girl wasn't as awkward as he would have expected. The awkward part was the electricity that moved through his arms at every touch. He was fairly sure he was past his worry over her emotional baggage, but she didn't seem to be showing any feelings toward him beyond friendship. He found it hard to believe that their time at the movies wasn't still fresh in her mind like it was his. Then again, what happened afterward with Jenna may have wiped the memory away for good. The confrontation still made him angry every time he thought about it. He could only imagine how it felt for Bailey after what she said she'd been through with fiancé number 2. After bowling, he talked Bailey into going to supper with him. He purposely chose a restaurant where he knew there'd be a long wait, anything to extend his time with her. He didn't even ask before driving out and parking next to the lake. They talked for hours. No subject felt off limits, but there was no talk of anything romantic. He hadn't felt this kind of connection with another person outside of his family since, well, ever. He suggested a midnight matinee, and she reminded him that they both had church the next morning. He finally drove her back to her car in the deserted parking lot of the bowling alley, but even then, he lingered by her open car door, reluctant to part ways. Without realizing it, he'd gotten closer and closer to her as they spoke quietly to each other. He could see the moonlight reflected in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, her flowery scent overtook his senses. The memory of holding her seemed to burn through his mind, and Aiden wanted nothing more than to kiss her. He looked down at her full lips as she spoke. It was almost like falling, like an involuntary pull, when he leaned toward her. He heard the intake of her breath and then she squeezed her eyes closed. Have you finished things between you and Jenna? He pulled back, and she looked up at him. There's nothing between me and Jenna. I thought you knew that. She licked her lips. Have you forgiven her? He ran his hands through his hair and turned away. She squeezed his forearm and went up on her toes to kiss him on the cheek. Aiden, I haven't had this good of a time in a very long while. We'll have to do it again sometime. He blew out a long breath and nodded his head. Yeah, me too. After she got into the car and buckled herself in, he shut the door for her. She waved, and then he watched as she drove away. The noise of her muffler probably awakened everyone within a 1-mile radius. How was it that Jenna had been gone from his life for over 2 years, and she still managed to ruin the present? He knew forgiving her was the Christian thing to do, but what did it matter where Bailey was concerned? Once he thought about it, he understood why she felt the way she did. Whether she realized it or not, her exes were interfering with the present too.
The next morning, Bailey decided it was a good day to have breakfast out before church. With any luck, she could slide through the doors just as services started. After being out so late the night before, she was bound to be interrogated by her momma at some point, but she wanted to avoid it for as long as possible. She had no idea what her reply would be when asked where she'd been. No doubt momma knew exactly what time she'd come home. She really needed to get that muffler fixed. Momma would never believe that she and Aiden were just friends. In truth, Bailey had a hard time accepting it too. Her heart had done funny things the whole time they were together. It felt like falling in love, but after being so wrong on the subject before, she didn't trust herself. When he'd leaned in to kiss her, everything in her being wanted it to happen. The pain of forcing herself to ask that question had almost been physical. His answer had hurt even more. Until he settled his past, there would be no future for them. Bailey followed the waitress toward the back of the barbecue shack. She didn't care much for their barbecue, but their breakfast couldn't be beat. They smoked their own sausage and bacon, making it the best she'd ever eaten. She recognized the group of people at the large table in the back. It seemed the singles class from church had decided to meet before services. She'd left that group a few years ago, after things had ended with David. She had nothing in common with the ones who'd never been married. Besides, they were all younger than her. It was just plain embarrassing, so she'd switched to the general adult Sunday school class that met in the sanctuary. She was just about to slide into the booth she'd been directed to when some of the guys in the back hollered out a chorus of, "Hey, farm girl." Were they talking to her? They were looking at her. Or, maybe not. She fought the urge to turn and look to see if there was someone behind her. She ordered coffee and pulled the menu up in front of her face. "Hey, Bailey, if you were that lonely, all you had to do was give me a call." She peeked over the top of the menu at the buff-looking redhead at the back table. She didn't even know him, but she did remember him standing up in church when the preacher called his name to announce that he was graduating from high school last spring. The brunette beside him pushed against his shoulder. "He meant to say you should call me instead. I love me a country girl." Laughter rang out from those around him. She had no idea what was going on. Okay, so maybe they were acting the fool because of some juvenile dare. She was well past high school, but she still remembered what it was like. The big question was, why the name calling? Sure, she'd grown up on the outskirts of a hick town, but she'd never thought of herself as a country girl, and she certainly wasn't a farmer. She finally looked away. It was probably best to just ignore them. Where was that waitress? Ping. She pulled her phone out of the side pocket of her purse and was surprised to see Sadie's name on the screen. Sadly, they hadn't spoken in over a week. It was the longest stretch she ever remembered going without talking to her best friend. Whatever was going on to take her away from Bailey, she hoped it ended soon. She missed her. She clicked to open the text message. "Call me ASAP." What in the world? She quickly found Sadie listed in her favorite contacts and pressed the call button. "You're not going to believe what Jamie has done now." Sadie never had bothered with something as mundane as, "Hello." She always got right to the point. It took a few seconds for her words to sink in, causing a gripping sensation to gather in Bailey's gut. She glanced up toward the table in the back. She had a feeling that whatever Momma had done this time, they already knew about it. The whole town probably knew, or soon would. What has she done? She wanted to sink down in her seat. She didn't even have to hear what her Momma was up to for the heat to creep up her face. "She signed you up for one of those dating websites. My sister showed it to me this morning. Of all the ones your Momma had to choose from, she picks the one for farmers." "Farmers, can you believe it? It reads like you were the one to set it up, but I knew it was her as soon as I saw your high school picture. She's holding a contest to see who gets to take you out for Valentine's." "Hold on a minute." Bailey held the phone against her chest. She grabbed a couple of bills from her purse and shoved them into the hand of the waitress who had just arrived as she stood from the table. She hurried outside to more guffaws from the table at the back that did nothing to drown out the sound of her own heart pounding out a rhythm in her head. "You have got to be kidding me." She paced back and forth behind her car. "Nope, I'm afraid not." "What are you going to do about it?" She put her hand up to her forehead. "I have no idea, but she's gone too far this time." "Well, if you need to get away for a few days, you know you can count on me." Could she? It didn't feel like it anymore. "I'll let you know. Thanks for calling me." Bailey ended the call and got behind the wheel of her car. Why was it so hard for Momma to quit meddling in her love life? Who was she kidding? It wasn't just her love life. The woman had butted her way into every aspect of Bailey's life, and it was suffocating. She was old enough to make her own decisions, and if that included remaining single, so be it. One thing was for certain, she couldn't go to church this morning. One look at her Momma right now, and there'd be a knockdown drag-out right there in the vestibule. She drove back toward the house, forming a plan the whole way home. The only way there would ever be a chance for Momma to treat her like an adult, was for her to move out once and for all.
Dad had fallen asleep in his recliner along with his two granddaughters, while Aiden helped his mom clean up after the Sunday dinner. Mom looked as if she'd like to join them. She probably would if he wasn't there. Aiden touched her on the arm and whispered, "Do you mind if I take a ride?" I won't be gone long. Go ahead, son. I'm sure they'll be asleep for a while anyway. He kissed her cheek and eased out the back door. Before he even got behind the wheel of his truck, his mind was already replaying his time spent with Bailey the night before. He really liked her. He'd counted off the ways she would have been a better choice for a wife than Jenna more than once. Bailey loved God. She enjoyed being around kids. At least, she'd certainly made an impression on his own girls. Kensley talked about her all the time. She was responsible enough to run her own business. He could even respect her choice to not let the relationship go further because of his inability to forgive Jenna. The problem was, he still didn't know how to get over that obstacle, and he wanted to get over it now more than ever. He had a feeling Bailey was someone he could build a future with, someone he could love, but his past kept getting in the way. He'd driven through town and was just passing the last few businesses when he saw the object of one half of his current thoughts. Jenna was on the sidewalk coming toward him. She still looked stylish in her torn jeans and the t-shirt she wore beneath her leather jacket, but her hair and makeup looked harsh and overdone. From his rearview mirror, he saw her enter one of the buildings. Without even thinking it through, he turned to drive around the block until he came up to the back of Tilly's bar. The backlit was full of motorcycles. He gripped the steering wheel and looked at the neon sign over the back door. What was he doing here? He had no idea what he'd say to her, but he had this overpowering urge to fix things, so he could move on with his life. Maybe talking to Jenna was the answer. He got out of the truck and entered through the back door. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dim interior. The air was thick with enough cigarette smoke to choke a man. Bethel Ridge was supposed to be a smoke-free zone. Whoever Tilly was, he apparently never received the memo. No one said anything to Aiden as he walked through, but it felt like every eye in the place turned toward him. Halfway through the room, he spotted Jenna sitting alone at the bar. She seemed deep in thought as she stared into a glass half filled with amber liquid. He sat down beside her, and it wasn't until he asked the bartender for a ginger ale that she looked over at him. Shock registered on her face. "What are you doing here?" She sounded more scared than angry. "I saw you come in and thought we could talk." She looked back down at her drink. "If you've changed your mind about getting back together, I'm no longer interested." "What about the girls? Have you changed your mind about wanting to see them?" Why had he asked that? The last thing he wanted was for her to be involved with them, not with the way she was now. Still, she was their mother. He never wanted it to be said that he was the reason they didn't know her. It didn't seem to bother the girls right now, but one day it would. "Really?" One side of her lips turned up into a sarcastic grin. "Are you going to let me take them off for a weekend? I'm sure my boyfriend would love that. We could be one big happy family, for a few days at least. Is that what you want?" It was his turn to look down at the drink in front of him. "You know I can't let that happen, but if you wanted to come to the house with me there to supervise, maybe we could do that." "Why?" "I know you don't want me there, so why are you even making the offer?" He turned to look at her then. "Jenna, I'm trying to do the right thing. I need to forgive you somehow. There's no way to fix what happened between us, but I thought maybe if I could see you trying to be a mother to your kids, it would help. It could help all of us to heal. Don't you want that too?" She threw her hand up and looked back toward the bar. "Look, I appreciate how someone high and mighty like yourself would feel the need to make everything right with the world, but I'm fine. I don't need any healing. What about the girls?" Her shoulders slumped as the defiant look slid from her face. "Aiden, you and I both know they are better off without me. I was never meant to be a mom. Now, I'm sorry that you're stuck with them, but I just couldn't do it anymore. I know it was the right thing for everyone. I'm saving my money up. As soon as I have enough, I'm moving to California. You know that's always been my dream." No, he hadn't known that. There were a lot of things he never would have guessed about the woman he'd been married to. He pulled his wallet out of his back pocket. "Here, let me help you with that. I don't have a lot on me, but—" She placed her hand over his to stop his movements, causing him to look up at her. "You don't owe me anything. Do you hear me, Aiden? You don't owe me one thing." She stood and walked out the front door of the bar. Aiden took another sip of his ginger ale, paid the bartender, and then headed out the back. He'd be lying if he said he was disappointed that she hadn't taken him up on his offer to see the girls. Either way, they would probably have some healing of their own to do once they were old enough to understand everything, but if Jenna had no intention of being a true parent to them, maybe it was best this way.
It was Tuesday night, family night. Normally, Bailey would be in her mama's kitchen, putting the finishing touches on the meal. Instead, she was already in her pajamas, curled up with Winston on an air mattress on her studio floor, watching a movie on her laptop. This is where she had landed after moving out of her apartment on Sunday. It was supposed to be for only one night, but she'd received the shock of her life after looking into renting a place of her own. She had some money saved, but could she really afford to make it on her own? The showdown between her and her mama still seemed unreal. As she'd packed the basics into her car that Sunday morning, she'd wavered back and forth on confronting her mother or letting her absence speak for her. Her parents had arrived home before she was finished packing. One look at her mama and Bailey's anger had escalated until a confrontation became inevitable, and boy had things become ugly fast. By the time it was over, they had both been ready to part ways. She glanced around the darkened studio. Her parents owned the building and they only charged enough to cover expenses. During their fight, her mama had accused her of being ungrateful. Bailey told her that she was right, she'd never appreciate the overbearing interference in her life. Now that she had a better picture of everything her parents had done for her, guilt settled in. She had always loved them and appreciated everything they had done for her, but she was even more grateful now. Preston had come by the night before to talk to her. She expected him to tell her how wrong she was for upsetting Mama. He did talk about it, but said he understood why she had to take a stand this time. Because of Preston, her family knew where she was staying. So it was no surprise to hear the pounding on her back door. She picked Winston up and placed her hand under his chin to remind him that he wasn't supposed to bark. He looked defiantly up at her and let out a low growl. She tiptoed to the back door and looked out through the peephole. Sure enough, Daddy stood on the other side. He walked in looking around like he was seeing the place for the first time. "You didn't show up for supper, so your mama sent me to fetch you." "Well, hi, Daddy. It's good to see you too." He jerked around to look at her, his gray eyes glaring. "Don't get smart with me, girl. I understand why you were upset, but it's over. Now, get dressed and come on. We can come back for the rest of your things later. I'll get Preston to help." She stood in silence for a few moments, praying to find the right words. She didn't want to argue with him, but she wasn't giving in again. "Daddy, I love you, and I love Mama, but I'm not coming home." She took things too far this time. "I feel like the only way to stop her meddling is for me to move out for good." He blew out his breath and threw his arms out. "Are you planning to live here? You're playing with fire. You know your mama isn't going to put up with this. She maybe shouldn't have meddled like she did, but you're forgetting that her name is on the title here too. Would her parents really kick her out of this building? Her business was tied into theirs. Over half of her clients were referrals from the wedding chapel business. She'd just have to come up with new ideas for her career if that happened. If she moved back home now, Mama would feel justified. She wouldn't be surprised if the woman proposed on her behalf next time. For all she knew, there could be a petition somewhere on the internet at this very moment to find her a husband instead of just a date. Winston wiggled in her arms. This meeting was interfering with his evening nap time. She placed him on the floor, and he headed over to curl up on the air mattress. When Bailey stood back up, she looked her daddy in the eye, more determined than ever. "I'm not going home. Like I said, I'm trying to find a place to live, and even though it would be more than an inconvenience, if you and Mama decide to kick me out of this building too, I'll just have to find somewhere else. Maybe I can find a house and use one of the rooms for a studio." He ran his fingers through his mostly silver hair and blew out a frustrated breath. "Nobody said anything about kicking you out. This isn't about that. It's about you respecting your mama. She's your family, and you know how this works. You need to make things right." Bailey placed her hand over her chest. "Why do I have to make things right? Why am I always expected to apologize every time she does something wrong? You know she's in the wrong, but you always take her side." Tears welled up. She sucked in air, trying to hold them back. Mama could cry on his shoulder all she wanted, but he wouldn't tolerate tears coming from her. Baby girl, she's my wife. I made a vow before God to stand by her. You'd understand if, his words hovered in the air. Daddy, she closed her eyes for a few seconds and prayed again for wisdom. I want you to be on Mama's side. I really do. But shouldn't that include being honest with her? She has pushed too far. You have to know I'm right. Why can't you for once just tell her that? Why can't you say, I love you, but you know you're wrong? Don't you think God would want you to be honest with your wife while you're standing by her? He rubbed his hand over his jaw and turned to take a few steps away. He reversed back toward her and placed his hands on his hips. What am I going to tell your mama when I show up back at the house without you? Had nothing she said gotten through to him? Tell her the truth. I'm an adult, and I have decided to skip family night. I know Mama thinks otherwise, but the world will not come to an end if I miss it. How long do you plan for this to go on? What is it going to take before things go back to the way they were? Bailey took a slow, deep breath before answering. It would help if Mama did the apologizing, but we both know that isn't going to happen. I suspect over time these feelings will pass, but Daddy, things are never going back to the way they were. I'm almost 30. It's time I moved out, with or without a husband. God doesn't plan for everyone to be married. Mama just needs to accept that maybe he means for me to remain single. As soon as I find a place, I'll be over to get the rest of my things. He held his hands up. Let's not be too rash. I'll talk to your mama and see what can be done. He kissed her on the cheek and headed out the door.
My home is no longer my home. And now I might have to find another studio. I can't even go to my own church because of this. I know this will blow over eventually. But I'm not ready to face her yet. I'm so mad at her for what she's done. Aiden had been in almost constant contact with Bailey since their date that wasn't a date. They texted during work, used instant messaging from home, and then he'd call her after he put the girls to bed so they could talk long into the night. He hated how things were between her and Jamie, but he couldn't be mad about the fact that it had brought Bailey closer to him. Don't miss out on church. Come with me and the girls until you figure everything out. I'll pick you up tomorrow night so you can go with us. Wednesday night, Aiden pulled up in front of Bailey's studio and was just about to go knock on her door when she came running out. The bottom of her floral skirt swirled around her knees as she spun to lock the door, drawing his attention to a pair of shapely legs and pink high-heeled sandals that reminded him of their time together at the ball. He thought more fondly of their date the more time that passed, but he still wanted to kick himself for not making more of an effort that night. The kids greeted her as soon as she got into the truck. Kensley hollered out, "Miss Bailey." Riley repeated the words, but it sounded more like Bay-E. This was the first time they'd all been together since they visited the nativity scene. It did his heart good to hear the excitement in their voices. If only he could openly express the way she made him feel. Bailey smoothed her hand down the front of her skirt. "Do I look okay? It always makes me nervous to visit a different church." He'd gotten a good look at her before she hopped into his truck, but he flipped on the interior lights and made a point of looking her over. Large, pink roses were scattered across her navy skirt and a white, ruffled blouse peeked out from the opening of her short, navy jacket. She was a little overdressed for Wednesday night at community fellowship, but he was sure it would be fine. He'd probably be the envy of every single man there when he walked in with her on his arm. "You look fabulous." Kensley clapped her hands. Riley tried repeating the word fabulous, but it came out garbled. He winked at her. "The girls are right. You do look fabulous." When they got to church, the parking lot was full. Aiden had misjudged the amount of time needed to drive to Shiloh, pick up Bailey, and then drive back to Bethel Ridge. It didn't bother him to slip in a minute or two after the singing started, but he wasn't sure how Bailey would take it. She'd already admitted to being nervous. "Does Aunt Ginger come here too?" She pointed to the brand new, purple Challenger parked at the back of the lot. "Sometimes. She visits a different church for every service, but I didn't know any of them were in Bethel Ridge." And here he'd secretly questioned the woman's walk with God. Truth be told, he still questioned it. He wondered what God thought of her wandering from church to church. The conviction that it was none of his business followed soon after. He unhooked Kensley and helped her out of the truck, while Bailey unbuckled Riley from her car seat. It was nice having help. It would be even nicer if it happened more often. Even though they were just friends, he couldn't help but think of how much they looked like a real family as they made their way into church. His feelings for the girl were getting away with him again. Bailey followed him down the hallway to Kensley's class with the baby in her arms. Riley laid her head on Bailey's chest as she sucked her thumb. So far, he'd been unsuccessful at breaking her of the habit. Is Miss Bailey still going to be here when I get out? Aiden smoothed Kensley's golden hair back from her face. Of course. Did you think she was going to walk back home? A giggle emitted from the little girl. No, silly. Hey, no name calling. Kensley ducked her head at the rebuke. He bent down and kissed the top of her head before opening the door for her to enter. He placed his hand on Bailey's back to guide her down the hallway. We have to take Riley to the nursery, and then we'll be ready to go in. She bit her lip. It looks like we're late. We should be all right. Music could be heard coming from the sanctuary, but there were still a few people in the hallway. He wondered what her church was like. She'd said she attended Shiloh Baptist Church. He wasn't sure what the difference was between Baptist and the Presbyterian church where he'd grown up. Aiden opened the top half of the door to the nursery. He almost groaned when he saw who had nursery duty this time. Lily from work smiled brightly at him as she walked over to the door. Her gaze dropped down to his chest where she no doubt expected Riley to be. Then he watched as she settled on Bailey and her whole face fell in a show of obvious disappointment. He hated seeing her reaction but hoped this would be the end of her girlish crush. He reached for Riley, and she seemed to burrow into Bailey's chest a little further. I want mommy. His world tilted. Spun. What did she say? Riley rarely talked, and she'd certainly never called anyone mommy before. The urge to glance at Bailey was strong. Did she think he referred to her that way in front of his girls? Bailey's cheeks were bright red, but a soft smile lingered on her face as she kissed the top of Riley's head. Miss Bailey needs to go with your daddy. Can you be a big girl and stay here with Miss? She was trying to prompt Lily into saying her name, but the girl just stood there with her lips parted and the color drained from her face. This time when he reached for the child, there was no protest. He kissed Riley's cheek and handed her across the opening. Thanks, Lily. He could already hear songs of praise coming from the sanctuary. Bailey stopped before the closed door and started coming out of her jacket. He helped her from it and then draped the garment over his arm. Are you ready? She looked up with her hazel eyes stretched wide. I guess so. Other than placing his hand on the lower part of her back as they walked in, he didn't offer anything else to reassure her. She'd see soon enough that it was no big deal to be a few minutes late here. When they stepped into the crowded sanctuary, everyone was standing and clapping their hands to the praise music. It made finding an open seat that much more difficult. They were about halfway down the aisle when a couple on the end of a row scooted to the middle and gestured to their now vacated chairs. Aiden couldn't help his frequent glances at Bailey. He particularly wanted to capture her reaction to his home church. It was obvious she'd never experienced this type of worship before. As she looked around the room, she absent-mindedly clapped without singing. He felt a small measure of relief when she finally focused on the projected words on the screen at the front of the church and started singing along. When it came time to pray, he squeezed her hand to offer reassurance, and she latched on, intertwining her fingers with his. The words to the song on the screen had changed to the Bible verse for tonight's sermon. Bailey pulled a Bible from her purse and found her place. It warmed his heart to see all the highlighted scripture with notes in the margin. It was easier for him to just use the screen up front instead of trying to juggle two girls, a diaper bag, and a Bible, but sometimes he missed out on writing notes from the sermon. He focused again on the screen as Preacher Odom started speaking. Matthew 18 verses 21 to 22, Then came Peter to him, and said, Lord, how oft shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Till 7 times? Jesus saith unto him, I say not unto thee, until 7 times, but, until 70 times 7. Wow! This message had come up again and again lately. It had all started with Bailey telling him he needed to forgive Jenna. Then his father had chimed in with this same verse, and now Preacher Odom. He really was trying. He'd even talked to the woman and told her he planned to forgive her. That should count for something, right? He peeked over at Bailey, hoping he wouldn't see an "I told you so" look on her face. She sat, staring at something or someone off to the side in front of them with her lips pressed together. Was she angry? He followed her gaze to find Caleb and Sadie sitting a few rows up from them. Bailey had mentioned that things had cooled in their friendship. Maybe she was upset about that. The preacher caught his attention. Why would God ask this of us? Does he like giving orders? Do you think he just decided to give us all a bunch of unrealistic rules to live by so he can watch us fail? I mean, come on Lord, some people do things that are impossible to forgive. They don't deserve forgiveness. They haven't even asked for my forgiveness. This is not a fair request. Why would you ask this of me? Aiden would never be brave enough to let that conversation with God form in his mind, let alone saying it out loud, but this was exactly how he felt. He could probably forgive Jenna for leaving him and ending their marriage, but she'd abandoned her kids. She'd left them at the house by themselves. She'd cheated. She'd never loved him or the girls. He took a deep breath in. He had never before listed off all the reasons why he was having trouble forgiving her. Every single rule, every single law, every single thing God has asked us to do is all for our own good. It's for our own well-being. Do you know what happens to you when you fail to forgive someone? You become bitter and angry. It interferes with your relationships with other people. It colors your whole personality and even changes how others see you. I mean, who wants to be around an angry, bitter person? The preacher was really stepping on some toes tonight, mainly his. How many times had his anger spilled out over family and friends? What about his kids? Had it affected them? He glanced over at Bailey. Her eyes were glassy as if she was trying not to cry. His feelings toward Jenna had definitely hindered their relationship. How many times have you heard your mama say "because I said so"? The preacher raised his hand and just about everyone in the congregation did the same. Another reason we have to forgive is to be obedient to God. He said that if we don't forgive others, he can't forgive us. Preacher Odom paced back and forth across the stage, looking out over the congregation. But preacher, you said God will forgive us of anything if we but ask. That's right, he will, but as long as you continue to deny forgiveness to your fellow man, you are continuing in your sin. You're hindering what should be the most important relationship in your life, your relationship with God. Aiden leaned forward, placed his elbows on his knees, and prayed harder than ever for God to help him give up this burden. He wasn't sure if this was true forgiveness or not. He was determined now more than ever to keep praying this prayer until it took root, but for this one moment at least, he felt a lightness and a relief that he hadn't felt before.
Bailey loved her home church, but it was nothing like this. The upbeat songs were unfamiliar to her, but she couldn't deny the fact that she felt more energized and ready for God's word than she had in a long while. By the time the preacher began speaking, her fear left, and she was fully enjoying herself. And then she saw Sadie. The girl leaned in and said something to the dark-headed man beside her. Bailey took a quick breath in when he turned and she realized who he was. Sadie sat beside that guy she had claimed not to like from the ball. Caleb was his name, if she remembered correctly. For the first time ever, Sadie had been neglecting their friendship, and it was over this guy? Why keep it a secret? She'd dated different guys over the years and it had never bothered Bailey in the least. So why hide this relationship? Good thing there wouldn't be a test later, because Bailey couldn't have told what the sermon was about if her life depended on it. She sat there stewing over recent events until she was ready to explode. At the final amen, she grabbed her coat and purse and followed Aiden out into the aisle. He smiled down at her and then his brows drew up and the sides of his mouth fell. She turned and looked back toward the front of the church in time to see the exact moment Sadie realized she was standing there. The girl came to a dead stop, her mouth gaped open and the color drained from her face, looking guilty as sin. "Bailey, what are you doing here?" Bailey glanced at Caleb and then brought her attention back to Aiden. "Did you know about this?" His brow was still drawn, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked back at her. Know about what? She couldn't deal with this right now. Church wasn't exactly the place to have a showdown, so she headed toward the exit. It would have been nice to make a clean escape, but the vestibule remained clogged with people standing around chatting. Sadie grabbed her arm and pulled her to the side. "What is wrong with you?" Bailey stared at Sadie, her fingers tapped out a rhythm against her folded arms. "Really? You've been avoiding me. You've been keeping your boyfriend a secret. You come at me with this attitude, and you have the nerve to ask why I'm upset. Are you really that clueless?" Sadie's lips were pressed so thin, they were almost non-existent. "There's no sin against having a boyfriend. I didn't tell you about it because I knew you couldn't take it. What is that supposed to mean?" Sadie studied her face as if she was looking for an answer there and then glanced past Bailey's shoulder. "Can we talk about this later?" Bailey looked behind her into the faces of a group of women who were obviously eavesdropping. The women quickly looked away and began speaking to each other again. She turned back to Sadie and noticed Aiden and his friend were still standing back by the pews. Both men were looking at them as if they were trying to determine if it was safe to join them. "Fine." Bailey turned and made her way past the stragglers and out into the parking lot. She didn't stop until she made it to Aiden's truck. Aunt Ginger stood next to her Challenger talking to another woman. The other woman made her way across the darkened lot just as Bailey got to the front of the truck. Aunt Ginger ambled over to where Bailey stood. "Fancy seeing you here, and with Aiden Weaver. I take it you two worked out your differences." "We're just friends, but could you please not tell Mama you saw us together?" Aunt Ginger propped her fists on her ample hips. "Are the two of you still at odds with each other? I'd have thought your daddy would have intervened by now. He tried. I love my mama, but I've had enough of her meddling. Listen, can I catch a ride home with you?" "What about Mr. Weaver?" That was exactly who she was trying to avoid. She needed to get her anger in check before speaking to him. Aiden is a big boy. He can take care of himself. "Well, all right then. Get in." Bailey made a point of not looking at anyone as they left the parking lot. As they sped away from the church, she relaxed into the leather seat. "Sorry if I sounded snippy back there. I've just got a lot going on right now. Want to talk about it?" There was something about Aunt Ginger that made you want to open up and spill your heart out right in front of her. "It's just that everything seems to be going wrong. I'm sure Mama has told you all about what happened between us. I don't know what bothers me the most, the fact that she thinks I need a man to complete me, or that she thinks I can't find one on my own. I may not agree with Jamie's tactics, but I know she loves you and is trying to do what she believes is right. I think her belief that a woman needs a man to complete her comes from her own marriage. Connor Foster is a good man. Jamie lucked up with him, but I'm sorry to say there aren't many like him." Bailey looked over at the woman behind the wheel. She could only make out her features because of the lights from the panel in front of her. "Do you think there's only one true love for each person?" "Honey, that's a loaded question. I do believe that God brings certain people together. I also believe those people can ruin their relationships. And, likewise, I think that two people who were not meant to be together can change their relationship to the good if they turn to God with their troubles." Silence filled the car for a few moments while Bailey let her words sink in. It was obvious she wasn't meant to be with David since he already had a wife to begin with, but what about Jason? Had God brought them together and they ruined it, or had they come together on their own and it was just doomed from the start? Aunt Ginger cleared her throat. "Your mama wasn't at that church tonight, so I'm guessing there was something else that caused you to abandon that young man the way you did." "Abandon?" Bailey cringed at the word. It was the same word Aiden had used to describe what his ex-wife had done. She hoped he didn't see her in the same light. "No, it was because of Sadie. I've really needed her this past week, but she hasn't been around. I found out tonight that she has been seeing this guy and keeping it a secret from me." Well, she's only human. Friends are good to have, but they are no replacement for going to God with your troubles. Did she say why she was keeping this young man a secret?" Bailey shook her head. "No, ma'am. Truth be told, she hadn't really given Sadie a chance to explain." "And where is Aiden in all of this? You seem pretty mad at him as well as everyone else." "He must have known about Sadie, and he didn't tell me. I mean, she's dating his best friend." Aunt Ginger's questions were cutting to the core as usual, making her wonder if she'd blown everything out of proportion. "Maybe he thought you already knew. I mean, Sadie is your best friend, right?" Why was she feeling guilty now when before it had felt as if the whole world was dumping on her? She wanted to ask Aunt Ginger to turn the car around and head back to the church so she could straighten this whole mess out, but it was too late now. They were pulling up in front of her studio. She reached over and kissed Aunt Ginger on the cheek. "Thanks for the ride and the talk. Anytime, honey. I'm praying for you." And there was that expected comfort this woman always seemed to leave with her every time they were together.
She'd abandoned him and the girls. Just like Jenna. He knew it as soon as he had made it outside, and she was nowhere to be found. Even so, he waited out in the parking lot until the last vehicle was gone, hoping she was just holed up in the bathroom and hadn't made it out yet. He thought giving her and her crazy friend some space would help them work things out. Now he understood why the two of them were friends. Their temperaments were more alike than he realized. But why was she so mad? He had asked Caleb, but he didn't have a clue either. Next thing he knew, she had stormed out of the sanctuary. He went after her, but she'd already disappeared. There was no choice but to gather the girls up and hope she would be waiting for him by the truck. Only now it was quite obvious that she was gone, and he still didn't have a clue as to why. The next morning, he was greeted with a lengthy email explaining how bad her week had been, how she felt neglected by her friend who had been hiding her relationship with Caleb, and how she thought he'd somehow conspired against her along with the rest. Well, those weren't her exact words, but that was the gist of it. None of it made any sense to him. First of all, he already knew about her week. Aiden hadn't said as much, but if he had been in her shoes, he would have put his mom in her place the first time she meddled in his life. That would have put an end to it from the beginning. Bailey needed to stiffen her resolve and face her mama head-on instead of running away. In all fairness, his mom had never butted in where she didn't belong. He really had no experience in this area and couldn't pretend he understood Bailey and Jamie's relationship. That's why he hadn't given his advice before. As for what was going on between Caleb and his new girlfriend, Aiden had no clue why Sadie would keep things from her friend. And he never agreed to keep it secret. He hadn't mentioned it to Bailey only because he thought she already knew. Besides, it wasn't a subject that interested him. He predicted a breakup in their near future anyway. Even if he had been keeping it from Bailey, did that give her reason enough to leave without a word? He couldn't help but compare her to Jenna now, which he knew deep down was not fair to Bailey, but he wasn't ready to be reasonable yet. One thing was for sure. He thought he was close to being able to forgive his ex-wife, but now knew he was nowhere near there. He'd relived that moment of coming home to an empty house several times over that night and woke up feeling as angry as ever. Aiden closed the email without answering and went about his routine of getting himself and the girls to their daily destinations.
Nothing was right anymore. Bailey was homeless, her relationship with her parents was severed, and it felt like the only friend she had at the moment was Winston. After all the attention she'd poured out on the mutt lately, he was probably spoiled for life. She'd never allowed him to sleep in her bed before, but now he slept under the covers at her feet every night. God, am I doing the right thing? I forgive Mama. Really, I do, but I feel like if I give an inch, she'll take 10 miles, and I'll never be able to put a stop to her interference. The loss of Aiden's friendship seemed the worst, because this time it really was her fault. Oh, after one long email followed by a multitude of texts, including one where she had point-blank asked, "Can we still be friends?" he had conceded that they were still friends. She didn't believe it for a minute because she hadn't heard from him since. This weekend had been the hardest by far. Valentine's Day, and on a Sunday to boot. There was no work to be done, no church services to look forward to, and of course, she had no date either. She almost wished she'd let Mama set her up with one of those farmers. If she had, she wouldn't be in any of this mess. Bailey had never been so glad for a Monday. She took great pleasure in ripping all the paper hearts and cupids from her walls at the academy. As far as she was concerned, the only thing worse than Valentine's Day was Mother's Day. Thank God there wasn't a special day for married people. At least if such a day did exist, she was blissfully ignorant of it. Monday nights could be slow at the studio, but luckily Mayor Woodsley was having new headshots made for his upcoming campaign. Macy had the night off, but even without her help, it was an easy, mindless job, and it paid good. As an added bonus, the mayor had also given Bailey some leads on a few small houses for rent in the area. She felt pretty satisfied with her day as she bid him good night. She was just about to lock the front door behind him when Sadie showed up with a pizza box in hand. "Can I come in? I brought us some supper." "You mean you took a night off from Loverboy just for me?" By the grace of God, Bailey managed to keep her sarcastic thoughts to herself as she opened the door further to let Sadie in. She followed her into the office where Winston had been spending his time during the photo shoot. "Oh, hey, Winston." Winston looked up at Sadie and grunted. It was as if he wouldn't stoop to greet her after she'd neglected them for so long. It put a smile on Bailey's face. Sadie set the pizza box down on the work table across from the computer desk and pulled paper plates and napkins from her bag. She opened the box and plated slices for the both of them. "What is that?" Bailey pointed to Sadie's plate of pale-looking pizza covered with veggies and then looked down at the plate she'd been handed. Hers was the meat lover's pizza they always ordered, but the stuff on Sadie's plate looked like it had been regurgitated. "I got them to make it half and half. My half is veggie with a healthier cheese sauce. Caleb is into eating healthy, and he turned me onto it. You should try it. It's actually pretty good." Bailey wouldn't have been able to hold back on the eye roll if she'd tried. Caleb had cut Sadie off from her friends and now the man was telling her what to eat. How could this relationship be a good thing? They ate in awkward silence for a few minutes. She kept hoping Sadie would start the conversation. After all, it was her idea to come over. But it didn't take long before the silence got to her. "What are you doing here?" Sadie put the slice of pizza she was about to bite into back down onto her plate. "Your mama called me. She said you've been missing church and family night, and she's worried about you." Bailey tightened her lips together and took in a deep breath through her nose. "Let me save you some trouble. You don't owe anything to Jamie Foster. If she's so concerned, she can come talk to me herself. You're off the hook." She set her half-eaten slice of pizza on her desk. It wasn't going to take the bitter taste from her mouth, so why bother? "I didn't come for Jamie. I came for myself. I came to fix things between me and you." "Right." Bailey folded her arms across her chest. "You don't owe me anything either. Don't make this any more difficult than it is already. I need to apologize, and you know this is hard for me." She placed a hand on top of Bailey's folded arms. "I'm sorry. Okay? I haven't been a true friend to you lately, and I shouldn't have hidden the fact that I'm dating Caleb." "Why did you?" Sadie sat back in her chair and folded her hands in her lap. "We both know you haven't had much luck in the love department. I thought it might hurt you to see me in a serious relationship. I see now that I probably did more damage by keeping it from you, and I'm sorry. That doesn't make any sense. You've dated plenty of guys and never felt like you had to hide it from me. None of those guys were Caleb." Bailey didn't know exactly how to respond. Sadie had started pulling away from her right after the ball, and she had acted like she couldn't stand the guy then. What had he done to change her friend's opinion so quickly? "If you're happy, then you know I'll be happy for you." What else could she say? "Bailey, I know this is going to seem unreal, but I've been in love with Caleb Palmer since 8th grade. I've compared every guy I've ever dated to him, and they have all come up short. That's why none of them lasted for very long. Caleb is the one. There's no way you could know that. You've only been dating for a little over a month, and whatever happened in 8th grade doesn't count." Sadie pushed back further into her seat, but there was a serene smile on her face. "See, I knew you'd say that." She leaned closer and placed her hand on Bailey's knee. "I know you had 2 whirlwind romances that didn't end well, but this isn't like that. You just wait and see. I hope you're right." She really did. Bailey dreaded the day Sadie would wind up feeling the same way she had when things ended between her and Jason and then again with David. When that day came, she'd be there for her friend. Until then, she was at least glad things wouldn't be as strained between them.
Aiden unstrapped Kensley from her car seat, thankful that the day was finally over. Well, not completely over. He had to figure out what to feed the girls for supper. He began unstrapping Riley when his phone beeped. He had a new message. A part of him hoped it was from Bailey. But that was unlikely, since they hadn't spoken to each other since Thursday night, in a text or otherwise. Truth be told, he missed her. Coming over. Bringing pizza. Short and to the point. A surge of disappointment rushed through when he realized it was Caleb. At least Caleb was the kind of uncomplicated friend he could depend on. Once they got through the door, he helped the girls out of their coats, and they immediately ran to their playroom. Didn't they get enough of that at the daycare? He had just sat down, flipped the TV on to his favorite car restoration show, and propped his feet up on the coffee table, when Caleb walked in balancing 2 pizza boxes in one hand. Aiden made room on the coffee table for the food. The girls came running into the living room and wrapped themselves around Caleb's legs. "Uncle Caleb. Are y'all hungry? I brought pizza." "Pizza?" Aiden went into the kitchen to grab paper plates, napkins, and a knife to cut up Riley's food into bite-sized pieces. By the time he came back, the pizzas were laid out on the table, pepperoni for him and some kind of veggie goat cheese no thanks style pasta stuff for Caleb. He was about to slide a slice of pepperoni onto Kensley's plate when she pointed to Caleb's upchuck concoction. "I want this kind, Daddy." Caleb grinned like a possum as he handed her a piece. "Girl, didn't I raise you better than that?" She smiled around the slice she just bit into. Aiden worked on cutting up a slice of the pepperoni pizza for Riley as he talked to Caleb. "So, what brings you around? I thought you'd be with Sadie. You two have been joined at the hip lately. You're not planning the wedding already, are you?" Caleb set the rest of his pizza back down on his plate and rubbed his hands up and down on the legs of his jeans. "Not yet, but we're getting close. We'll talk about that later." He gestured toward the girls. "Right now, she's with your girlfriend, so I thought it'd be a good time for us to hang out." Kensley looked back and forth between the two men, taking everything in. "I don't have a girlfriend." At least he hadn't said Bailey's name. Maybe his daughter, who was going on 40, wouldn't pick up on it. "I think you and Miss Bailey should get married, and then she could be my mama." "Mommy." Riley had only picked up on the last word Kensley said, as she was prone to do, but it still did funny things to his stomach. It had been a shock when she'd called Bailey that in church. Afterwards, he started to think it wasn't such a bad idea. And then she left them behind. That wasn't the kind of mama he wanted for his girls. Caleb looked at him then as if he could read everything that had just trailed through his mind. "Maybe we should talk about that later too. Or not." As far as Aiden was concerned, the subject was closed. He had said they could still be friends, but he really meant acquaintances. It was better that way. If they hung out as friends, it might be hard to explain to his heart that was all they were. Bailey had this way of pulling him in without it seeming like she was trying. As soon as the girls were back in their room and out of earshot, Caleb brought the subject back up. "So, you and Bailey are not dating?" "No, we're just friends. The way you were looking at her the other night, I thought you were in love." Boy, that was a jolt to his system. He thought about her all the time. He wanted to be with her even when he thought it might not be such a good idea. But was it love? He shook his head and turned to look at his friend. "She left me. She was so mad at Sadie, she caught a ride with someone else and didn't even tell me she was leaving." "Have you talked to her since then?" Aiden blew out his breath and leaned back into the couch. "She apologized. Said she'd thought I was in on whatever it was." Caleb sat back in the couch and propped his boots up on the table beside the boxes of pizza. "Well, there you go. She apologized, you forgive her, and you're right back on track." He looked up at the ceiling and blew out another breath. "It's not that simple. She left me there. Just like. Please don't tell me you're about to compare her to Jenna. You know there's no comparison." That's exactly what he'd been doing, even when he knew it wasn't fair to Bailey. "When you started dating again, I thought you had knocked down that wall you built up after Jenna left, but I'm pretty sure you've added a few bricks. I just don't want to make the same mistake twice, okay?" He thought Caleb would understand that. He'd seen how it was after Jenna left. "Is Bailey a Christian?" "Yes. She says she is." "And you believe her?" "Yes." "Where's he going with this? Have you slept with her?" Caleb hadn't even blinked an eye with that question. "No." He sat forward so he could turn and glare at Caleb. Why are you asking me that? The man had lost his mind. He counted off on his fingers as he answered. You married a girl you didn't know all that well, who was not a Christian, you slept with her before you were married, and she used that as a trap. Those are the mistakes you made where Jenna is concerned. If you haven't done those things with Bailey, then you should be all right. What about what she did Wednesday night? How do you think me and the girls felt when she left us? You still haven't forgiven Jenna, and apparently not Bailey either. People get mad. They might walk away to cool off, but if they come back and apologize and then, well, the point is, you can't compare that to what Jenna did. Caleb was right. Bailey was right. He still hadn't forgiven Jenna, and he wouldn't be able to move on until he did. But for now, it was time to change the subject. So, tell me about you and Sadie. Caleb turned to look at him. I already told you that I love her. That hasn't changed. We haven't set a date, but I wouldn't be surprised if we were married before the year is out. I'm ready to do it now, but I don't think she is quite yet. He wasn't smiling as he looked at Aiden. He was serious. You've already asked her? Caleb shook his head. No, but I'm praying about it, and the subject has come up. Is he crazy? I've said it before and I'll say it again, y'all just started dating. It's too soon to be talking about marriage already. What's the hurry? I understand why you'd feel that way, but like I said, I've been in love with that girl for 15 years. Unless God shows me otherwise, I see no reason to wait any longer. He tried to think of some way to talk some sense into his friend's plans without putting a wedge between them. You said Sadie wasn't quite ready. What is her holdup, if you don't mind me asking? She comes from a broken home. I guess that would make anyone think twice about marriage. I told her that just means we'll be more determined to work harder toward not allowing the same thing to happen to us. His thoughts automatically went to his own daughters. Would his failed marriage influence their thoughts on the subject? Something about this thought made him not want to use the possibility of a broken marriage as a reason against Caleb tying the knot. Caleb thumped the back of his hand against Aiden's chest. Look, I don't expect you to understand, but I'd like your support. All I'm asking is for you to pray for me about this decision. Help me pray for God's will in this. Can you do that for me? Aiden leaned back against the couch and threw his socked feet up on the table next to Caleb's. He'd pray for God's will, but he doubted it would be the same as Caleb's will. Yes. I can do that for you. Maybe you could pray for me too, while you're at it. Is there anything specific you'd like for me to pray about? He thought about it for a minute. Caleb already knew he had a problem with forgiveness. It was probably easier for him to point out the areas of Aiden's life that needed work than he could see himself. Just pray the same thing, for God's will to be done. Consider it done.
Bailey plopped down on her love seat and patted the seat beside her. Preston, take a break before you go. Sounds like a good idea. He sat down beside her and propped his feet up on the box in front of him. He blew out a breath. Just so you know, I plan to be busy the next time you decide to move. She had found a small house on the outskirts of town. It was on the main road, so if she had to move her studio there, at least she'd still be in a decent location. She hadn't really planned for Mama not to be home when she moved. As far as she was concerned, it was just a happy coincidence that there'd been a big wedding that day. It only took a few hours for Preston and a couple of his friends to have all her stuff cleared out from the house and her apartment. Now she'd have the daunting task of unpacking all to herself. She turned to him and smiled. Glad to know I can always count on you, little brother. I almost forgot. He leaned into her and slipped an envelope from his back pocket. We're having a get-together so we can all find out whether we're having a boy or a girl. Mama's going to be there, and I want the two of you to get along. Lauren is excited about this, and so am I. Bailey looked down at the invitation to the gender reveal party set for that Saturday and then looked back up at her brother. Preston, you know I'd never do anything to embarrass you, not on purpose, anyway. It's Mama you've got to worry about. You know how she can get. He ran his fingers through his dark brown hair and blew out a breath. I've already talked to her. I wish you two would just put this behind you. I mean, I understand why you moved out. It was time for you to stand on your own 2 feet, but not telling her beforehand is just wrong. This isn't like you. What's holding you back from making things right with her? She tapped the card against the boxes stacked next to her. Why is it that every time Mama does something like this to me, I'm the one who is supposed to tuck my tail between my legs while I beg for more? I just can't do it anymore, Preston. Would it kill her to say sorry when she's the one in the wrong? He bumped against her shoulder. Who knows, it just might. Has anyone ever seen the woman apologize before? I doubt it. You might have a point. She smiled at him as she bumped his shoulder this time. So, are you going to let your favorite sister in on whether or not I'm having a niece or a nephew before everyone else? Are you kidding? I don't even know, Lauren doesn't either. The ultrasound tech handed us a sealed envelope. We took it straight over to this place in Steel Creek that specializes in gender reveal parties. We'll find out the same time everyone else does. She could see the anticipation in her brother's face. Bailey was starting to get excited about it herself. Thankfully, she'd gotten over the initial hurt of not having a child of her own. It was something she had to do over and over, but she'd given the trust of her future over to God. There was a group of women around Lauren laughing and talking when Bailey entered the dance studio where the party was being held. It was a shock to see the polka dot-covered fabric of her maternity dress stretched over her round belly. The last time Bailey had seen her, she couldn't even tell her sister-in-law was pregnant. Momma stood right beside Lauren and seemed to be monopolizing the conversation. She glanced over at Bailey and then went right back to talking. It was unnerving to be in the same room with her momma and them not speaking to each other. She made her way around to the opposite side of the room for a piece of cake and some punch. A chalkboard on the back wall held a poll, where everyone could vote for their guess as to the baby's gender. She thought about Aiden's two little girls as she put a check under girl. Kensley and Riley had totally stolen her heart, but it was mostly her fault. She couldn't help but single them out with a little extra attention while at the academy. Now that Aiden had backed away from their friendship, it was probably a good idea to back away from his children as well, but she wasn't sure if that was possible now. Especially not after Riley had called her mommy at church the other night. Oh, that had only been the first time. The sweet toddler called her that every day they spent together at the academy since then. It warmed her heart and broke it at the same time. Bailey had waited until the last minute to show up at the party, so it wasn't long before time for the big reveal. Preston and Lauren stood on each side of a huge box that had been wrapped and tied with a big red bow. They beamed at one another as they each took a side and grabbed the opposite ends of the ribbon. Everyone in the room participated in the countdown, growing louder and more excited with each number called. When they got to one, there was a tug from each side, the box lid flapped open, and a bunch of blue balloons floated up to the ceiling. After the shouts of "It's a boy" died down, Momma was the first one to call out, "What are y'all going to name him?" There was another moment of Lauren and Preston beaming at each other before they both called out, "William Grant Foster." Lauren added, "But we're going to call him Grant." Mama's face fell. "I thought y'all were going to name him Jamie." Lauren just shook her head but didn't say anything. "Oh, well, I guess Grant is good too. I kind of like it." And that was it. It occurred to Bailey in that moment how Lauren handled Mama. Jamie Foster tried just as hard to control her daughter-in-law as she did with the rest of her kids, but Lauren always smiled, nodded without commitment, and then just did whatever she wanted. Bailey made her way over to personally congratulate them and gave each of them a hug. If she left now, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. She'd just walked out the door and taken only a few steps, when her mama called her name. Bailey turned and waited without saying anything. "Look, I just want the awkwardness between us gone." She still didn't say anything as she looked back at her mama. "I shouldn't have signed you up on that dating website, okay? Is that what you wanted to hear?" Mama folded her arms across her chest. If that was an apology, it wasn't a very good one, but it was probably as close as she'd ever get. "No ma'am, you shouldn't have, but I forgive you. Just don't do it again. Please." She nodded. "I want you to come back home. I didn't move out to spite you. Not really. I'm almost 30 years old. It was just time. That's all. I found a nice little house right outside of town. I know where it is. I worry about you being by yourself. The neighborhood isn't bad. I think I'll be all right. I'm still unpacking, but someday soon I'll invite you and Daddy over for dinner. So, will I see you at church tomorrow? Bailey was not surprised at her mama's lack of interest in the house. It was another way for her to show her displeasure at the fact that she'd moved out on her own. At least they were back on speaking terms. As far as I know, I'll be there. Mama gave a solemn nod, took the few steps that separated them, and wrapped her in a hug. She kissed Bailey on the side of the head. I love you, baby girl. It felt good to return the hug. I love you too, Mama.
Aiden, there's a phone call for you online too. You didn't have to come all the way back here, Lily. You could have used the intercom. Her shoulders slumped along with her smile. Why hadn't he just kept his mouth shut? He hadn't meant anything by it. His hope that she'd give up on her crush after seeing him with Bailey was a bust. If anything, Lily had amped up her efforts. He took the call as she walked off. It turned out to be a customer with a general question that anyone could have answered, including Lily. She just used this as an excuse to be able to interact with him. He looked at the clock. It was almost lunchtime. He headed toward the front of the dealership. The rest of the crew was probably standing around gossiping, like they did every day at this time. Aiden glanced into his dad's open door as he passed by. What he saw caused him to backtrack. Dad sat behind his desk rubbing his chest, his brows drawn with worry. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing. My chest just feels a little tight. It's probably nothing. He was taking quick, shallow breaths and his voice sounded strained. How long have you been feeling like this? Oh. Dad doubled over in obvious pain. Aiden picked up the phone and started punching numbers. Dad winced as he lifted his head to look at him. What are you doing? Calling for an ambulance. You don't need to do that. He leaned back in his chair as if to stretch the pain away and groaned. After being told an ambulance was on its way, Aiden called his mom and told her to meet them at the hospital. He felt bad that she'd have to make the trip alone. Now he just had to take care of the girls. He needed to make sure someone would be there to pick them up in case he didn't make it back in time. He called Caleb's phone several times and it went straight to voicemail. Lily would probably jump at the chance to take care of them, but that could be a disaster waiting to happen. No matter how much his brain tried to conjure up someone else to call, the only person who came to mind was Bailey. It was a shame to say that he hadn't contacted her before to clear things up between them, even when his conscience told him it was the right thing to do. She answered on the first ring. Hello. Her voice sounded timid, and he knew he was to blame. He needed to fix this, but it would have to wait. Bailey, an ambulance is coming for my dad. He's having chest pains. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he'll be okay. Do you need me to take care of the girls in case you don't get back in time? Would you? He felt the burden had been taken away before she even answered. You know I will. Don't worry about them. Just take care of your dad. I'll be by to drop off their car seats and the keys to my house as soon as the ambulance leaves. They are here now. He could hear the commotion coming down the hall, alerting him to their arrival. He hurried to get off the phone. Everything seemed rushed. Employees had crowded around the office door with a bunch of comments and questions that mostly went unanswered. He was sure Dad would have liked to skip all the attention he was getting. Aiden grabbed his dad's hand just before they put him into the ambulance. I love you, Dad. Everything is going to be all right. Dad reached up and lifted the oxygen mask from his face. I love you too, son. Tell your mama and the girls, yours and mine, I love them too. Aiden couldn't ever remember seeing the fear in his dad's eyes that he was seeing now, and it scared him worse than anything. It didn't take him long to get to the daycare. Bailey rushed out as soon as his truck came to a stop beside her beat-up Cavalier. He jumped out and immediately started unbuckling Kensley's booster car seat while she removed Riley's from the other side of the truck. He opened her car door and attached it to her back seat. He reached for Riley's that had been placed on the ground beside her car and Bailey stopped him with a touch of her hand. I'll get it. You go on and be with your dad. I'll take care of everything here. Don't worry about the girls or anything else. Right. He worked to get his house key off his key ring and handed it to her. She slid it into the front pocket of her jeans and looked up at him. "I'll be praying." He grabbed her arm and pulled her into a hug. "I'm so sorry. I should have called." She rubbed circles on his back. "It's okay, Aiden. Everything's going to be all right." He pulled back enough to give her a quick kiss and then hopped in the truck. It wasn't until he was backing out and caught a glimpse of her with the tips of her fingers touching her lips that it hit him what had just happened. He'd kissed her. Had she taken it as a friend or something more? Had he meant it as something more? He shook his head as he pulled onto the street in front of the daycare. Now was not the time to figure it out. He needed to get to the hospital.
He'd kissed her. Aiden had said they were still friends, but for the past week he hadn't acted like it. So, what was that all about? Bailey shook her head as she unloaded the girls from her car. Aiden, you sure know how to confuse a girl. She had rescheduled her afternoon photo shoot and picked Winston up from her place before heading back to the academy to get the girls. Hopefully, Aiden didn't mind her bringing her dog. She couldn't leave him at home by himself indefinitely. Besides, he'd won her some major points with the girls. Riley sat perched on her hip, a diaper bag in her purse hung from her opposite shoulder, and Bailey had a hold of Winston's leash. The dog jumped out of the way just in time to keep from being crushed as the two bags slid to the porch. She dug the key out of her front pocket. How did people juggle all of this on a daily basis? Bailey had no idea, but she sure was open to the idea of finding out. Once inside, she unburdened herself of child, dog, and bags and took a moment to look around. The only thing to see was brown leather furniture on bare hardwood floors. The room was devoid of decoration, unless you counted the toys strewn all over. Nice house, but it was obvious that a man and his kids were the only ones living there. Only one wall was covered in pictures, the rest were bare. She stepped closer for a better look at the photographs. The girls were in every picture. Aiden appeared in a few, but there were none of their mother. Was that normal? When she'd lived with Jason, there were pictures of his first wife everywhere. Then again, his wife had died while Aiden's ex-wife had left him. Bailey made her way down the short hallway in the direction Winston and the girls had headed. Their playroom resembled the rest of what she'd seen of the house, toys everywhere. Winston had found a blanket to curl up on and nearby Kensley played with a large dollhouse in the corner of the room. Riley was trying to fit a toy car into the structure. "No, Riley, that doesn't go there." Kensley gently pushed the car away. She looked up at Bailey once she noticed her standing there. "Miss Bailey, I'm hungry." "Hungry?" Riley echoed. "Let's go see what there is to eat." The dog and both girls followed her to the kitchen, dodging all the obstacles in their way. She opened the fridge. There was one pack of chicken breast, she had no idea what to do with, and not much of anything else that would make a full meal. No luck in the freezer either. She knew how to cook some, but it was a little more difficult when thrown into an unfamiliar kitchen without a meal plan. There was a stack of takeout menus on the counter. That, she could do. How about pizza? Pizza. While they waited on the pizza to arrive, Bailey made a game out of seeing how fast they could get all the toys from the rest of the house into the playroom. They raced back and forth through the rooms while Winston happily dodged in and out between them, probably hoping someone would trip. Giggles filled the house as she and the girls clamored about. Once they finished, she sat them at the table with some crayons and coloring books she'd found. They colored while she loaded dirty dishes into the dishwasher. It felt good to sit at the table with the two little girls laughing and talking about silly little things that only kids could understand. It was easy to imagine what it would be like to spend every day here. When she had been married to Jason, she'd enjoyed having a place to call home. She loved the idea of helping to raise these girls, but there was more to it than that. She could imagine spending the rest of her life with Aiden, even if the house and the girls didn't exist. He was a good, Christian man who was kind and loved his family. And she loved him. This thought would have thrilled her if only he felt the same way. She seemed to have a thing for loving more than she was loved, which only led to more heartache. After they finished their meal, Bailey cleaned the table and washed the girls' faces and hands. She'd just lifted Riley up from her high chair when the toddler squeezed her juice box a little too much, coloring Bailey's white blouse with a stream of purple. Cold. So cold. She lifted the wet fabric away from her skin. Mommy's wet. She set the child down on the floor. Riley had been calling her mommy all afternoon. It wasn't uncommon for kids this age to get confused. Or so she'd been told. She'd been instructed when she first started working at the academy to gently repeat her name back to the child when this happened. So far, Riley had not gotten the message. Miss Bailey needs to soak this blouse before a stain sets in. She removed the blouse and used the damp cloth she'd used on the kids to try and get rid of the stickiness. Kensley laughed and pointed at her. The girls probably had never seen a woman in her underpinnings, as Mama liked to call them. What if Aiden came in and caught her like this? Where's the laundry room? Kensley wrinkled up her nose. What's that? Where does your daddy wash the clothes? Oh. In here. The child headed down a short hallway leading from the kitchen that was in the opposite direction from the girls' room. There was a space for the washer and dryer to one side, with a door at the end leading into the master bedroom. Stepping over the mountain of clothes in the hallway, Bailey couldn't help but peek in. The room was neat except for the queen-sized bed in the middle of the room that looked as if someone had just crawled out of it. She inhaled deeply, noting the scent that was exclusively Aiden. She found some spot cleaner and went to work on her blouse. The girls watched, but their fascination only lasted for a few minutes before they headed back to the playroom. She called out to remind them to keep their toys in that room. Bailey found one of Aiden's t-shirts in the dryer and put it on. She pulled the front up to her face and inhaled deeply. Even after being washed, it still held his scent. She might as well do a whole load since she needed to wash her blouse anyway. She hummed a tune as she set to work.
Life is too short. That's what his dad had said. Those were the words that had been drumming through Aiden's head all afternoon. Bailey hadn't even hesitated when he said he needed her, even after not speaking to her for a week. She was good to him and his kids. He loved spending time with her. Who was he kidding? Caleb had been right. He was in love with her. Even so, he'd been holding her at arm's length. Because of Jenna. No, that wasn't it. It was because of his inability to forgive Jenna. When he said that prayer at the church, he thought he'd forgiven her, but that hadn't lasted long. He was done now. He'd wasted enough time in anger. What if his life had been threatened instead of his dad's? He didn't want to meet God with anger in his heart, nor leave anyone on this earth in doubt of his love for them. This time when he talked to God, it wasn't just a burden lifted, he was given peace in its place. He went over it all again as he drove home in the dark. Now when he thought about everything Jenna had done to him and the girls, he only felt sorry for her. He didn't want her back, but now he hoped for a better future for her. He prayed she'd find that same kind of peace he'd been granted. The house was quiet when he came in. The lamp beside the couch illuminated the floor that had been cleared of toys. He hadn't meant for Bailey to feel she had to clean up while here. He walked quietly to the girls' room, passing by the overcrowded playroom as he went. He really needed to get rid of some of those toys. If only there was some way to slow down his parents from adding to the collection. He felt a moment of panic when he looked into the room at the end of the hallway and the girls weren't in their beds. As Aiden headed back through the house, he could see the light on in his bedroom. He quietly made his way there. A lump formed in his throat when he got to the washer and dryer and the pile of clothes was missing. He didn't mind the housework, but the feeling that someone else had taken care of things, of him and the girls, it overwhelmed him. But it was nothing compared to the feeling of seeing that person curled up in his bed with his daughters on each side. He leaned against the doorframe as he studied the scene before him. Riley was sprawled out on one of his pillows with her dark hair fanned out around her head. Kensley was on the other side, curled in toward Bailey. A book lay open across Bailey's stomach. If he could see this scene every day for the rest of his life, he'd never get tired of it. A low growl startled him as Aiden moved closer. Something moved under the covers at the foot of the bed. Bailey jerked awake and stared up at him with wide eyes. She sat up and dug something out from beneath the blankets. She held her hand over the muzzle of a small, brown and white dog with curly hair. A pair of beady eyes looked back at Aiden with a visible dare that said, "Touch her and die." Bailey's hand kept him from barking and waking the kids, but it didn't stop the low growling. "Hush, Winston. She crawled from the bed and followed Aiden back toward the living room. "How's your dad?" "He's going to be fine. I was worried that he'd had a heart attack. It ended up being his gallbladder. It turns out he'd been having trouble with it and hadn't told anyone. As soon as Mom found out, she insisted that they go ahead with the surgery. He should be back home tomorrow. I'm glad it wasn't anything more serious." She sat down with her back to the arm of the couch, her legs drawn up in front of her. He lifted her feet and sat down right next to her, stretching her legs across his lap. If she was surprised, she didn't say anything or move away, but her dog protested enough for the both of them. He placed his hand in front of the dog's nose, holding it there until the growling stopped. She removed her hand so Aiden could pet him. It wasn't long before the dog crawled over Bailey's legs to him for more attention. "Traitor. It's a good thing Aiden isn't an axe murderer. I'd be a goner." She laughed as she reached over and patted the dog's head. When the tips of her fingers brushed against his, he felt like he was the goner. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her palm, causing a quickly inhaled breath from her. "What are you doing?" "Sorry." He pulled her hand down from his mouth but didn't let go. He was getting ahead of himself. She hadn't been privy to his thoughts for the last several hours. She wasn't aware of how his heart had changed toward her, or more aptly, revealed to him what was there all along. "I'm sorry I haven't called this past week, sorry I let my anger toward Jenna come between us. I'm over it now, over her. It's totally up to you, of course, but I want us to be more than just friends." "Are you saying you've forgiven her?" Her voice broke and a tear slid down her face. "Yes, I have." He wiped the trail of tears from her face. "Why are you crying?" "Aiden, I have been hurt so many times. I want you to be sure this is what you want, because I'm falling hard for you, and I don't want any more heartache, for me, you, or the girls." Her shoulders shook as she sucked in a shuddered breath, and her voice broke when she spoke again. "I know you're not saying that you're in love with me, and I don't want to scare you off again, but when I fall in love, I do it with everything I have. If there's no possibility of you ever being able to give that same thing back to me, then we need to walk away from each other right now." He leaned in a little closer to her. "Sweetheart, I feel a lot more toward you than you realize, but that's my fault. I felt something for you the first time I ever saw you, standing there, looking so sweet, hugging that teddy bear. You stole another little piece of my heart when I saw how you interacted with the girls. And at the ball, even when everyone else around us was acting crazy, you kept your cool." Their faces were mere inches from each other now. He rubbed a silky strand of her hair between his fingers. "I'm sorry for being so stupid, hanging on so tightly to past hurts, that I couldn't see how I'd already fallen in love with you. I love you, Bailey." He leaned in closer and brushed his lips lightly against hers. He felt her body relax. Bailey deepened the kiss as she ran her fingers through the hair at the back of his head. For the first time in his life, he held a woman in his arms that he was truly in love with, and he planned to do everything in his power to make sure she never doubted it.
1 year and 5 months later. Bailey fluffed the bridal veil out and tugged on the bottom. "How does that look?" Sadie inspected the lacy white material from every angle before meeting Bailey's reflected gaze in the mirror. "Perfect. Everything about this looks just as I always imagined." She reached over and kissed her friend on the cheek and gave her a hug, careful not to mess up her dress or makeup. "Well, it's time to get in there. I'll see you at the front of the chapel." Bailey took a deep breath before entering through the back door of her parents' wedding chapel. When she'd walked down this aisle before, it had been followed by a heartache that was not easily forgotten. In some ways, it felt like a part of that experience would always be with her. She hoped and prayed that the wedding happening today would truly last. The painfully slow trip down the aisle was her least favorite part of every wedding, but it was an important part. It was a moment for the bride to show off the dress she'd spent weeks searching for, the hair and makeup that had been worked on until it was flawless, and the smile on her face that proved to everyone that she was right where she wanted to be. At the altar, Bailey turned and smiled at Aiden. She loved this man so much. Just looking at him made her go weak in the knees. He smiled back at her and mouthed the words, "I love you, beautiful." Heat flooded her face. "I love you too." The music changed to the wedding march, causing the two of them, along with everyone else in the chapel, to turn and look toward the back of the room as Sadie stepped through the back door, arm in arm with Karen Harding. The woman had been the biggest advocate against marriage Bailey had ever met, but she never even argued the point when her daughter told her she was marrying Caleb Palmer, and she'd cried tears of joy when asked to escort Sadie down the aisle to give her hand in marriage to the only man she'd ever loved. The ceremony was a blur as usual, and the reception went on for hours. Bailey and Aiden stayed until the end, making sure that every need and every detail was taken care of. The girls had found other children to play with, but they were all gone now, and both of them had turned whiny. Riley grabbed Bailey's hand. "Mommy, I'm tired." "I am too." "Are y'all ready to go?" "Yes." Both girls chimed in. Kensley skipped ahead, but Riley held on to Bailey's fingers as they made their way to the door leading out of the reception hall in search of Aiden. He opened the door just as they got there. "Are my 3 favorite girls ready to go?" Kensley grabbed his hand. "Yes, Daddy." Bailey smiled up at him as she mimicked the girl's response. "Yes, Daddy." He pulled her close and kissed her, causing the girls to giggle. They walked hand in hand out to the new Dodge Durango he'd finally talked her into buying. He said it would be more practical, not to mention safer, now that she was hauling 2 kids around half of the time. He was right, and she loved it, but she'd never let him know. He'd tried to talk her into a silver one to match his truck, but she'd picked red because she said, "It'll be just like my old car." His response, "Honey, nothing about this vehicle is just like your old car."
It didn't take too much sweet talking to get Bailey to go out on a date with him that night. Aiden readjusted the pillow beneath his head to bring his face closer to hers. She lay there, still staring up at the stars from the bed of his truck, as he studied her. This last year and a half had been the best of his life because of this woman, not to mention the 2 girls asleep between them. "Do you think your mama will ever forgive us?" She turned to look at him, the light from the moon reflected in her dark eyes. "You mean for eloping and not allowing her to plan out every aspect of another wedding?" She shrugged. "Probably not, but she's not unhappy about becoming an overnight momma to your 2 girls. You mean our 2 girls, and I thought my parents were bad to spoil them, but your parents are giving mine a run for their money. The kids are going to be so rotten, pretty soon we won't be able to stand living with them anymore." He sat up and looked over the top of the truck bed to where the foundation for their new home waited to be finished. They had purchased this piece of land in Bethel Ridge as a wedding gift to each other. The country setting was still close enough to their jobs, but far enough away from their parents that they would have to go out of their way to plant themselves in his family's business. He hadn't been worried about his parents or even Connor, but Jamie was a different story altogether. He leaned across the truck bed to capture his wife's lips with his own. "Are you about ready to head home, out of this truck bed and into ours?" "If you insist." He laughed and leaned his forehead against hers. "I do insist, Mrs. Weaver." "Then my answer is yes. Yes, to whatever it is your heart desires, Mr. Weaver. I already have everything I could ever want right here." He cradled her face in his hands and lowered his lips to hers, showing her just how he felt without saying a word.
To hear about future audiobooks by Andrea Boyd, please subscribe below. For more information about Andrea Boyd and her books, visit AndreaBoyd11.com.